Chapter 24. In a pitch-black palace, Fang Chen stood in the center as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt a dazzling light. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt a sinister aura coming from the palace. "I'm separated from the others." Fang Chen was a little puzzled as he whispered. This should be the legendary tomb, but Fang Chen didn't notice anything strange. "There's light over there." Fang Chen was startled as he discovered a light in the distance. Immediately, he rushed towards the source of the light. Seeing that he was about to reach the light, Fang Chen couldn't get close to it no matter how hard he tried. He had already been walking for an hour. "Did I enter a maze?" Fang Chen was a little speechless. It seemed that this was the maze. Fang Chen carefully thought about it, looking for a way out of the maze. At the same time, the other cultivators who had entered the tomb were also trapped in the maze, looking for a way out. 4 hours later, Fang Chen met someone in the maze. It was the 7th day of the Seven Heavens sect. The 7th day saw Fang Chen from afar and immediately left. He didn't treat Fang Chen as a competitor at all. Another 4 hours later, Fang Chen saw a flower with a different color in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a body-refining flower. "It's a body-refining flower." Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked over to the body-refining flower and placed it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Fang Chen met another person, Jin Liuyun. "Fang Chen, since I met you here, you can die now." Jin Liuyun immediately sent out a powerful punch at Fang Chen when he saw Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen's fist collided with Jin Liuyun's, causing him to retreat a few steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger hurt. "I'm still not a match for Jin Liuyun. I can't fight him head-on." As Fang Chen pondered this, he tapped his foot and quickly disappeared into the maze. Jin Liuyun wanted to chase after him, but he quickly lost his way in the maze. "Damn it. Fang Chen, the next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you," Jin Liuyun said furiously. Time slowly passed. Fang Chen had been walking in the maze for 10 hours, but he still hadn't found the exit. However, during this period, Fang Chen met Li Guanglong in the maze. Li Guanglong wanted to attack Fang Chen, but Fang Chen displayed his superior strength and forced Li Guanglong to retreat. If not for the maze, Li Guanglong would have died. Finally, after 12 hours, Fang Chen was the first to leave the maze. After leaving the maze, Fang Chen sat down cross-legged and swallowed the body-refining flower. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. If he met Jin Liuyun in the tomb, the latter would definitely not let him off. Hiss! Hiss! The golden heart beat rapidly a few times. In an instant, the medicinal effects of the body-refining flower were completely absorbed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen felt his body grow stronger. Unknowingly, his cultivation level had increased from the early stage of the 4th level to the middle stage of the 4th level. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the body-refining flower, Fang Chen looked around and realized that he was still in the underground palace. However, at the very front of the underground palace, there was a coffin. Could the secret be in the coffin? Fang Chen was puzzled, but he didn't stop. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the coffin. Just as Fang Chen was about to open the coffin, the lid of the coffin suddenly shook. In the next moment, a red aura emerged from the coffin. Kike's sinister laugh directly entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen turned pale with fright. He immediately gathered all the strength in his body and punched the coffin. With a bang, Fang Chen's body was pushed back. At the same time, the coffin opened and a skeletal figure slowly emerged from the coffin. Fang Chen was shocked. He could feel a strong bloody aura coming from the skeleton. "Keek, someone actually discovered this place," the skeleton said sinisterly. "Who are you?" Fang Chen asked coldly. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, Jin Liuyun, 7th day, and the others all appeared outside the maze and discovered the skeleton. Fang Chen, 7th day, was also surprised. He didn't expect Fang Chen to be the first disciple to leave the maze. However, in the next moment, 7th day discovered the skeleton in the coffin. "Who is he?" 7th day asked. "I don't know. I also just discovered it," Fang Chen said solemnly. "Keek, So many humans have come to die. The skeleton exuded a murderous aura and said coldly, "All of you will die. Yellow Spring sect will rise again." The skeleton said hoarsely, "Not good. Run." No one knew who shouted, but the crowd immediately started running away. However, the skeleton's strength was clearly very strong. The bones in his palm shook slightly, and a chi blade appeared in front of everyone. "What chi transformation realm expert?" Everyone turned pale with fright and started to flee. Fang Chen was also fleeing. A chi transformation realm expert was not something that chi cultivation realm experts like them could compare to. "Go to hell." The skeleton snorted coldly. The chi blade in the air instantly bombarded the bodies of several disciples. Immediately, their bodies were cut in half. The scene was very bloody. "Run." The skeleton killed several chi cultivation realm disciples with a flip of his hand. This scene caused Seventh Day and the others' faces to change drastically. At this moment, Seventh Day and the others were rushing towards the exit of the tomb. At the far left of the palace, there was an obvious exit. If they could escape, they might still have a chance of survival. "All of you, go to hell." The crimson skeleton's body creaked as it came out of the coffin. Then, it spat out a mist that surrounded the bodies of the disciples. "Ah!" The disciples let out miserable cries as their bodies turned into a pile of white bones. It was very frightening. "I can't die here." Jin Liuyun, who was fleeing, had a face full of shock as he quickly ran away. Bang! Bang! Apart from Seventh Day, Jin Liuyun, Fang Chen, and Yi Lin, the rest of the people were killed by the mist that the crimson skeleton spat out. A few good subordinates. The crimson skeleton seemed to have changed its mind and wanted to control these people to be its subordinates. Its withered face was filled with a sinister expression. With a wave of its hand, a strong smell of blood instantly appeared in the palace and enveloped everyone. Senior brother Li, just as Li Guanglong was about to escape, he suddenly felt a force coming from behind him. In the next moment, Li Guanglong felt his body flying forward uncontrollably. "Senior brother Li, I'm sorry." Yi Lin's voice rang out. She pushed Li Guanglong's body in front of the mist and temporarily blocked it. At the same time, Yi Lin's delicate body instantly escaped from the tomb. The moment Yi Lin escaped, Li Guanglong let out a miserable cry. Then, he was corroded by the mist and died instantly. After Yi Lin escaped, Jin Liuyun and Seventh Day's eyes lit up as they prepared to escape. Their gazes were directed towards Fang Chen. The two of them were in front of Fang Chen and directly blocked Fang Chen's advance. "Fang Chen, stay here." Jin Liuyun roared and punched out, forcing Fang Chen back. Then, he rushed towards the exit of the tomb. Crash. After Fang Chen was forced back, he prepared to escape. However, the power of the Qi transformation realm instantly suppressed him, making him unable to move at all. "Am I going to die here?" Fang Chen was very unwilling. Hiss. Hiss. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a mist suddenly appeared and enveloped Fang Chen. Then, it directly drilled into Fang Chen's mind. "To have such tyrannical strength at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, you are a genius. I need a subordinate like you." After the bloody skeleton finished speaking, the mist around Fang Chen instantly dissipated. Fang Chen's eyes were dull. He had already been controlled by the bloody skeleton. "Let's go." Seeing Fang Chen being controlled, Jin Liuyun was even more terrified. He was only one step away from escaping. However, the bloody skeleton didn't give them a chance. "You want to escape from me? Dream on." The bloody skeleton snorted coldly and stretched out its hand, instantly grabbing Seventh Day and Jin Liuyun. "No." Jin Liuyun tried to resist, but it was useless. When the mist enveloped the two of them, their minds were also controlled. "Master." Fang Chen and the other two cupped their hands at the bloody skeleton. "My injuries haven't healed yet. Starting today, the three of you are my subordinates. You will listen to my orders. In the future, when the Yellow Springs sect rises again, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth," said the bloody skeleton hoarsely. "Yes, Master." The three of them nodded. Although one of them had escaped, the bloody skeleton didn't think she could do anything. Damn it, one of them escaped. Looks like we can't stay here for long, said the bloody skeleton softly. Then it led Fang Chen and the other two out of the tomb. After Yi Lin took out the tomb, she quickly walked away. It didn't take long for them to leave the tomb. 2 hours later, Yi Lin left the Liangyun mountain range and appeared in Liangyun city. Yi Lin didn't stop at all. She directly went to the Qingfeng sword sect. The first thing Yi Lin did upon returning to the Qingfeng sword sect was to find her master. When she found Elder Liu and told him what had happened, Elder Liu fell into deep thought. You're saying that you found a bloody skeleton in the tomb that claimed to be from the Yellow Springs sect? Asked Elder Liu. Master, that bloody skeleton's strength has reached the Qi transformation realm. We're not its match. Jin Liuyun, 7th day, senior apprentice brother Li Guanglong, and the others were all killed. I was only lucky to escape, said Yi Lin frantically. Chapter 25. Master, what should we do now? Yi Lin asked. Yi Lin was glad that she was able to escape from the bloody skeleton. However, her master didn't know that she was only able to escape because of Li Guanglong. Cultivate in the sect for now. I'm going out for a while, Elder Liu said. Then, Elder Liu left. Back then, when the Yellow Spring sect was besieged, I didn't expect them to still be alive. I wonder if this member of the Yellow Spring sect has the 9 bends underworld technique. Elder Liu thought to himself as he sped along. Many years ago, the Yellow Spring sect developed rapidly and quickly became one of the most powerful sects in the entire ancient Sword continent. However, because the Yellow Spring sect was an evil organization, all the forces in the ancient Sword continent joined forces to besiege the Yellow Spring sect. In the end, the Yellow Spring sect was destroyed and the sect master and all the disciples were killed. The reason why the Yellow Spring sect was able to dominate the ancient Sword continent back then was because they had the 9 bends underworld technique, a technique that shook the entire continent and made countless warriors tremble in fear. It was said that if one could obtain the 9 bends underworld technique, their strength would skyrocket and they would even have the chance to stand at the peak of the ancient Sword continent. However, the 9 bends Yellow Springs technique was a vicious technique. After a normal martial artist cultivated it, it would definitely affect their mind. However, the disciples of the Yellow Springs sect didn't have such side effects. The Yellow Springs sect had been around for a very long time. Even Elder Liu had only heard of it from others. Now that he heard that a disciple of the Yellow Springs sect had appeared again, Elder Liu couldn't help but be tempted. The reason why he didn't let Yi Lin talk about the Yellow Spring sect was because Elder Liu wanted to go to the tomb alone and kill the disciple of the Yellow Spring sect to see if he could obtain the 9 bends underworld technique. As long as I can obtain the 9 bends underworld technique, I can become the strongest person in the entire Qingfeng sword sect, or even in Cyan Cloud County. Elder Liu's eyes flashed with a trace of passion. 2 days later, Elder Liu appeared in the Liangyun mountain range, 100 miles away from Liangyun city. Following the route provided by Yi Lin, he went directly to the peak of the mountain. After sensing for a moment, Elder Liu found the underground tomb. It's here. After Elder Liu entered the tomb, he entered a maze. Petty tricks. Elder Liu snorted coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy turned into a waterfall and bombarded the walls of the maze. Suddenly, the maze was broken and the coffin appeared in front of Elder Liu. Elder Liu could sense that there was an evil aura emanating from the coffin, and a smile appeared on his face. It really is the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. Elder Liu quickly walked towards the coffin. However, when Elder Liu walked up to the coffin, he discovered that there was no one inside. Yes. Could it be that the bloody skeleton left after alerting the enemy? Elder Liu was a little puzzled. At this moment, a hoarse voice entered Elder Liu's ears. Are you looking for me? As soon as the voice fell, the blood-red skeleton instantly appeared in the tomb. Behind it, 3 figures followed. They were Jin Liuyun, 7th day, and Fang Chen. I was wondering who it was. So it's a small fry from the Yellow Springs sect. It seems that the minds of the 3 of them have been controlled by you. Elder Liu sneered when he saw the blood-red skeleton. Elder Liu was also a Qi transformation realm expert, so he was fearless when facing the blood-red skeleton who was also in the Qi transformation realm. You're courting death. The blood-red skeleton snorted coldly and directly gave the order. The three figures behind it immediately exploded with tyrannical attacks and surrounded Elder Liu. Petty tricks. Elder Liu roared and waved the long sword in his hand. Rays of sword light directly caused the entire tomb to tremble. The 3 rays of sword light pierced into the bodies of Jin Liuyun and the other 2. Immediately, the 3 of them were sent flying. Fang Chen's body heavily crashed into the wall of the tomb. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was incomparably pale. Useless thing. Seeing this scene, the blood-red skeleton snorted coldly and said disdainfully. At the same time, the blood-red skeleton also attacked. Rumble. As soon as the blood-red skeleton attacked, it erupted with incomparably tyrannical power. It clenched its fists tightly and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. A majestic fist light appeared. Elder Liu and the blood-red skeleton fought intensely while Jin Liuyun and the 7th heaven stood there quietly, their eyes wooden. At this moment, Fang Chen had just stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were a bit dull and he was just about to walk over to Jin Liuyun. Suddenly, the golden heart beat rapidly a few times. Then, a clear stream appeared. After this clear stream appeared, it did not spread to his limbs and bones. Instead, it all entered Fang Chen's mind. Hiss. After this clear stream entered Fang Chen's mind, it directly surrounded the Xiao Hei point in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, Fang Chen's face was filled with struggle. However, the others didn't notice it. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. Then, Fang Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Fortunately, I have the golden heart. Otherwise, I would have really become the puppet of the blood-red skeleton. Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for the golden heart helping him at the critical moment, he would have become the puppet of the blood-red skeleton. Fang Chen glanced at Jin Liuyun and the 7th heaven without batting an eyelid. He realized that the 2 of them were still wooden. Looks like they aren't as lucky as me. Fang Chen pretended to be controlled. His eyes returned to being wooden, but his mind was quickly thinking of a way to escape. Rumble. In the tomb, the battle between the 2 had entered a white-hot stage. Damn it, if it weren't for my injuries, I would have killed you long ago. The blood-red skeleton was furious and roared. Remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, today is the day you die. Elder Liu roared and the 2 of them fought again. Time passed bit by bit. Fang Chen's body inadvertently moved toward the exit of the tomb. After about 15 minutes, Fang Chen finally found the right opportunity. His figure flashed and directly rushed out of the tomb. Crash! Fang Chen's body disappeared. The blood-red skeleton, who was fighting fiercely, was shocked when it realized that it had lost contact with Fang Chen. Go and capture him. The blood-red skeleton ordered while fighting. Yes, Master. Jin Liuyun and the 7th heaven quickly left the tomb to look for Fang Chen. After Fang Chen left the tomb, he quickly rushed into the distance. In a short while, he had completely left the mountain where the tomb was located. When Fang Chen appeared in the range of Liang Yuncheng, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Jin Liuyun and the 7th heaven searched for a long time, but they didn't find Fang Chen. The 2 of them shook their heads and finally returned to the tomb. At this moment, the battle in the tomb had already ended. The blood-red skeleton sat cross-legged with some injuries on its body. In front of it, Elder Liu stood quietly. His eyes were dull and expressionless. Old thing, if I didn't have this supreme treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. As it spoke, the blood-red skeleton took out a triangular metal plate. It was because of this metal plate that the blood-red skeleton defeated Elder Liu and controlled him. However, although it was a little injured, the blood-red skeleton was still very happy. This was because it had obtained a Qi transformation realm puppet today. That kid escaped. We can't stay here for long. The blood-red skeleton gritted its teeth when it thought of Fang Chen. However, in the end, the blood-red skeleton still left the tomb with the 3 puppets. Fang Chen rushed back to the Green Edge Sword sect without stopping to rest. He then went straight to look for his revered master. Fang Chen, didn't you go to do a mission? Did you already finish it? The 9th Elders was very happy to see Fang Chen. Master, when we went to explore the tomb this time, We didn't expect to encounter the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen said. What? The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? The ninth elder's expression turned serious when he heard about the Yellow Spring sect. That's right. After we entered the tomb. Fang Chen carefully told the ninth elders what happened in the tomb. The ninth elder's expression changed slightly. The Yellow Spring sect that had shocked the entire ancient Sword continent was finally destroyed by the combined forces of all the factions. Who would have thought that after so many years, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect would once again rise from the ashes? Fang Chen, this matter is very important. I have to discuss it with the other higher-ups of the sect. The ninth elders said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded. This matter was not something he could handle. Cultivate well. After saying that, the ninth elder left. On the way back, Fang Chen saw Yi Lin. Yes, Yi Lin. But Fang Chen instantly understood. Yi Lin must have told Elder Liu about this matter. Elder Liu clearly hadn't told the higher-ups of the sect. Could it be that Elder Liu is plotting something? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. When Fang Chen saw Yi Lin also noticed Fang Chen. When she saw Fang Chen, Yi Lin's expression clearly showed surprise. She immediately walked over to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect you to come back alive. Where are the others? Yi Lin asked. Dead. Fang Chen indifferently said. What? They're all dead. Yi Lin pretended to exclaim. Fang Chen coldly snorted. Yi Lin was simply a vicious woman. She always wanted to use others. For her own life, she didn't hesitate to let Li Guanglong die. Seeing Fang Chen preparing to leave, Yi Lin stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen, please don't tell anyone about this matter. Yi Lin said in a low voice. Yi Lin originally thought that since everyone was dead, no one would know that she had caused Li Guanglong's death. But she hadn't expected that Fang Chen would actually come back alive. I'll first keep this brat here. Once I find an opportunity to kill him, no one will know about this matter. Yi Lin thought to herself. Fang Chen, as long as you agree, I can agree to any of your requests, including your body. Yi Lin whispered. Chapter 26. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your body. The piercing voice entered Yi Lin's ears, and a sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of her heart. Yi Lin dared to guarantee that this was the most humiliating sentence she had ever heard in her life. However, when facing Fang Chen, she actually did not have the courage to make a move. This was because the trash that she kept calling trash had unknowingly surpassed her. You. Yi Lin was flustered, and her face was filled with rage. She wanted nothing more than to chop Fang Chen into pieces, but her rationality told her that she could not do so. Therefore, Yi Lin chose to endure. Fang Chen, don't go too far. If worse comes to worst, I won't stop you from being with my sister. Yi Lin calmed herself down and said. A look of disgust appeared on Fang Chen's face. How shameless must she be to say such words? Fang Chen sneered and did not say anything else. He turned around and left. Seeing Fang Chen's back as he left, Yi Lin's face turned ferocious, and a cold killing intent flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Yi Lin felt threatened. She did not want to wait any longer. She wanted to kill Fang Chen once and for all. Only the dead could keep secrets forever. Fang Chen, I will definitely kill you. Yi Lin said coldly. At night, in a dark room in a pavilion in the inner sect, a man and a woman looked at each other. The man's face had a demonic look, while the woman's face had a seductive look. After a long while, the woman spoke. Senior brother Shangguan, Yi Lin said coquettishly. Junior sister Yi Lin, it's already so late. Why are you looking for me? Shangguan Bu asked. Shangguan Bu was one of the top 50 disciples in the inner sect. He had reached the 5th level of the Qi cultivation realm. Although he was only at the beginning of the 5th level, he was still considered one of the strongest in the inner sect. Of course, the reason why Yi Lin came to find Shangguan Bu was because Shangguan Bu was known for his lecherous nature in the inner sect. As long as it was a beautiful woman, Shangguan Bu would pursue her. In the past, Shangguan Bu had pursued Bing Ling. However, he had been beaten up by Bing Ling to the point that he could not even recognize the road. Since then, Shangguan Biyu had restrained himself. However, after seeing Yi Lin, Shangguan Biyu's lecherous heart once again became restless. Yi Lin also saw this in Shangguan Biyu, which was why she came to find Shangguan Biyu senior brother Shangguan, outer sect disciple Fang Chen, who just entered the inner sect, offended me. I want to kill him. Can you help me? Yi Lin went straight to the point. Is Fang Chen a disciple who just entered the inner sanctum? Shangguan Biyu asked, slightly puzzled. That's right. He just entered the inner sect not long ago. As long as senior brother Shangguan can help me, I can do anything, Yi Lin said. Hearing the words anything, a strange smile appeared on Shangguan Biyu's face. Junior sister Yi Lin must be joking. Your matter is my matter, Shangguan Biyu's matter. Shangguan Biyu immediately expressed his stance. Then I'll have to thank senior brother Shangguan, Yi Lin said. Early the next morning, an important piece of news spread throughout the inner sect. Shangguan Biyu wanted to challenge new disciple Fang Chen. This news spread like a kite, and all the inner sect disciples heard it. Outside Fang Chen's pavilion, a grey-robed Shangguan Biyu was quietly standing there. His body emitted a fiendish aura. Quick, look. Isn't that senior brother Shangguan Biyu? Could it be that he really wants to challenge Fang Chen? What kind of joke is this? How could Fang Chen be a match for senior brother Shangguan Biyu? That's right. One of them is at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while the other is at the 5th level of Qi refinement. There's no way to compare them. Shangguan Biyu spoke amidst the discussion of the disciples. Fang Chen, get your ass out here right now. Shangguan Biyu's voice was very loud as he roared furiously. Fang Chen, who was resting in the pavilion, was obviously shocked by Shangguan Biyu's voice. He frowned slightly and immediately walked out of the pavilion. Who are you? Fang Chen asked in a low voice when he saw Shangguan Biyu. You're Fang Chen? Shangguan Biyu asked when he saw Fang Chen. That's right. I'm Fang Chen, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Shangguan Biyu sneered. Do you dare to accept? Just as Fang Chen was about to speak, he saw Yi Lin standing behind Shangguan Biyu with a seductive look on her face. His eyes turned cold and he instantly understood the reason behind this. You want to challenge me? Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent towards Yi Lin. That's right. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Shangguan Biyu asked loudly. A battle to the death, Fang Chen said calmly. You choose the time. After Fang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and entered the pavilion. Shangguan Biyu didn't react until Fang Chen entered the pavilion. He was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would actually challenge him to a battle to the death. You dare to challenge me, Shangguan Biyu? Fine, I'll accompany you in a battle to the death, said Shangguan Biyu. Behind Shangguan Biyu, Yi Lin was secretly delighted. A battle to the death would allow Shangguan Biyu to kill Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'll see you in the life and death arena in 3 days. Shangguan Biyu turned and left. News of Fang Chen and Shangguan Biyu's battle to the death instantly spread. Countless inner sect disciples weren't optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. They thought that Fang Chen was too impulsive. The entire inner sect was bustling with noise and excitement. However, on the same night, the 9th elders went to find Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I've already reported the matter of the Yellow Spring sect's remnants to the sect. The sect has sent several elders, but, said the 9th elders. But what? Asked Fang Chen. But the blood skeleton you spoke of has already disappeared. They haven't found any clues, said the 9th elders. Fang Chen nodded. This was reasonable. The blood skeleton clearly hadn't recovered from its injuries. It definitely wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. However, you have to be careful, warned the 9th elders. Fang Chen was puzzled as he looked at the 9th elders. You've already come into contact with the blood skeleton. Your body definitely has its aura. If you encounter it in the future, the blood skeleton will definitely be able to find you. So you have to be careful, said the 9th elders. Many thanks for the reminder, Master. Fang Chen nodded. Right, I heard that you're going to have a battle to the death with Shangguan Biyu, suddenly asked the 9th elders. Fang Chen nodded. Yes, Master. It's your choice, and I respect it. Are you confident in winning? Asked the ninth elders. 50%, said Fang Chen. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the ninth elders was clearly a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to have such a high chance of winning. In truth, even Fang Chen said 50% was too low. However, Fang Chen didn't want to explain. Good. As expected of a genius who could cultivate the golden light sword. Don't worry and go fight. I'll handle everything. The ninth elders took out 3 medicinal pills and handed them to Fang Chen. Then he floated away. Fang Chen looked at the 3 white medicinal pills in his hand. He was pleasantly surprised. Body tempering pill, cried Fang Chen. He hadn't expected his master to give him a body tempering pill. The body tempering pill was a middle-tier mortal-grade medicinal pill. It was considered a relatively precious medicinal pill. The ninth elders took out 3 of them at once. With these body tempering pills, I'm confident that I can take another step forward, said Fang Chen. For the next 3 days, Fang Chen rested at night and cultivated in the cultivation room during the day. As time passed, the number of spirit stones in Fang Chen's pocket decreased. After 3 whole days, Fang Chen had consumed all 3 body tempering pills. At this time, Fang Chen had reached the late 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. I'm confident that I can defeat Shangguan Bu now, said Fang Chen. In 3 days, Fang Chen had gained a lot. Although he had consumed 3 body tempering pills, his strength had improved greatly. He spent 3 whole days in the cultivation room. If it was before, Fang Chen wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones now. But even so, he had used up nearly 5,000 spirit stones in 3 days. When the 3rd day came, Fang Chen finally came out of the cultivation room. In the inner sect, there was a pond in a garden. In the middle of the pond, there was a pavilion. In the pavilion, there were 3 men and 1 woman. One of them was Shangguan Bu, the other was Yi Lin, and the other 2 were inner sect disciples who had a good relationship with Shangguan Bu. The new disciples these days are getting more and more arrogant. They actually dare to challenge you, Shangguan. One of the disciples laughed. And it's a battle to the death. They really don't know how to write the word death. Another disciple sneered. Mph, he's just a disciple who doesn't know what's good for him. This battle will be his last battle. Shangguan Bu sneered. Yi Lin looked at Shangguan Bu flirtatiously and said, Senior brother Shangguan, it's time. Let's go to the life and death arena. There's no hurry. Let the new disciple wait for a while. Shangguan Bu sneered. Inner sect, life and death arena. At this moment, many inner sect disciples had gathered below the life and death arena. These disciples were all here to watch the battle between Fang Chen and Shangguan Bu. Look, Fang Chen is here. Suddenly, someone said. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the crowd. All the disciples' eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Fang Chen stepped onto the life and death arena step by step, waiting for Shangguan Bu's arrival. I didn't expect Fang Chen to dare to come. If I were him, I would have found a chance to escape. That's right. Shangguan Bu's strength is extraordinary. What a fool. There's only one result for challenging Shangguan Bu, and that's death. Many disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. After all, Fang Chen had just entered the inner sect not long ago, and Shangguan Bu was a veteran in the inner sect. While Fang Chen was waiting on the life and death arena, a group of people arrived outside the Qingfeng sword sect. The person leading the group was a middle-aged man. His face was filled with anxiety. Qingfeng sword sect, they're finally here. The leader said. Manager Li, young Master Fang should be inside. Let's go in. A warrior behind Manager Li said. Chapter 27. Qingfeng sword sect, inner sect, arena of life and death. The arena of life and death was located on a mountain peak in the inner sect. At the peak of the mountain, there was a huge arena of life and death. There was an empty space around the arena of life and death. Inner sect disciples would only enter the arena of life and death when there was an irreconcilable conflict between them. Once they entered the arena of life and death, it was a matter of life and death. Ever since Fang Chen entered the inner sect, he had been bullied by Yi Lin and the others. This time, Fang Chen chose the arena of life and death to serve as a deterrent. Of course, Fang Chen did not blindly choose the arena of life and death because he was very confident in himself. At this moment, there were many inner sect disciples around the arena of life and death. On the arena of life and death, Fang Chen stood quietly. It has been a long time since there was an arena of life and death. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would dare to challenge Shangguan Bu? Yeah, Fang Chen was called trash when he was in the outer sect. Who would have thought that he would be so strong now? Do you guys think that there will be an accident in this arena of life and death? How is that possible? You know how strong Shangguan Bu is. He is in the 5th realm of qi cultivation. Fang Chen can't be compared to him. Just as the disciples were talking, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared on the mountain peak. Shangguan Bu's appearance caused an uproar. Behind Shangguan Bu stood Yi Lin in a red dress. At this moment, Yi Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent. She could almost see the scene of Shangguan Bu killing Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you will definitely die this time. Yi Lin thought to herself. Shangguan Bu stepped forward and stepped onto the arena of life and death. His face was filled with a wild smile. Fang Chen, who would have thought that you would dare to appear here? Shangguan Bu said sinisterly. Fang Chen did not say anything. His dark eyes stared at Shangguan Bu. The moment Fang Chen stepped onto the arena of life and death, he knew that only one person could leave this place alive. Just as Shangguan Bu arrived, a few more whizzing sounds could be heard from afar. The crowd noticed that a few inner court elders had also appeared. Among them, the 9th elder and 8th elder were the elders. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he understood. The 9th elder's disciple was Fang Chen, while the 8th elder's disciple was Shangguan Bu. As masters, they would naturally come. Elders. All the inner disciples clasped their hands and greeted the 2 elders. Elders, 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 elders. Elders, 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 sect, 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 elders, elders, disciples, 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 elders, 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 elders. 8th elder, what do you think? Asked the 9th elder. Although Shangguan Bu is my disciple, I won't interfere if he dies in the arena of life and death, said the 8th elder. That's good, said the 9th elder. With the arrival of the 2 elders, the arena of life and death was about to begin. Fang Chen, today I'll kill you in front of everyone. Shangguan Bu sinisterly smiled. Sorry, but I also want to kill you. Fang Chen smiled. Then let me see what you're capable of. Shangguan Bu sinisterly shouted. His body flickered and he clenched his fists, gathering all the energy in his body into his fists. Roar. 5 roars shook the heavens. The power of a 5th stage qi refinement cultivator was completely unleashed at this moment. What are you going to use to block my 5 bulls' strength? Shangguan Bu taunted as he attacked. Rumble. In the sky, Shangguan Bu's fist was enlarged by 10 times. A fist aura suddenly floated out from his fist, carrying with it an extremely powerful aura. It instantly attacked Fang Chen. Refining fist. At this moment, Fang Chen unleashed the body refining fist without any hesitation. The body refining fist of level 9 perfection, coupled with Fang Chen's incomparably tyrannical strength, smashed directly onto the gigantic fist light. Dong. A loud sound rang out from the arena of life and death. Following that, Fang Chen's fist aura was directly blown away by the enormous fist aura. However, in the next moment, the enormous fist aura slowly dissipated. Fang Chen's body retreated a few steps, trying to stabilize his body. A heart-wrenching pain spread from his fist. Is this the power of a 5th stage qi refinement cultivator? This was the first time Fang Chen fought with a 5th stage qi refinement cultivator. Although it was only a single exchange, Fang Chen already knew that Shangguan Bu's strength was much more powerful than he had imagined. Not bad. To be able to block my fist, you are qualified for me to attack. Shangguan Bu withdrew his fist, a strange smile on his face as he spoke slowly. At this moment, Fang Chen took out his light sword and looked at Shangguan Bu cautiously. Dragon Tiger Sword Technique. A long sword suddenly appeared in Shangguan Biyu's hand. It was also a low-tier mortal weapon. Following Shangguan Biyu's angry roar, the mortal weapon in his hand continuously danced in the air. Following that, a dragon's roar instantly rang out from the mortal weapon. In an instant, the entire arena of life and death was enveloped by a majestic aura. Many of the inner sect disciples below the arena of life and death felt a wave of pressure. Not bad. The Dragon Tiger Sword technique has been cultivated to such a level. Seeing his disciple display the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, the eighth elder's face was full of smiles as he nodded. Golden Light Sword technique, sixth sword. Feeling the power of the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, Fang Chen did not hesitate to display the Golden Light Sword technique. The moment the sixth sword technique was displayed, a golden light burst out. Crash! Within the golden light, there was an extremely powerful sword chi that suddenly bombarded the Dragon Tiger Sword technique. Bang! 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 The Golden Light Sword technique was extremely powerful. When it clashed with the Dragon Tiger Sword technique, it was actually evenly matched. What? It's actually the Golden Light Sword technique. Seeing Fang Chen display the Golden Light Sword technique, even the eighth elder's face was filled with shock. Eighth elder, this is the reason why I accepted Fang Chen as my disciple. The ninth elder slowly said, a trace of excitement in his eyes. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to cultivate the Golden Light Sword technique to the sixth sword technique in such a short period of time. He was truly a sword genius. If I'm not wrong, what Fang Chen just displayed should be the sixth sword technique. But I don't understand. How did Fang Chen learn the last four swords of the Golden Light Sword technique? The eighth elder was a little puzzled as he asked. Fang Chen once accidentally entered Xie Tiannan's cultivation area. The ninth elder briefly explained. Hearing the name Xie Tiannan, the eighth elder's face was a little moved. He even wondered if Fang Chen could become the next Xie Tiannan. Just as the two elders were talking, a loud explosion occurred in the life and death arena. Shangguan Biyu also did not expect that his Dragon Tiger Sword technique would not be able to defeat Fang Chen. Damn it! Shangguan Biyu's face was filled with anger. As a disciple at the fifth level of the Qi refinement realm, he found it so difficult to deal with a disciple at the fourth level of the Qi refinement realm. This was a disgrace. Fang Chen, go die! Shangguan Biyu roared. The mortal weapon in his hand suddenly let out a sword cry. In the next moment, Shangguan Biyu displayed his strongest sword technique. Dragon Tiger Sword technique, Tiger Sword. Suddenly, a tiger's roar swept through the entire life and death arena. Countless inner court disciples were shocked. The Dragon Tiger Sword technique was a substandard cultivation technique. Its power was incomparably tyrannical and was much stronger than ordinary cultivation techniques. The reason why Fang Chen was able to block Shangguan Biyu's dragon sword was because he had cultivated the Golden Light Sword technique. However, the Golden Light Sword technique was only an ordinary cultivation technique. Only by successfully cultivating all 7 swords of the Golden Light Sword technique would one be able to display the might of a substandard cultivation technique. Golden Light Sword technique. Seeing Shangguan Biyu display the Tiger Sword, Fang Chen did not hesitate and displayed the Golden Light Sword technique once again. However, the result this time was out of Fang Chen's expectations. When the Golden Light Sword collided with the Tiger Sword, it instantly shattered. Ha ha ha, Fang Chen, let's see what you have to block my Tiger Sword. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Biyu's face was filled with an arrogant smile as he spoke loudly. Bang! Fang Chen's body rapidly retreated. His face revealed a trace of determination. The Golden Light Sword technique cannot block the Tiger Sword. Fang Chen quickly said. At this moment, a trace of coldness flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. Following this, Fang Chen put away his light sword and gently closed his eyes. What is Fang Chen doing? Could it be that he has given up? He must have given up. The Dragon Tiger Sword technique is not something that he can block. Many disciples exclaimed. Even the 9th elders had a trace of worry on his face. He did not understand why Fang Chen suddenly stopped resisting. Below the life and death ring, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a trace of pride. Fang Chen, you're dead this time. Yi Lin thought to herself. At this moment, Fang Chen did not pay any attention to the golden light sword that was rapidly approaching him. In his mind, scenes appeared one after another. These scenes were all from the depths of the Blackwind mountain range. They were scenes on the walls of the cave within the restriction. A man was waving his fingers. Rays of finger light sword were constantly bombarding out. Finger intent surrounded his body. Artistic conception. In Fang Chen's mind, the artistic conception of the finger technique appeared. Meteor finger. Scenes quickly flashed through his mind. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly had an epiphany and instantly executed the meteor finger. Previously, Fang Chen did not understand why he was unable to cultivate the meteor finger. But after the epiphany just now, Fang Chen finally understood. At this moment, the inferior grade cultivation technique, meteor finger, was instantly executed. In front of Fang Chen, Shangguan Biyu was holding an ordinary weapon. His face was filled with excitement as he ruthlessly stabbed towards Fang Chen. However, just as his sword was about to come into contact with Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, Fang Chen stretched out his finger. Then, a strange aura instantly enveloped his body. The chant of the meteor finger was activated. The first finger of the meteor finger. A bright ray of light shot out from Fang Chen's finger. Suddenly, the surroundings were suppressed. When the 8th elder and the 9th elders saw this ray of light, their hearts were in turmoil. Chapter 28. The inner disciples below the life and death arena were shocked because they couldn't believe that Fang Chen could unleash such a tyrannical attack. As for the 8th and 9th elders, they were shocked because Fang Chen's finger technique actually contained a trace of intent. Although it only contained a trace of intent, it was enough to shock the two old men. No, that trace of intent doesn't belong to him, so why did it appear in his technique? The two elders were puzzled. At this moment, on the life and death arena, Fang Chen's finger suddenly pressed down on Shangguan Biyu Rumble. A majestic finger light, carrying a trace of intent, instantly collided with the tiger sword, exploding out with a crisp sound. Catcher. After the two collided, everyone thought that there would be an earth-shaking sound. However, they didn't expect that the finger light would directly defeat the tiger sword with a speed that exceeded everyone's expectations. Poochie, that finger light seemed to cut through glass. After destroying the tiger sword, it fiercely shot into Shangguan Biyu's chest. Bang! Shangguan Biyu's body heavily fell to the ground and instantly lost his life. Crash! The entire life and death arena was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked by this scene and couldn't react for a while. Sigh. Only the 8th elder helplessly sighed when he saw his disciple die. Shangguan Biyu's death wasn't unjust. Although his dragon tiger sword technique was incomparably tyrannical, the power of intent wasn't something he could withstand. Fang Chen's meteor finger only contained a trace of intent, but it was already so tyrannical. Crash! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and withdrew his finger. His eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The power of intent is so tyrannical? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Unfortunately, the power of intent didn't belong to him. If he hadn't seen the intent on the wall, he wouldn't have been able to display such a powerful technique. Meteor finger is really tyrannical. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. There was a huge difference between substandard cultivation techniques and ordinary cultivation techniques. After a while, the disciples below the life and death ring recovered from their shock. Heavens! Fang Chen actually killed Shangguan Biyu. Am I dreaming? Senior brother Shangguan Biyu couldn't defeat Fang Chen even after using the Dragon Tiger Sword art. When did Fang Chen become so powerful? Fang Chen's battle prowess is enough to rank him among the top 50 inner disciples. That's terrifying. Yes, Fang Chen rose to prominence. Many disciples were discussing in disbelief. The 8th elder's figure flashed as he appeared in the life and death arena. He glanced at Fang Chen and said, "In this life and death battle, Shangguan Biyu was defeated by Fang Chen and died in battle. This matter ends here." After the 8th elder finished speaking, he took Shangguan Biyu's corpse and left the life and death ring. After that, the 9th elder came to Fang Chen's side and nodded at Fang Chen with satisfaction. "Fang Chen, your performance really surprised me," the 9th elder said with a smile. "Don't worry. Although you killed Shangguan Bu, with me here, no one will dare to touch you. The ninth elder added. After Fang Chen and the ninth elder left, the entire life and death ring was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless martial artists were discussing this matter. And from today onwards, Fang Chen had truly become an inner disciple. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a top inner disciple. However, Fang Chen's outstanding performance had already attracted the attention of many inner disciples. Even Bing Ling, who was in the top 10 of the inner disciples, was a little surprised when she heard the news. She didn't expect that the outer disciple, who couldn't even defeat Li Guanglong, would suddenly become one of the top 50 inner disciples. What a mysterious guy. Bing Ling's face didn't show any surprise, but she thought to herself. After Fang Chen killed Shangguan Bu, the one who was most afraid was Yi Lin. In order to prevent Fang Chen from taking revenge, Yi Lin rushed through the night and directly left the Azure Edge Sword sect to return to the Yi clan. In a courtyard in the inner sect, Fang Chen had just sent off many inner disciples who had come to visit him. Unexpectedly, another group of people came. Again. Fang Chen was a little speechless. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the people who had come. His face revealed a trace of excitement. Manager Li, why are you here? Fang Chen saw Manager Li and a few members of the Fang family behind him. Young Master Fang, this time we are here under the orders of the Patriarch to bring you back. Manager Li said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned and immediately asked, did something happen in the family? No. Manager Li said. Hearing Manager Li's words, Fang Chen's anxious heart finally calmed down. Since the Patriarch wants me to return, then there must be something important. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do in the Azure Edge Sword sect. Let's set off immediately. Fang Chen said. It had been a long time since he had returned to the Fang family. Fang Chen also planned to go back and take a look. At the same time, he also planned to settle the matter of his marriage. Afterwards, Fang Chen informed his master, the 9 elders, and then followed Manager Li back to the Fang family. The Fang family was located in a city called Black Cloud City. There were 2 great families in Black Cloud City. The Fang family was one of them, and the other was the Yi family. Back when the Fang family was at its peak, the 2 family heads had decided to unite by marriage. In the end, Fang Chen and Yi Zi had been engaged when they were still in their mother's womb. However, as Fang Chen grew up, the Yi family gradually came to know that Fang Chen was trash, and Yi Zi was a genius. Moreover, during this period of time, the Yi family had been secretly recruiting, and their strength was gradually increasing. On the contrary, because of the death of the Fang family's patriarch, the Fang family's overall strength had decreased greatly, and gradually began to decline. At this time, the Yi family no longer relied on the Fang family. They were dissatisfied with the Fang family, and repeatedly tried to get rid of the Fang family to take over Black Cloud City. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, the Fang family had some foundation, and it was not something that the Yi family could destroy. The Yi family was very opposed to the marriage. They felt that Fang Chen was not worthy of the Yi family's princess, Yi Zi. In order to prevent the Yi family from making a move on Fang Chen, the Fang family directly sent Fang Chen to the Azure Edge Sword sect. Along the way, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Although the Fang family was not related to him in any way, ever since he had taken over Fang Chen's body and resurrected, he had become part of the Fang family. Fang Chen integrated himself into this world. Moreover, from the depths of his heart, he had a deep affection for the Fang family. On the way back, Fang Chen didn't say anything. Black Cloud City was very far from Clearwind City. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Fang Chen's group finally arrived at Black Cloud City. Young Master Fang, Black Cloud City is up ahead, said Steward Li. Let's go in. Fang Chen's expression was absent-minded for a moment before he said in a low voice. After they entered Black Cloud City, they saw a group of onlookers on the streets. They didn't know what was going on. Steward Li, what's going on up ahead? Asked Fang Chen. Young Master Fang, let's go take a look, said Steward Li. Soon after, they arrived at where the onlookers were. In the crowd of onlookers, there were 2 men. One was wearing luxurious clothes, his face full of arrogance. The other was wearing plain clothes, his face full of anger. Yi Zhanga, you've gone too far. Black Cloud City isn't under your Yi family's control, said the plainclothed man angrily. Fang Sheng, you piece of trash. You're already 18, but you're only at the 3rd level of qi refining. What a disgrace. The man called Yi Zhanga sneered. What does my strength have to do with you? Said Fang Sheng coldly. Fang Sheng was a member of the Fang family's younger generation, while Yi Zhanga was a member of the Yi family's younger generation. In the past few years, the younger generation of the two families had often clashed. Under normal circumstances, the upper echelons of the two families would pretend that nothing had happened and wouldn't interfere. Today, Fang Sheng was shopping when he was suddenly stopped by Yi Zhanga and then humiliated. Fang Sheng was immediately enraged and attacked Yi Zhanga. However, Yi Zhanga's strength had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, he could be considered quite strong. As for Fang Sheng, he obviously wasn't a match for Yi Zhanga. After exchanging a few blows, Fang Sheng naturally lost and was humiliated by Yi Zhanga. The surrounding crowd was already used to this kind of thing. Yi Zhanga, you despicable person. Do you only dare to bully people who are weaker than you? Said Fang Sheng coldly. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly stopped Fang Sheng's impulsive actions. Young Master Fang Sheng, said Head Steward Li. Seeing Head Steward Li, Fang Sheng didn't say anything else. Young Master Fang Sheng, let's go back, said Head Steward Li in a low voice. Behind Head Steward Li, Fang Chen looked at the discouraged Fang Sheng and sighed. Then, step by step, he walked in front of Fang Sheng. If you're not as strong as others, then work hard. One day, you'll defeat the person who once humiliated you. When the discouraged Fang Sheng suddenly heard these words, he raised his head and saw a familiar face. Chenzi, you're back. Seeing Fang Chen, Fang Sheng was naturally very happy. His face was filled with joy. Brother Sheng. Fang Chen gave Fang Sheng a bear hug. Fang Sheng was Fang Chen's older cousin. He was also the son of Fang Chen's second uncle. He had a very good relationship with Fang Chen ever since they were children. Fang Chen's uncle was the current head of the Fang family. As for Fang Chen's father, he was the 3rd son of the Fang family. Chen Zi, since you're back, let's go back. Fang Sheng smiled. Just as Fang Chen and Fang Sheng were about to turn and leave, a sharp voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Tempage, I was wondering who it was. So it's the Fang family's trash. Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. His face was gloomy as he turned to look at Yi Zhanga. What? Did I say something wrong? A trash like you wants to marry our Yi family's Princess Yi Zi? What a joke. Yi Zhanga continued to mock him. Chapter 29. Fang Sheng was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. The Fang family had sent him to the Azure Edge Sword sect because they were worried that the Yi family would plot against him. But the news from the Azure Edge Sword sect was that Fang Chen's talent was too poor. He was practically a piece of trash. Even so, the Fang family still allowed Fang Chen to stay in the Azure Edge Sword sect. They thought that this would ensure Fang Chen's safety. But they were wrong. The dangers Fang Chen had experienced in the Azure Edge Sword sect were no less than the dangers in the Fang family. Hearing cousin Fang Sheng's words, Fang Chen chuckled. He lightly patted cousin Fang Sheng's shoulder and said, Brother Sheng, leave it to me. Fang Sheng was about to say something when Yi Zhanga interrupted him. Leave it to you, Fang Chen. You're just a piece of trash. I'm standing right here. What can you do to me? Yi Zhanga sneered. Yi Zhanga, do you think you're strong? Fang Chen countered with a question. Yi Zhanga didn't know what Fang Chen was up to. He nodded and said, even though I'm only a martial artist at the 4th level of the qi refining stage, I'm still stronger than some trash. Yi Zhanga's mockery didn't anger Fang Chen. That was because Fang Chen didn't care to get angry with Yi Zhanga. Oh, then how about I make a bet with you? Fang Chen smiled. What kind of bet? Yi Zhanga stared at Fang Chen. The two of us will fight. If you lose, kneel down and kowtow to Brother Sheng in apology, Fang Chen said directly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, The surrounding cultivators couldn't help but shake their heads. The news that Fang Chen was a piece of trash had long since spread throughout Black Cloud City. They thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant, and that he wasn't a match for Yi Chang'e. Even Manager Li and the others couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Fang Chen. Young Master Fang, let's forget about it. Let's go back to the clan first. That's right, Chen Zi. You're no match for Yi Chang'e, Fang Sheng reminded him in a low voice. Fang Chen ignored the persuasion of Manager Li and the others. He stared straight at Yi Chang'e and asked, Yi Chang'e, do you not dare to accept my challenge? Fang Chen's words made Yi Chang'e burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, I, Yi Chang'e, dare not accept your challenge. A piece of trash dares to challenge me, Yi Chang'e? What a joke. Yi Chang'e laughed loudly. What if you lose? Yi Chang'e laughed wildly for a while, then stopped and icily asked. I won't lose, Fang Chen said. If you lose, you have to call me father. How about it? Sneered Yi Chang'e. He didn't understand where Fang Chen had gotten his courage from. All right. Fang Chen didn't waste any more words. He directly agreed. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the onlookers all backed away, leaving enough space for the two of them. Manager Li didn't want to see Fang Chen and Yi Chang'e fight, but since things had already gotten to this point, there was no way for him to persuade them otherwise. He could only patiently wait. Fang Chen, I'll let you know the difference between us. Yi Chang'e icily smiled. Can we start? Asked Fang Chen. Of course. Whoosh. Yi Chang'e had only just finished speaking when he sensed an illusion. In the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. Everyone looked over and saw Yi Chang'e's body had long since collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? All the onlookers were shocked. They hadn't even seen how Fang Chen had attacked before Yi Chang'e collapsed to the ground. Ah, Fang Chen, you dare sneak attack me? Yi Chang'e crawled up from the ground, his face filled with fury. I'm going to kill you. Yi Chang'e clenched his fists and used his strongest fist technique, bombarding Fang Chen. Bang! Unfortunately, he wasn't even able to touch Fang Chen's body before he was sent flying again. This time, Yi Chang'e didn't crawl back up because he was injured. Fang Chen hadn't held back. What kind of joke was this? Even Shangguan Bu, who was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, was killed by Fang Chen. Why would Fang Chen care about a mere 4th level Qi refinement martial artist? Fang Chen's swift and decisive defeat of Yi Chang'e shocked countless onlookers. They were all astonished. Heavens, isn't Fang Chen a trash? How could he be so strong? Could it be that Fang Chen has been hiding his strength all this time? Many of the onlookers had different opinions. The happiest people were Manager Li and Fang Sheng. After they recovered from their shock, their hearts were filled with doubt. Chen Er's strength! Fang Sheng exclaimed. How could young Master Fang be so strong? Manager Li also exclaimed. You've lost. Fang Chen ignored everyone's discussion. His pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Chang'e as he spoke coldly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Chang'e felt humiliated for the first time. Chen-ph, I definitely won't apologize to Fang Sheng. Yi Chang'e felt humiliated and angrily said. Bang! Just as Yi Chang'e finished speaking, he was struck by a fist. His head instantly split open and blood flowed out. Ah! Yi Chang'e let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Fang Chen. He wanted nothing more than to eat Fang Chen alive. Bang! Fist after fist smashed into Yi Chang'e's head. Soon, Yi Chang'e's head was completely split open and blood flowed out. If the onlookers hadn't known that this person was Yi Chang'e, they wouldn't have been able to recognize him. At this moment, the onlookers were completely shocked. The Fang family's trash was beating up the Yi family's genius. Just what was going on? Finally, after a quarter hour, Yi Chang'e stared at his head covered in blood and compromised. I apologize. Yi Chang'e finally opened his mouth to speak after letting out a miserable cry. If this continued, he would die. Although he hated Fang Chen, his life was more important right now. Plop. Yi Chang'e knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Fang Sheng. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After saying that, Yi Chang'e felt countless gazes on him. Feeling humiliated, he stood up and fiercely glared at Fang Chen. Then he quickly disappeared from the street. After Yi Chang'e left, Fang Chen and the others also rushed back to the Fang family's residence. On the way, Fang Sheng, Manager Li, and the others all had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. They endlessly praised him. "Chen, when did you become so strong?" Fang Sheng couldn't help asking. "Yes, everyone says young Master Fang is trash. But young Master Fang is actually a genius," said Manager Li. In response, Fang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. After walking for a while, a luxurious residence finally appeared in their line of sight. Above this mansion, there was a golden plaque. On the golden plaque, 2 bold and powerful words were written, "Fang Mansion." Fang Chen stopped. Looking at the Fang residence, many memories appeared in his mind. In the end, Fang Chen bitterly smiled and stepped into the Fang family's residence. News of Fang Chen's return quickly spread throughout the Fang family. In just a moment, Fang Chen was brought to his father's study by Manager Li. "Young Master Fang, Master is in the study. You can go take a look." Manager Li directly left after saying that. Fang Chen knocked on the study's door. A voice came from inside, and then Fang Chen entered. What entered his eyes was a middle-aged man sitting in an armchair. Between his eyebrows was a bit dignified. Fang Chen felt that this middle-aged man's face was very similar to his own. This is father, right? Fang Chen thought inwardly. At this moment, Fang Tianyu spoke. "Chen, you're back." Fang Tianyu's tone contained endless vicissitudes of life. However, after seeing his son return, there was still a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Father!" Fang Chen shouted in a hoarse voice. Although he had transmigrated, this was the first time he felt the warmth of home in the ancient Sword Continent. As time passed, Fang Chen gradually accepted the memories of this body's original owner. Now that he saw Fang Tianyu, he sighed in his heart. "Chen, the reason I called you back this time is because of 2 things. Fang Tianyu glanced at Fang Chen and nodded in satisfaction. "Father, what's the matter?" Fang Chen vaguely felt that the reason the patriarch called him back this time should be related to the Yi family's marriage. Fang Tianyu carefully sized up his son and found that his son had changed a lot. "Chen, your mother, she..." When Fang Tianyu mentioned Fang Chen's mother, his face was filled with helplessness. "Father, what happened to my mother?" Fang Chen anxiously asked. "A month ago, your mother was taken away by a group of mysterious experts," said Fang Tianyu slowly. "What happened to those mysterious experts?" asked Fang Chen. Fang Tianyu's expression was a bit desolate. After a long time, he finally spoke. "Chen, you're already 15 years old. There are some things I should tell you," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't say anything. He carefully listened. 15 years ago, when I was still a young master of the Fang family, I met your mother when I was traveling the ancient Sword Continent." Fang Tianyu began to recall the past. "At that time, your mother was heavily injured, and I saved her. Later on, love grew between us, and your mother married me. Then she gave birth to you. Later, your mother told me that her family's power was extremely huge. There would be a day when they would take her back. She didn't want to leave us." Fang Tianyu felt powerless when he said this. "I originally thought that a small place like Black Cloud City wouldn't be discovered by others. But in the end, it was still discovered," said Fang Tianyu. After hearing Fang Tianyu's words, Fang Chen also understood. His mother's background was definitely very mysterious, and that so-called clan of his mother was also very powerful. "Those mysterious experts who took mother away should be from her family, right?" asked Fang Chen. "When I faced them, I didn't even have the ability to attack. They were too strong," said Fang Tianyu absent-mindedly. "Chen, father has let you down. I've let your mother down." Chapter 30. After listening to his father's story, Fang Chen understood. His mother's family was very powerful, and they weren't even from the Divine Wind Nation. His father's family was just a small family. If it weren't for his mother threatening them with her life, that family would have destroyed the Fang family with a flip of their hand. All of this was because they thought his father wasn't worthy of his mother. Fang Chen clenched his fists. He didn't expect that the first thing he would hear when he returned to the Fang family was that his mother had been taken away. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and one day find my mother," whispered Fang Chen. Fang Tianyu shook his head. He didn't think Fang Chen could do it. After all, that family's power wasn't something Fang Tianyu could imagine. "Chen, your mother said before she left that she hoped we could live an ordinary life. She didn't want us to look for her," whispered Fang Tianyu. "Father." Fang Chen opened his mouth, but he was interrupted by Fang Tianyu. "Chen, there's no need to mention this matter again. Don't let down your mother's good intentions," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't say anything else. He knew that no matter what he said, his father wouldn't listen, so he simply didn't say anything. After a moment, the atmosphere in the study returned to normal. Fang Chen asked. "Father, what's the second matter?" asked Fang Chen. "The second matter is related to the Yi family's girl," said Fang Tianyu. "Yizi." Although Fang Tianyu didn't say it clearly, Fang Chen already understood that the Yi family was definitely pressuring the Fang family to break off the engagement. But once the engagement was broken off, the Fang family's face would be swept to the ground. How would they continue to mingle in Black Cloud City? Fang Chen clenched his fists. There was resentment in his heart. It was all because he was weak. Otherwise, the Yi family wouldn't be like this. "Chen, we'll take care of this matter. You don't need to think too much. Go back and rest," said Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen glanced at Fang Tianyu. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he shook his head and left the study. On the second day after returning to the Fang family, Fang Chen was preparing to leave his room. Suddenly, his body trembled. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Is he going to break through? Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He immediately sat down cross-legged and quickly closed his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth around him was constantly entering his body, tempering it. Fang Chen discovered that some white mist was slowly floating out of his bones. Fang Chen instantly recognized it. It's the residual effect of the body-tempering pill. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Now was the time for a breakthrough. The effect of this body-tempering pill could help him quickly break through. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen began to break through with all his strength. Time slowly passed by. After 2 hours, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had already broken through to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. The 5th layer of the Qi refining realm? Fang Chen felt as if he was dreaming. In less than 2 months, he had actually broken through from the 1st layer of the Qi refining realm to the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. This was something that he would never have dared to imagine before. As the overlord of Black Cloud City, the strongest person in the younger generation of the Fang family was only at the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. One of the reasons why the Yi family was stronger than the Fang family was because of their younger generation. It was said that Yi Zi had already reached the 6th layer of the Qi refining realm. In the entire Black Cloud City, no one in the younger generation could match her. Fang Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly stood up. He had not expected that he would break through as soon as he returned to the Fang family. Fang Chen, who had reached the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm, was confident that he could defeat a martial artist at the later stage of the 5th layer of the Qi refining realm. However, just as Fang Chen was checking his body, the golden heart suddenly started beating again. Fang Chen felt that his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's mind began to quickly circulate the chants of the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique. Crash! Fang Chen's body began to move involuntarily. The nimble sword in his hand danced quickly, and rays of golden light filled the sky. Crack! When the last ray of light shot out from the nimble sword, it instantly shattered a large rock in the distance. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. I didn't expect the golden light sword technique to reach the 7th sword. When the golden light sword technique reached the 7th sword, Fang Chen understood that the reason the golden light sword technique was so powerful was because the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique was no weaker than a substandard cultivation technique. It seems that the complete version of the Golden Lightsword technique is also a substandard cultivation technique, Fang Chen said in a low voice. With the seventh sword of the Golden Lightsword technique, I am confident that I can defeat a martial artist at the peak of the fifth layer of the Qi refining realm, or even the sixth layer of the Qi refining realm. Of course, Fang Chen was not so arrogant as to think that he could defeat a martial artist at the sixth layer of the Qi refining realm. Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen suddenly heard a voice. Then, he saw his cousin, Fang Sheng. Brother Sheng, you're here, Fang Chen said. Chen, today is the day of the Fang family's competition for the younger generation. I came specially to call you, Fang Sheng said. Yes, a competition for the younger generation? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Let's go. All the disciples have gone to the square. Let's go too. Fang Sheng smiled and pulled Fang Chen towards the square. When the two of them reached the square, it was already packed with people. All the disciples of the Fang family were standing in the square. On the platform were Fang Chen's eldest uncle, second uncle, and Fang Tianyu. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Fang Chen's eldest uncle began to speak. Today is the day of the competition for the younger generation of the Fang family. I hope that you can achieve good results. Although the Fang family had declined, they still had their rules. The competition for the younger generation was held by the Fang family every year. Today, Fang Chen happened to see it. Fang Chen's appearance attracted the attention of many disciples of the Fang family. However, most of them only glanced at Fang Chen and stopped looking. In their eyes, Fang Chen's strength was not enough to threaten them. Of course, only Fang Sheng, manager Li, and a few others knew of Fang Chen's true strength. All right, let the competition begin, said the head of the Fang family. Including the side family, there were a total of 30 people in the younger generation. They fought in pairs. One battle after another was carried out in an orderly manner. Fang Chen was watching. Chen Zi, do you want to go up and show off your skills? Asked Fang Sheng. Fang Chen shook his head. After reaching the fifth stage of Qi refining, no one in the younger generation of the Fang family was a match for him. Naturally, he wouldn't waste his time going up. What a pity. Fang Sheng felt that it was a pity. What's a pity? Asked Fang Chen. If you don't go up, Fang Yun will definitely take first place again, said Fang Sheng. Fang Yun was the son of Fang Chen's eldest uncle. He was the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Fang family. He had long since reached the fifth stage of Qi refining. Even in Black Cloud City, he could be considered a top figure. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Fang Chen raised his head and saw Fang Yun's figure appear in the arena. Fang Yun was wearing a green robe. He had a faint smile on his face. His opponent was Fang Hong. Big brother Fang Yun, although I'm not a match for you, I won't admit defeat so easily, said Fang Hong with a smile. Fang Hong and Fang Sheng were siblings. She was the daughter of Fang Chen's second uncle. All right, then let's fight. Fang Yun smiled. Rumble rumble rumble. When Fang Hong heard this, she clenched her fists tightly and swung them out. Rays of light shot out from her fists. Fang Hong's strength has improved a lot. Below the arena, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In his memory, Fang Hong was only a martial artist at the third stage of Qi refining. But now, Fang Hong had already reached the peak of the fourth stage of Qi refining. Fang Hong is the second strongest in the younger generation of our Fang family. It's a pity that she's not a match for Fang Yun, said Fang Sheng regretfully. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He just watched the battle between the two. In the arena, the battle between the two was very intense. Fang Yun was indeed the strongest in the younger generation of the Fang family. He immediately displayed his absolute strength and suppressed Fang Hong. Time passed by slowly. Fang Hong gradually felt that she could not hold on any longer. Bang! After a loud bang, Fang Hong stopped attacking. A bitter smile appeared on her pretty face. Big brother Fang Yun, I've lost, said Fang Hong. Little sister Hong, your strength is not bad either. There's hope for you to reach the fifth stage of Qi refining. Fang Yun nodded. Fang Yun won the victory, and the audience exclaimed. After Fang Yun, there were still many matches. However, they were not exciting at all. Many people did not care. On the main stage, Fang Tianshan looked at Fang Chen, who was standing beside Fang Sheng. He asked, "When did Fang Chen come back?" Hearing his eldest brother's question, Fang Tianyu said, "He came back yesterday." "Eldest brother, what about Fang Chen's marriage?" whispered the second brother, Fang Tianbao. "Fang Chen is a member of the Fang family. As the patriarch of the Fang family, my responsibility is to protect everyone in the family. If the Yi family bullies us too much, I don't mind moving around a bit," said Fang Tianshan. The grand competition lasted for a total of 6 hours before the rankings were finally decided. First place in the younger generation was Fang Yun, second place was Fang Hong, and third place was Fang Yun. When the referee finished announcing the results, a voice suddenly broke the silence of the arena. "I think Chen will be able to enter the top 3. Fang Sheng's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, everyone's gaze turned to Fang Chen. They did not understand why Fang Sheng would say such a thing. "Fang Sheng, what do you mean?" asked Fang Long, who was ranked 3rd. "With Chen's strength, he definitely has the qualifications to enter the top 3, said Fang Sheng. Hearing this, Fang Chen bitterly smiled. He didn't want to be too ostentatious, but he didn't expect his cousin Fang Sheng to say such a thing. "Big brother Sheng," whispered Fang Chen. Chapter 31. The Fang family members looked at each other in dismay. Although they secretly believed that Fang Chen was trash, they had never said it out loud. Although the Fang family had declined, they were still united and didn't have any internal strife. Fang Yun and the others might be strong and talented, but they had never looked down on Fang Chen. They only believed that Fang Chen didn't have any cultivation talent. At this moment, hearing Fang Sheng's words, Fang Hong and Fang Yun could not help but turn to look at Fang Chen. They did not know what Fang Sheng was up to. "Fang Sheng, do you think Fang Chen's strength is enough for him to enter the top 3? Asked a disciple. "Yes, Chen is very strong. He's not trash," said Fang Sheng. "Ha ha ha, then why doesn't he participate in the competition?" asked another person. Fang Sheng had nothing to say. He turned to Fang Chen. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. Soon after, he took a step forward and stood on the arena. He softly said, "Cousin Fang Yun, can you come up for a fight?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, everyone thought they had misheard. Fang Chen was actually challenging Fang Yun. Fang Chen wants to challenge Fang Yun? Was he provoked by those words just now? With his talent, it's impossible for him to challenge Fang Yun. That's right, I wonder what Fang Chen wants. Fang Chen's performance caught Fang Tianyu unprepared. He wanted to stop him, but seeing Fang Chen's indifferent expression, he didn't say anything in the end. "Fang Chen, you want to challenge me?" asked Fang Yun. "Although you're anxious to get rid of your trash reputation, there's no need for you to challenge me. Furthermore, you're not my match." Fang Yun was very confident in himself. He didn't think Fang Chen could defeat him. However, in Fang Chen's opinion, since Fang Sheng had said that, then he should directly challenge the number 1 junior of the Fang family. "Cousin Fang Yun, I still want to challenge you," Fang Chen said solemnly. If some people thought that Fang Chen was joking when he said it was the first time, then when he said it was the second time, everyone's expression turned serious. Is Fang Chen crazy? This was what all the disciples of the Fang family were thinking. Hearing Fang Chen's solemn words, Fang Yun nodded and stood on the stage. "Fang Chen, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, no, even if you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll acknowledge you," Fang Yun said. "Let's begin." Fang Chen nodded. Python fist. Fang Yun growled as he clenched his fist and threw out a powerful punch. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi rushed into Fang Yun's fist crazily. Rumble around Fang Yun's body, fist lights appeared one after another. Golden light sword technique. At some point, Fang Chen had already taken out the light sword. With a growl, the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique was instantly displayed. Crack. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the golden sword light cut through the fist lights in the sky. In the next moment, the golden light hit Fang Yun's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Fang Yun's body flew backward. However, Fang Chen had held back when he displayed the golden light sword technique, so Fang Yun was not seriously injured. Bang! The entire square was dead silent. Everyone could hear the sound of breathing. God, all the disciples of the Fang family looked at this scene in disbelief. They could no longer breathe. The former trash of the Fang family, Fang Chen, who had not even reached LV2 Qi cultivation realm at the age of 15, had actually grown to this level. LV5 Qi cultivation realm. He was definitely in the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. On the platform, the faces of the three Fang brothers were filled with excitement. God, Fang Chen actually defeated Fang Yun. What is going on? The former trash is actually so strong that he defeated Fang Yun in one move. Fang Yun is a LV5 Qi cultivation realm disciple, but he was defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Although Fang Sheng already knew that Fang Chen was tyrannical, seeing Fang Yun defeated by Fang Chen in one move still caused great waves in his heart. Not only Fang Sheng, but all the disciples were the same. Crash! Fang Yun slowly stood up with a bitter smile on his face. He immediately cupped his hands towards Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, I am not your match." Hearing Fang Yun's words, the silent square instantly went into an uproar. Countless disciples cried out in alarm. How is this possible? Below the arena, Fang Hong cried out in alarm. She knew Fang Yun very well. Fang Yun's strength was extremely tyrannical. Could it be that Fang Chen has reached LV5 Qi cultivation realm? Fang Hong could not believe it. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen. Fang Yun shook his head, indicating that he admitted defeat. At this moment, Fang Yun's admiration for Fang Chen came from the bottom of his heart. "Ha ha ha, good. Our Fang family has produced two LV5 Qi cultivation realm disciples." The first to speak was Fang Tianshan, and he laughed heartily. "Yeah. At first I thought Chen didn't have any talent for cultivation. Who would have thought that Chen would be this strong?" laughed Fang Tianbao. Fang Tianyu looked at Fang Chen, not saying anything for a long time. After a long time, the Fang family's competition finally ended. Fang Chen's sudden appearance caused a miraculous reversal in the Fang family's competition. They had originally thought that Fang Yun was without a doubt the number one disciple of the Fang family. But now it seemed that Fang Chen, who had always kept a low profile, was actually the number one disciple of the Fang family's younger generation. Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Fang family estate, and he became the target of worship for countless disciples. After the competition ended, Fang Chen was called to a guest room by his three brothers. "Chen, what realm are you at now?" Fang Tianshan impatiently asked as soon as he sat down. "Fifth LV5 Qi cultivation realm." Fang Chen honestly replied. "Ha ha ha, as expected." "Who said Chen was trash?" laughed Fang Tianbao. "Chen have you always been hiding your strength these past few years?" asked Fang Tianyu. Fang Chen didn't know how to explain, so he simply didn't say anything. The golden heart was his secret, and he wouldn't easily tell anyone about it, including his own family. After all, his current strength was too weak. If others found out, they would definitely try to kill him and take his golden heart. So he had to be careful. Chen must have had a fortuitous encounter. Seeing that Fang Chen wasn't saying anything, Fang Tianyu laughed. The three brothers had never been so happy. Fang Chen's sudden rise had given the Fang family a glimmer of hope. "Tempage, the Yi family actually looks down on our Chen They really are blind." After a long time, Fang Tianshan coldly said. "That's right. These past few years, the Yi family has been suppressing our Fang family, wanting to break off this engagement. It's just that they think Chen is trash and isn't worthy of their girl. With Chen current strength, it won't be long before he can catch up to Yi Zi," said Fang Tianyu. The day after the Fang family's competition, the Yi family came to the Fang family. Following the head of the Yi family was the Yi family's little princess, Yi Zi. Behind her was her little sister, Yi Lin. Yi Lin was afraid that Fang Chen would kill her, so she had rushed back to the Yi family. After returning, Yi Lin complained to the head of the Yi family. She said that Fang Chen had always bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect, and that she had suffered. The head of the Yi family was immediately infuriated. He directly brought Yi Zi to the Yi family to demand justice. Of course, there was also another matter. That was to break off the engagement. The Yi family's grand entrance to the Fang family was something that Fang Chen was also the first to learn. He immediately went to the main hall. In the main hall, the three Fang brothers were sitting side by side. On the other side was the head of the Yi family, Yi Zi, Yi Lin, and the others. "Brother Yi, why have you come to the Fang family?" asked Fang Tianshan. "Fang Chen, your Fang family's Fang Chen has gone too far," said the head of the Yi family icily. "Oh, what do you mean?" asked Fang Tianyu. "Fang Chen and Yi Lin are both disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect. My Yi family didn't agree to Fang Chen's engagement. But I didn't expect Fang Chen to bear a grudge and keep attacking Yi Lin, causing Yi Lin to return to the Yi family," said the head of the Yi family furiously. The three Fang brothers looked at each other, not saying anything. "Father, you have to get justice for me," said Yi Lin, sobbing. "Brother Yi, just based on Yi Lin's one-sided story, I'm afraid it doesn't prove anything," said Fang Tianshan. "I don't care. Today, your Fang family must give me an explanation. Otherwise, I don't mind taking action," said the head of the Yi family. A moment later, Fang Chen arrived in the main hall. "Chenna, Yi Lin said you bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect. Is that true?" asked Fang Tianshan. Fang Chen instantly understood. Yi Lin had most likely told the head of the Yi family that he had bullied her in the Qingfeng sword sect. "Does everyone in the Yi family invert right and wrong like this?" asked Fang Chen. "Impudent. You don't have the right to tell us what the Yi family does," said the head of the Yi family furiously. "Yi Lin, tell us what happened. Let the Fang family know what kind of person Fang Chen is." Yi Lin stepped forward. When she saw Fang Chen, a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Yi Lin didn't know what was going on, but when she saw Fang Chen's eyes, she didn't dare to say anything. "Actually, whether this matter is true or not, it's not important to your Yi family," said Fang Chen suddenly. Everyone looked at Fang Chen. "Didn't your Yi family bring so many people here just to cancel the engagement?" Fang Chen looked at the head of the Yi family. The head of the Yi family sneered at Fang Chen's words. "That's right. My Yi family came this time to cancel the engagement between Yi Zi and Fang Chen." "Yi Shan, don't go too far," said Fang Tianbao. "If the Yi family unilaterally cancelled the engagement, it would be a huge blow to the Fang family's reputation. My Yi family's Yi Zi is already at the 6th level of qi refining at such a young age. In the future, she'll definitely become a peak figure in the Divine Wind Nation. How could trash like you be worthy of her?" sneered Yi Shan. Yi Zi's face was indifferent, as if she hadn't taken this matter to heart. She was a living example of an ice beauty. Who knew how many people in Black Cloud City wanted to marry Yi Zi? Chapter 32. Yi Zi was the strongest member of the younger generation of the Yi clan, and also the princess of the Yi clan. It was said that when Yi Zi was very young, she had caught the eye of an elder of the Flowing Wind sect and had been brought to the sect. After that, Yi Zi had displayed great talent. This year, Yi Zi was 15 years old, and she had successfully reached the 6th level of the qi refining realm. Her strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and she had become one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation of the Flowing Wind sect. Yi Zi was wearing a purple dress that outlined her perfect figure. Anyone who saw her would drool. Yi Zi quietly stood behind Yi Shan, her face incomparably calm. She hadn't said a single word from the beginning to the end. Yi Zi hadn't said anything. The reason Fang Chen had asked Yi Zi was because he wanted to see what her attitude was. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Shan and the others were also stunned. "My sister will never marry you. My sister's man must be a dragon among the people of the Divine Wind Nation." Before Yi Zi could speak, Yi Lin spoke first. Facing Fang Chen, Yi Lin's heart was filled with disgust. At this moment, Yi Lin only wanted to humiliate Fang Chen and ruin Fang Chen's reputation. "Yi Zi, what's with your attitude?" Fang Chen ignored Yi Lin's words and turned to Yi Zi. Being asked a second time, Yi Zi's calm face finally showed a little change. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Chen, and then she lightly shook her head and said, "Fang Chen, although we have an engagement, You also know that the ancient sword continent is a continent where the strong are respected. Before Yi Zi could finish, she was interrupted by Fang Chen. You mean I'm not good enough for you? Fang Chen asked. We're not suitable. Yi Zi expressed her attitude. Hearing Yi Zi's words, the three Fang brothers' faces changed slightly. They looked at Fang Chen, afraid that Fang Chen would do something impulsive. However, it was clear that Fang Chen wasn't impulsive because of Yi Zi's words. When Yi Zi said that they weren't suitable for each other, Fang Chen had already made a decision. Ha ha ha. Fang Chen revealed a wild smile, and his laughter was particularly ear-piercing. Chen Fang Tianyu comforted him in a low voice. Everyone from the Yi family also looked at Fang Chen. They thought that Fang Chen had been provoked. Fang Chen, as long as you agree to break off the engagement, the Yi family can give you anything, including cultivation resources, Yi Shan said. Mph, how could my Fang family covet your Yi family's things? Fang Tianshan was furious. Fang Tianyu was just about to speak when Fang Chen extended his hand to stop him. You can go back, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen, what do you mean by that? Asked Yi Shan. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. After saying that, Fang Chen turned and left. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Yi Shan and the others' eyes flashed with joy. They hadn't expected Fang Chen to so easily agree to break off the engagement. Fang Tianshan, what do you think? Yi Shan asked Fang Tianshan. After all, breaking off the engagement required the Fang family's approval. Fang Chen had already left. Fang Tianshan's heart was filled with boundless fury. But in the end, he still signed the annulment paper. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, then my Yi family will say goodbye. Yi Shan put away the paper, his face full of smiles. Breaking off the engagement made his mood much better. After the Yi family left, the three Fang brothers sank into silence. Within a courtyard of the Fang family, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged. One day, I'll let you know that it's not me, Fang Chen, who isn't worthy of you, but you, Yi Zi, who isn't worthy of me. Fang Chen clenched his fists. Although Fang Chen didn't have any feelings for Yi Zi, his Fang family's reputation had still been damaged by the Yi family's grand annulment of the engagement. Chen Zi, are you alright? Unknowingly, Fang Sheng had arrived at Fang Chen's residence and softly comforted him. Brother Sheng, I'm fine, whispered Fang Chen. Forget it, once the engagement was annulled, he would be able to cultivate peacefully in the future. Chen Zi, the Yi family thinks you're trash, but I don't think so. I believe that one day, you'll definitely become one of the Divine Wind Nation's geniuses. Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned. Fang Chen stayed in the Fang family for 7 days before preparing to leave. Father, I'm returning to the Qingfeng sword sect. Fang Chen bid farewell. Chen cultivate well, said Fang Tianyu. After bidding farewell to Fang Tianyu, Fang Chen got up and left Black Cloud City, heading towards Qingfeng City. Time passed bit by bit, and Fang Chen gradually left Black Cloud City. In a valley 100 miles outside of Qingfeng City, this valley was very secluded. Normally, no martial artist would come here. 3 days ago, a thick fog had appeared around this valley, enveloping the entire valley and making it even more secluded. In the valley, there were 3 figures. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the blood-colored skeletons puppets, Jin Liuyun, 7th Tian, and Elder Liu. Elder Liu was a Qi transformation first-realm martial artist. Among the 3 of them, he was the strongest. The 3 of them formed a triangle and stood quietly in the valley, scanning their surroundings. In the middle of the 3 of them was a blood-colored skeleton. The blood-colored skeleton was healing, and the 3 of them were guarding it. Hiss streams of blood-red fog constantly emerged from the blood-colored skeleton's body. In a short while, the entire valley was filled with blood-red fog. Creak after a while, the blood-red fog gradually disappeared. At this time, the blood-colored skeleton also opened its eyes. Power flowed through its bones. Just a little more, and I'll be able to recover, the blood-colored skeleton said in a hoarse voice. Just as the blood-colored skeleton was about to get up, it suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why is there a blood-red aura outside? The blood-colored skeleton was a little puzzled. This aura was unique to it. But in the next moment, the blood-colored skeleton thought of a possibility. That damn brat. The blood-colored skeleton said coldly. You three, go out and capture that bastard. The blood-colored skeleton ordered. The three puppets nodded and then directly left the valley. At this time, on the official road not far from the valley, Fang Chen was leisurely walking. I'm about to reach Qingfeng City. Fang Chen thought to himself. After returning to the Fang family and learning about his mother, Fang Chen had been very worried. Although there was no trace of his mother, Fang Chen swore that he would definitely find her. As for the cancellation of the engagement, Fang Chen did not take it to heart. It was just a small episode in his life. This time, after returning to the Qingfeng sword sect, Fang Chen was prepared to cultivate until he reached the 6th level of the Qi cultivation realm. However, just as Fang Chen was walking, he suddenly felt a strong aura pressing down on him. Not good. Fang Chen cried out loudly. Immediately, he turned his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that 3 figures had appeared within the valley. How is this possible? When Fang Chen saw the appearance of the 3 figures, his face was filled with shock. His body flashed and he quickly fled. Hiss hiss hiss. Fang Chen was very fast, but Elder Liu was a martial artist at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. He was even faster. In a short while, Elder Liu caught up to Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, Jin Liuyun and Qi Tian had also caught up to Fang Chen. The 3 of them surrounded Fang Chen. Golden Light Sword Technique. Fang Chen used the 7th sword of the Golden Light Sword Technique. He waved the light sword in his hand continuously. A golden sword light appeared and pierced towards the 3 of them. Bang! With a loud bang, Elder Liu punched out, shattering the golden sword light and landing on Fang Chen's body. Crack! Fang Chen's body flew out and fell to the ground. He was immediately subdued by Elder Liu. After being subdued by Elder Liu, Fang Chen's face was filled with helplessness. In a short while, Elder Liu and the other 2 brought Fang Chen back to the valley. When the blood-red skeleton saw Fang Chen, its face revealed a sinister expression. Keek, I let you escape last time. Let's see how you escape this time, the blood-red skeleton said sinisterly. Fang Chen did not speak. He was thinking of a way to escape, but after thinking for a while, he could not think of any. The reason he was able to escape last time was because the blood-red skeleton was fighting with Elder Liu. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. It seems that I can't escape, Fang Chen whispered. Kid, your talent is not bad. You are suitable to be my puppet. As soon as the blood-red skeleton finished speaking, it suddenly grabbed Fang Chen's head. In the next moment, a blood-red mist directly entered Fang Chen's mind. Immediately after, Fang Chen was controlled by the blood-red skeleton. Master. Fang Chen's eyes were dull as he bowed to the blood-red skeleton. Ha ha ha, after I recover from my injuries, I'll take you out to hunt prey. The blood-red skeleton laughed sinisterly. Then, the blood-red skeleton entered the depths of the valley and began to recuperate in seclusion. Fang Chen stood there quietly with a blank look in his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly. Wisps of clear stream appeared and drilled into Fang Chen's mind. While Fang Chen regained consciousness, but Fang Chen did not alert the enemy. Instead, he pretended to be controlled. His eyes were still dull. While the blood-red skeleton was recuperating in seclusion, Fang Chen had nothing to do and wandered around the valley. Finally, one day, Fang Chen discovered a secret. In the depths of the valley, there was a cave. This cave was where the blood-red skeleton lived. At this moment, the blood-red skeleton was no longer in the cave. Fang Chen entered the cave and searched carefully. Fang Chen found a book. Simply put, it was a control-type cultivation technique. The reason why the blood-red skeleton was able to control them as puppets was because it cultivated this cultivation technique. Mind control. Fang Chen muttered in a low voice, his face ecstatic. Chapter 33. The mind control technique was a very evil control technique. It was also a technique of the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen had not expected to obtain such a thing here. This was the only way for him to escape. Once the mind control technique was successfully cultivated, a blood-red flower could be condensed in one's mind. With a thought, the blood-red flower could emit blood-red mist to control the warrior and turn him into a puppet. Fang Chen observed it carefully and then began to cultivate the mind control technique. I don't care. This is the only way now, Fang Chen thought to himself. This was the first time Fang Chen had come into contact with a technique like the mind control technique. It was rather difficult to cultivate. However, it was fortunate that Fang Chen had the golden heart. Every time the cultivation was extremely difficult, the golden heart would emit a clear stream to help Fang Chen. This made Fang Chen very happy. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Fang Chen had made some progress in cultivating the mind control technique. A small blood-red flower had already appeared in his mind. After another 3 days, Fang Chen finally decided to start condensing the blood-red flower. Condense. Following Fang Chen's low shout, all the power in his body instantly gathered in his mind. At the same time, a blood-red mist appeared in his mind. The appearance of the mist made Fang Chen feel a sense of evil. However, the golden heart was beating rapidly, suppressing the evil. Hiss. The blood-red mist slowly condensed under Fang Chen's control. In a short while, the blood-red flower was successfully condensed. Crash. Fang Chen stopped cultivating. The blood-red flower in his mind had an extremely dense blood-red aura. Mind control technique. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Being able to cultivate the mind control technique in such a short time made Fang Chen very surprised. Following that, Fang Chen walked out of the cave and bumped into Jin Liuyun, who was walking towards him. With a thought from Fang Chen, the blood-red flower in his mind suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a blood-red mist appeared in Fang Chen's mind and instantly enveloped Jin Liuyun. Hiss. Fang Chen could feel that the mind control technique he used was resisting the mind control technique of the blood-red skeleton. Condense. Fang Chen roared angrily. The blood-red flower swayed continuously and a dense blood-red aura surged out. Finally, it all entered Jin Liuyun's mind. At the same time, the blood-colored skeleton's mind control was lifted and Fang Chen's mind control was successfully planted. Unknowingly, Fang Chen had already taken control of Jin Liuyun. Fang Chen could feel that he could destroy Jin Liuyun's soul with just a thought. What a domineering mind control technique, Fang Chen whispered. Master. At that moment, Jin Liuyun's eyes were dull as he clasped his hands at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then reminded Jin Liuyun to be careful. Following that, Fang Chen went to the edge of the valley and found Seventh Day. Using the same method, Fang Chen used mind control technique to control Seventh Day again. After controlling Seventh Day, Fang Chen decided to try controlling Elder Liu. However, Elder Liu was a Qi transformation realm martial artist. He was very strong. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. Fang Chen had made sufficient preparations. He brought Jin Liuyun and the Seventh Day to where Elder Liu was. At that moment, Elder Liu's eyes were dull as he sat there quietly. After Fang Chen arrived, Elder Liu did not pay any attention to him and continued to sit cross-legged. Fang Chen gestured for Jin Liuyun and Seventh Day to stand on either side of Elder Liu. Then, he silently used mind control technique. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood-colored flower in his mind swayed. A dense blood-red aura constantly emerged and drilled into Elder Liu's mind. Rumble. Elder Liu's body trembled as if he was struggling. Mind control. Fang Chen growled and used mind control technique with all his might. The blood-colored flower swayed and the blood-red mist drilled into Elder Liu's mind. Time passed bit by bit. At first, Elder Liu would still struggle, but after 15 minutes, Elder Liu no longer struggled. After an hour, Elder Liu was completely controlled by Fang Chen. Master. Elder Liu clasped his hands at Fang Chen. Fang Chen looked at the dull Elder Liu and smiled in satisfaction. Once he controlled Elder Liu, it would be even easier for him to escape. After controlling Elder Liu, Fang Chen decided to escape before the blood-colored skeleton came out of seclusion. Let's go, Fang Chen said in a low voice. However, just as Fang Chen and the others were about to leave, A blood-red aura suddenly rushed out of the blood-colored skeleton's seclusion area. The next moment, the blood-colored skeleton let out an angry roar. Damn it! After the blood-colored skeleton came out of seclusion, it immediately sensed that the 4 great puppets were no longer connected to it, which made it very angry. When it found that Fang Chen and the others were about to leave, it was even more furious and wanted to kill them. All of you must die. The blood-colored skeleton roared. Fang Chen frowned slightly. Feeling the force behind him, he shook his head slightly and said, Elder Liu, go deal with the blood-colored skeleton. Fang Chen gave the order. Elder Liu's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of the blood-colored skeleton. Then, he punched out and blocked the blood-colored skeleton's attack. The blood-colored skeleton's body landed on the ground. It glanced at Elder Liu and immediately looked at Fang Chen. You've learned mind control. The blood-colored skeleton roared furiously. Fang Chen didn't have time to explain to it. He directly had Jin Liuyun and the 7th-day attack. The 3 great puppets blocked the blood-colored skeleton while Fang Chen quickly rushed out of the valley. Courting death. The blood-colored skeleton was furious when it saw this. It attacked with all its strength and fought fiercely with Elder Liu and the other 2. Crack. With a loud sound, the blood-colored skeleton's palm directly pierced Jin Liuyun's chest. Jin Liuyun died instantly. All of you must die. The blood-colored skeleton fell into madness. In the next moment, it directly crushed the throat of the 7th day. In the blink of an eye, it killed 2 puppets. This scene shocked Fang Chen, but fortunately, with Elder Liu blocking it, the blood-colored skeleton couldn't catch up for a while. After Fang Chen fled the valley, he rushed towards Qingfeng City without stopping. This place wasn't far from Qingfeng City. As long as he reached Qingfeng City, he would be safe. At this moment, the battle between the blood-colored skeleton and Elder Liu in the valley had reached its climax. Bang! With a loud sound, Elder Liu's body was instantly sent flying. The blood-colored skeleton was slightly stronger than Elder Liu. In the end, Elder Liu was killed by the blood-colored skeleton. After killing Elder Liu, the blood-colored skeleton quickly chased after Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen had already entered Qingfeng City. Seeing this scene, the blood-colored skeleton roared furiously. Kid, I will definitely tear you to pieces. The blood-colored skeleton roared coldly. After Fang Chen safely arrived at Qingfeng City, he stayed there for a day. The next day, he rushed back to the Qingfeng Sword Sect. After returning to the Qingfeng Sword Sect, Fang Chen felt a lingering fear. If he hadn't discovered mind control, he would have died at the hands of the blood-colored skeleton. Strength. I must increase my strength. Although Fang Chen's current strength was enough to fight against a disciple at the peak of the 5th LV Qi cultivation realm or even the 6th LV Qi cultivation realm, he was nothing in front of a Qi transformation realm warrior. I must break through quickly and reach the Qi transformation realm one day, Fang Chen whispered. The Qi cultivation realm was the first major realm of a warrior's cultivation. A Qi cultivation realm warrior was nothing in the Azure Cloud County. Only by reaching the Qi transformation realm could one be considered a true martial artist. The Qingfeng Sword Sect had a long history. At the peak of a mountain in the sect, there was a ladder called the Sword Ladder. The Sword Ladder had a total of 9 steps. To climb the Sword Ladder, one had to be at least at the 5th LV Qi cultivation realm. In front of the Sword Ladder, there were countless inner disciples. Some disciples were there to watch other disciples attempt the Sword Ladder, while others were there to attempt it on their own. In short, the Sword Ladder was packed with people. There was a restriction on the Sword Ladder. As long as one stepped on the Sword Ladder, they would not be able to use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. They would not even be able to use the power within their body. They would only be able to use swordsmanship, pure swordsmanship. Only when one's swordsmanship had reached a shocking level could one be recognized by the Sword Ladder. When Fang Chen appeared in front of the Sword Ladder, there were a few disciples attempting the Sword Ladder. Fang Chen recognized one of them. It was Bing Ling, a top 10 inner disciple. Look, Bing Ling has reached the 5th step of the Sword Ladder. She's amazing. Yeah, Bing Ling only reached the 4th step last time. In such a short time, she has reached the 5th step. Her talent in swordsmanship is too strong. I heard that Bing Ling's strength is comparable to the top 5 inner disciples. She just keeps a low profile. I wonder how many levels Bing Ling will be able to reach this time. Many disciples were discussing this. On the sword ladder, there were a few other disciples besides Bing Ling. However, they were not as strong as Bing Ling Bang. As time passed, a disciple reached the 3rd step and was sent flying. After a while, another disciple reached the 4th step and was sent flying. Soon, Bing Ling was the only one left on the sword ladder. Bing Ling's body was filled with a cold aura. It gave people a feeling that she was 1,000 miles away. At this moment, Bing Ling was holding an ordinary weapon in her fair hand. Her wrist was constantly waving, and rays of sword light shot out from the ordinary weapon. The sword light filled the sky, dazzling the eyes of the people. Bing Ling's swordsmanship is very powerful. Fang Chen commented. As Bing Ling performed her swordsmanship, she finally stepped onto the 6th floor in front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes. After stepping onto the 6th step, Bing Ling felt an even stronger pressure. She wanted to reach the 7th step in one go, but with a bang, her body was sent flying. Chapter 34. Bing Ling was at the peak of LV5 Qi cultivation realm. She was among the top 10 in the inner sect. After Bing Ling bounced off the sword technique ladder, all the disciples exclaimed and began to talk about it. Fang Chen could see clearly that although Bing Ling was strong, her understanding of swordsmanship was not that good. This sword technique ladder is amazing. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face as he felt an urge to challenge the stairway to heaven. Next, a few more disciples tried to climb the ladder, but none of them could reach the 5th level. After about 15 minutes, the entire sword technique stairway to heaven was in an uproar. This was because most of the top 10 inner disciples, who were usually elusive, had come to the sword technique stairway to heaven one after another. It's White Ape. I didn't expect him to come. Not only White Ape, but Chongyu is also here. The top 10 inner disciples, except for Du Zhong, are all here. Are they all going to climb the sword technique ladder? Many disciples exclaimed when they saw the newcomers. Even Fang Chen seemed to be deep in thought as he looked at the disciples before him. Haha, brother White Ape, are you going to climb the sword technique ladder too? Chongyu looked at White Ape and asked. Yes, I can't help but want to try when I see Sister Bing Ling climbing the ladder. White Ape laughed. Brother White Ape, you might be able to reach the 9th level this time. Many disciples complimented him. Bing Ling was ranked 6th in the inner sect. Other than Bing Ling, 8 of the top 10 inner disciples came this time. Only Du Zhong did not come. After the top 10 inner disciples greeted each other, Bai Liming, who was ranked 10th, began to climb the ladder. Bai Liming was a disciple at LV5 Qi cultivation realm. He was ranked 10th in the inner sect. He was very strong, but he usually kept a low profile. Last time, Bai Liming reached the 5th level. This time, no one knew if he could reach a higher level. Whoosh, whoosh. Bai Liming's figure was vigorous and soon he reached the top of the sword technique ladder. Bai Liming's speed was very fast in the first 5 steps of the sword stairway heaven. When Bai Liming reached the 5th step of the sword stairway heaven, he stopped moving forward. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand and he began to brandish it. Whoosh. Streaks of sword light danced out, and many disciples were mesmerized by the scene. Although Bai Liming is not as strong as Bing Ling, his swordsmanship is much stronger than Bing Ling's. Fang Chen looked at Bai Liming's swordsmanship and commented. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Bai Liming's body moved. In an instant, Bai Liming rushed to the 6th floor. On the 6th floor, Bai Liming did not stop. He continued to wield his swordsmanship. Bai Liming's swordsmanship was like a torrential river. It was continuous and gave people a very gentle feeling. However, it was this feeling that made Fang Chen feel a sense of danger. This swordsmanship, Fang Chen frowned and said in a low voice. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle became deeper and deeper as time passed. He also had a certain understanding of swordsmanship. At this moment, Fang Chen could clearly feel that there was a different aura in Bai Liming's swordsmanship. Intent realm, Fang Chen said doubtfully. However, in the next moment, he directly denied it. Warriors in the Qi refining realm could not comprehend intent realms. Only those who had reached the Qi transformation realm were qualified to comprehend intent realms. I see. After a long time, Fang Chen finally understood that Bai Liming's swordsmanship contained a trace of intent realm. However, this intent realm did not belong to him. Bai Liming should have seen a Qi transformation realm expert using intent realm before, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, there was another uproar in front of the sword stairway. It turned out that Bai Liming had reached the 7th floor. On the 7th floor of the sword stairway, Bai Liming stood quietly. The long sword in his hand danced continuously, and streaks of sword light appeared. Bai Liming did not give up. He wanted to reach a higher level. After 15 minutes, Bai Liming used his exquisite swordsmanship and finally reached the 8th floor with great difficulty. After reaching the 8th floor, Bai Liming finally could not hold on and withdrew from the sword stairway. After Bai Liming finished climbing the sword stairway, he was greeted with a round of applause. Among all the inner disciples, besides Bai Liming, only Du Zhong could reach the 8th floor of the sword stairway. Oh my God, Bai Liming actually reached the 8th floor of the sword stairway. Could his swordsmanship be comparable to Du Zhong's? Bai Liming is indeed a sword genius. In time, he will definitely be famous in the Azure Edge sword sect. Yes, Bai Liming's swordsmanship is too strong. As long as his realm increases, his swordsmanship will definitely reach an incredible level. Many disciples discussed in low voices. Even Fang Chen acknowledged Bai Liming's swordsmanship. He could be considered a genius to be able to cultivate his swordsmanship to such a level with his own efforts. Bai Liming's achievements in swordsmanship must be higher than others. Fang Chen thought so. Bai Liming, I didn't expect you to reach the 8th floor. I really admire you. Even White Ape and the others congratulated him. The next disciple to climb the sword stairway was the 9th disciple. His swordsmanship was obviously not as good as Bai Liming's, and he soon finished climbing the sword stairway. In the end, he stopped at the 5th floor and did not reach the 6th floor. After an hour, among the top 10 inner disciples, other than White Ape and Chong Yu, the rest had finished climbing the sword stairway. However, other than Bai Liming, there was no other disciple who surprised everyone. The other disciples at most reached the 6th floor, which was similar to Bing Ling. At this moment, all the disciples were looking at White Ape and Chong Yu. White Ape and Chong Yu were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively among the top 10 inner disciples. The two of them might be able to reach Bai Liming's level, but it was impossible for them to reach the top. Brother White Ape, I'll go first. After Chong Yu finished speaking, his body flashed and he stepped onto the sword stairway. Fang Chen was a little surprised by Chong Yu's swordsmanship. He thought that Chong Yu would use an inferior swordsmanship, but he did not expect it to be the more ordinary 5-element swordsmanship. When he was in the outer sect, when Zhang Yun practiced the 5-element swordsmanship. However, when Chong Yu used it, the power of the 5-element swordsmanship increased significantly. Although he could not use his strength, Chong Yu's understanding of swordsmanship was beyond ordinary. Swoosh 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 on the sword stairway, Chong Yu's exquisite swordsmanship fascinated countless disciples. Soon, Chong Yu reached the 6th floor of the sword stairway. He stopped at the 6th floor for a while, then rushed to the 7th floor. I wonder if Chong Yu can reach the 8th floor. White Ape looked at Chong Yu and smiled. Fang Chen, who was in the crowd, looked at Chong Yu's swordsmanship and shook his head slightly. He said, although Chong Yu's 5-element swordsmanship is exquisite, Chong Yu seems to have gone to the extreme. He has not completely grasped the true essence of the 5-element swordsmanship. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, Chong Yu failed to reach the 8th floor of the sword stairway and retreated. Chong Yu, who failed, was a little helpless. He glanced at Bai Liming, sighed slightly, and quickly left. Chong Yu's failure shocked everyone. Only Fang Chen knew that Chong Yu's failure was reasonable. The true essence of the 5-element swordsmanship is that the 5 elements complement each other. Chong Yu's 5-element swordsmanship is not complementing each other, but fighting separately. Even if one cultivates to the extreme, they will not be able to grasp the essence. Fang Chen thought to himself. Chong Yu did not reach the 8th floor. I wonder if White Ape can reach the 8th floor. It's highly possible. White Ape's talent in swordsmanship is second only to Duzhong. Maybe he can reach the 8th floor. White Ape may not be a match for Bai Liming in swordsmanship. Many disciples in the crowd were discussing. Whoosh! White Ape's figure quickly appeared on the sword stairway and displayed exquisite swordsmanship in an instant. Soon, White Ape reached the 7th floor of the sword stairway. At this moment, all the disciples looked at White Ape, wanting to see if he could reach the 8th floor. Whoosh! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the White Ape unleashed an exquisite sword strike that shocked even Fang Chen. In the next moment, White Ape stepped onto the 8th floor. After stepping onto the 8th floor, White Ape still wanted to reach the 9th floor, but he failed in the end. After White Ape finished climbing the sword stairway, no one was willing to go up and embarrass themselves. Even the top 10 inner disciples could not reach the top, let alone them. However, at this moment, Fang Chen walked up the sword stairway step by step. It's Fang Chen. He killed Shangguan Bu in the life and death arena. Is he going to climb the sword stairway? Suddenly, someone recognized Fang Chen and exclaimed, "Mph, does he think that the sword stairway is a game? Ridiculous." Even the top inner disciple, Duzhong, could not reach the 9th floor. I bet that he can reach the 5th floor at most. Many disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. The top 10 inner disciples did not even look at Fang Chen, except for Bing Ling. Seeing that Fang Chen wanted to climb the sword stairway, Bing Ling walked to Fang Chen and whispered, "Although there is no danger on the sword stairway, you will be under a lot of pressure. Once you feel that the pressure is too great to bear, you should quickly withdraw. Otherwise, it will cast a shadow on you and your swordsmanship will stagnate in the future." Thank you. Senior sister Bing Ling. Fang Chen had a good impression of Bing Ling because when he had a conflict with Li Guanglong in the cultivation tower, it was Bing Ling who spoke up for him. White Ape saw this scene and frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied with Fang Chen. "Bing Ling, do you know him?" White Ape asked in a low voice. "We met once," Bing Ling said indifferently. "Oh." White Ape heard this and there was a strange look in his eyes. However, Fang Chen still caught the strange look in the White Ape's eyes. The White Ape seemed to care a lot about Icicle. Chapter 35. Fang Chen displayed one breath sword as soon as he reached the top. Fang Chen had a thorough understanding of one breath sword and had even grasped the essence of it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Fang Chen easily stepped onto the 2nd step of the sword stairway to heaven. At this moment, Fang Chen felt the pressure of the swordsmanship from all directions. This pressure, Fang Chen whispered. If he could practice swordsmanship on the sword stairway, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. It was a pity that the sword stairway was magical and martial artists could not stay on it for too long. At this moment, many disciples in front of the sword stairway sneered when they saw Fang Chen displaying one breath sword. "Ha ha ha, how childish. He is using one breath sword on the sword stairway. I don't think he can even reach the 5th level. Yeah, one breath sword is the most common swordsmanship in our Qingfeng sword sect. I didn't expect Fang Chen to practice one breath sword. He should take a look in the mirror if he wants to steal the limelight from the top 10 inner disciples." When many disciples saw Fang Chen use the one chi sword, they felt that it was extremely laughable. Even White Ape had a mocking look on his face. He turned to look at Bing Ling and said, "Bing Ling, it seems like this kid is just an embroidered pillow." Bing Ling did not say anything as she stared at Fang Chen. Seeing White Ape's words, the other top 10 inner disciples also spoke out. They were not optimistic about Fang Chen's chances. Only Bai Liming stood quietly in the distance. He looked at Fang Chen with excitement in his eyes. Although this kid has just entered the inner sect, his understanding of swordsmanship is too strong, Bai Liming said. Only Bai Liming saw Fang Chen's understanding of swordsmanship. Although one breath sword was an ordinary swordsmanship, Fang Chen's display of it was already amazing. It was just that most of the inner disciples did not recognize Fang Chen. Using the one aura sword, Fang Chen ascended to the 5th level in one breath. Finally, Fang Chen felt an intense pressure. "Looks like I won't be able to use the one key sword again," Fang Chen thought to himself. Seeing that Fang Chen had stopped performing his swordsmanship and was standing quietly on the 5th floor, the White Ape sneered and said, With his level of swordsmanship, he can only stop at the 5th floor. That's right. If you want to ascend to the 6th level, you won't be able to rely on the one-key sword. This kid must be dumbfounded. Does he think that the Stairway of Swords is a game? Many disciples said. In the distance, Bai Liming looked at Fang Chen and thought to himself, the 5th floor is definitely not your final destination. Just as Bai Liming's voice fell, Fang Chen's figure moved. This time, Fang Chen did not use the one-chi sword, but the golden light sword technique. Swoosh! The golden sword light carried a biting cold chi as it appeared in the sky and revolved around Fang Chen's body. After using the golden light sword technique, Fang Chen easily ascended to the 6th floor. Sure enough, after using the golden light sword technique, the pressure from the sword chi is almost gone, Fang Chen said with a joyful expression. The golden light sword technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, but Fang Chen did not have such a problem. Because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's swordsmanship was very easy to cultivate. Furthermore, because of the golden heart, Fang Chen's understanding of the golden light sword technique was very thorough. Even Xie Tiannan's understanding of the golden light sword technique was not as deep as his. How is this possible? He actually reached the 6th floor. As Fang Chen ascended to the 6th floor, shouts rang out one after another. Many disciples were unable to accept this situation. However, there were still many things that would shock them. The 7th floor, the 8th floor. Fang Chen used the 7th sword of the golden light sword technique and ascended to the 8th floor in one breath. After ascending to the 8th floor, Fang Chen once again felt the pressure from the sword chi. However, the pressure from the sword chi this time was different from the previous ones. So it's like this. Fang Chen thought to himself, but the light sword in his hand did not stop moving. Golden light sword technique. The 7th sword of the golden light sword technique was displayed. Rays of sword light danced in the sky. So what if he reached the 8th floor? It's impossible for him to reach the 9th floor, White Ape said coldly, feeling a little displeased. That's right. Reaching the 8th floor only means that he has some achievements in swordsmanship. It doesn't mean that he is strong. Look at this guy. He wants to reach the 9th floor. How ridiculous. Even Du Zhong did not reach the 9th floor. How can he reach the 9th floor? I really want to see how this guy will be repelled. Although Fang Chen's ascension to the 8th floor had shocked many disciples, they were disdainful when they saw Fang Chen recklessly attempting to reach the 9th floor. If he can reach the 9th floor, I'll cut off my head, a disciple shouted. Many disciples looked at Fang Chen with a mocking attitude, as if they were looking at a monkey. At this moment, on the sword technique stairway, Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. Whoosh! The 7th sword of the golden light sword technique had been displayed to the extreme. Fang Chen's understanding of swordsmanship had also reached the extreme. However, this did not help Fang Chen to reach the 9th floor. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little confused. Why couldn't he take a step forward now? I don't believe it. Fang Chen bellowed in his heart as he executed the golden light sword technique once again. His toes moved slowly. However, when his toes touched the stairs to the 9th level, he suddenly felt something. Suddenly, a tyrannical force came, and Fang Chen felt as if he was going to be repelled. Haha, did you see that? It's impossible to reach the 9th floor by force. Fang Chen is going to be repelled. The backlash of the 9th floor is very strong. He will definitely be injured. Humph, a reckless guy. How dare he try to reach the 9th floor? Many disciples laughed when they saw this scene. White Ape glanced at Bing Ling and sneered. He seemed to see the scene of Fang Chen being repelled and seriously injured. Bai Liming sighed and shook his head in the distance. It seems that he can't reach the 9th floor. Bai Liming had reached the 8th floor, so he knew how terrifying the 9th floor was. It was very difficult to reach the 9th floor. Bai Liming was not optimistic about Fang Chen. He thought that Fang Chen would not be able to reach the 9th floor. At this moment, Fang Chen had one foot on the 9th step of the sword technique stairway. A strong force was felt. What a strong force! Fang Chen could not hold on any longer. He was going to be repelled. However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen felt his golden heart beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt that his mind was filled with sword principle comprehension. The force from the 9th floor disappeared without a trace. Then, Fang Chen took a step forward and easily reached the 9th floor. Boom! There was an uproar on the mountain peak. Countless disciples were shocked. Heavens, am I dreaming? Did Fang Chen really reach the 9th step of the sword stairway? How is it possible? Other than Xie Tiannan, no one else has reached the 9th floor. What a monster! Even Du Zhong could not do it, but he did it. How terrifying! He actually reached the 9th level of the sword stairway. After recovering from the shock, countless disciples cried out. At this moment, White Ape was also shocked. He did not want to believe this fact. Damn it, how could this be? White Ape shouted in his heart. Beside White Ape, Bing Ling smiled and nodded at Fang Chen. Almost all the top 10 inner disciples were shocked by Fang Chen's action. Even Du Zhong couldn't do it, but Fang Chen did it. What was going on? Bai Liming, who was standing in the distance, was about to leave. However, the foot that he had just taken was forcefully pulled back. His face was filled with astonishment. He clearly felt that Fang Chen could not hold on any longer, but at the last moment, Fang Chen suddenly stepped on the 9th floor. Bai Liming was so shocked that he was speechless. As soon as Fang Chen reached the top of the sword stairway, he felt a strong sword qi coming from all directions. I see. Fang Chen sat cross-legged as dense sword qi continuously circled around his body. Finally, it quickly entered his body. It was not until this moment that Fang Chen understood that reaching the 9th floor of the sword stairway and being baptized by the sword qi was too precious for a sword cultivator. Hiss. Seeing Fang Chen bathed in the sword qi baptism, the whole mountain was in an uproar. In an instant, the news of Fang Chen reaching the top of the sword stairway spread throughout the inner sect. All the disciples knew about it and rushed over. Not only that, but the 9 elders of the inner sect were also shocked. Except for the sect master, who was in seclusion, the other elders all came to the sword stairway. Among the 9 elders, the 9th elder was the happiest because Fang Chen was his disciple. Haha, Fang Chen did not let me down. The 9th elder laughed. Who reached the top of the sword stairway? The first elder and the others all looked at Fang Chen. When they saw Fang Chen bathed in the sword qi, their faces were full of joy. He is comparable to Xie Tiannan. This boy's talent in the sword principle is too strong. The first elder said slowly. First elder, you may not know, but this boy is also practicing the golden lightsword technique. Moreover, he has already reached the greater mastery of the golden lightsword technique, the 8th elder said. Hearing the 8th elder's words, the other elders were shocked. Heaven's will. Is this heaven's will? After Xie Tiannan went missing, another disciple with the same growth path as Xie Tiannan has appeared in our Qingfeng sword sect. The first elder said. He is really amazing. He actually reached the top of the sword stairway. That's right. We must put more effort into nurturing him. He is definitely a sword genius. That's right. It's a pity that he is already a disciple of the 9th elder. Otherwise, many elders actually had the idea of snatching his disciple away. But in front of the 9th elder's old face, they did not say anything. Ha ha ha, 9th elder, you have picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 36. In the history of the Qingfeng sword sect, any disciple who could reach the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, as long as they did not die prematurely, would become a peerless expert. The stairway of swordsmanship represented the talent in swordsmanship. The higher one climbed, the more powerful one's talent in swordsmanship. Xie Tiannan was like that back then, and so was Fang Chen now. Otherwise, the 9 elders would be overjoyed when they heard that someone had reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. After Xie Tiannan reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, the Qingfeng sword sect wanted to focus on nurturing him. However, unexpectedly, Xie Tiannan disappeared without a trace. Since then, no one had reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. Just as the elders were talking, a roar suddenly came from the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. In the next moment, the dense sword qi disappeared. After the sword qi baptism ended, Fang Chen stood up. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his understanding of swordsmanship had deepened, and his mind was filled with dense sword qi. The sword qi baptism is really effective, Fang Chen thought to himself. After the sword qi baptism ended, Fang Chen exited the stairway of swordsmanship. At this moment, the elders came forward to greet him. Fang Chen, congratulations on reaching the top of the stairway of swordsmanship. All the elders greeted Fang Chen. They had completely ignored the top 10 inner disciples. Elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Fang Chen, you are the first disciple to reach the top of the stairway of swordsmanship after Xie Tiannan, said the 9th elder. Everyone had different opinions, but Fang Chen just smiled faintly. Finally, after an hour, Fang Chen finally finished dealing with the elders and left the mountain. The news of Fang Chen reaching the top of the stairway of swordsmanship spread like wildfire. Countless inner disciples began to discuss among themselves. The next day, Fang Chen went to the skills library early in the morning. The inner sect skills library was much better than the outer sects. After Fang Chen reached the top of the stairway of swordsmanship, the elders prepared to let Fang Chen choose a cultivation technique. After entering the skills library, Fang Chen carefully observed the cultivation techniques inside. Most of the inner sect skills library were ordinary cultivation techniques. Of course, there were some substandard cultivation techniques. Fang Chen took a closer look at those substandard skills and shook his head. He felt that these substandard skills were not suitable for him. But at this moment, Fang Chen's gaze fixed on a cultivation technique. This book was placed at the very front of the entire skills library. The book looked very thin, with only one page. What cultivation technique is this? Fang Chen was a little confused. He walked over to the book and started reading it. Quicksword was the name of this technique. When Fang Chen saw this name, a smile appeared on his face. Although swordsmanship was a substandard cultivation technique, Fang Chen felt that it was suitable for him. After making his decision, Fang Chen quickly memorized the swordsmanship technique and left the skills library. In a manner in the inner sect, White Ape's face was full of anger. Bing Ling treats this kid differently. White Ape said coldly. Brother White Ape, does Bing Ling like this kid? Chong Yu asked curiously. In the inner sect, everyone knew that White Ape liked Bing Ling. Although Bing Ling did not agree, White Ape did not like other disciples getting close to Bing Ling. Before the stairway of swordsmanship, White Ape noticed that Bing Ling looked at Fang Chen differently. Furthermore, Fang Chen had stolen his limelight, so he hated Fang Chen very much. Fang Chen, it's all because of him, White Ape said angrily. Brother White Ape, he's just a 5th level Qi cultivation realm disciple. There's no need to make a big fuss. I'll just send a disciple to teach him a lesson. White Ape heard this and nodded. After Fang Chen obtained the swordsmanship technique, he cultivated in the cultivation pagoda every day. After using 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen finally cultivated the swordsmanship to perfection. The swordsmanship, as the name suggested, could increase the speed of the sword. After cultivating it to perfection, Fang Chen could wield up to 100 swords in one breath. It was very powerful. This swordsmanship is very suitable for me, Fang Chen said. When Fang Chen walked out of the cultivation pagoda, he heard a male duck's voice. Fang Chen, you're finally out. Yes, I have something to tell you, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept my challenge? The person said coldly. Many of the surrounding disciples were discussing in whispers. The disciple who challenged Fang Chen was ranked 20th in the inner sect. His name was Zhu Yunlong. Challenge me? Fang Chen frowned and asked. Fang Chen, do you dare to challenge me? Zhu Yunlong asked once more. Why wouldn't I dare? Fang Chen said. Fang Chen said coldly, feeling a little displeased after being challenged for no apparent reason. All right, let's go to the martial stage, Zhu Yunlong said. There's no need to go to the martial stage, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, what do you mean? Zhu Yunlong asked. Crash. Suddenly, the light spirit sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand. In the next moment, a sword light flashed and Zhu Yunlong fell to the ground. Fang Chen's sword was so fast that the surrounding disciples didn't even see Fang Chen's attack clearly. When did Fang Chen become so strong? The surrounding disciples sucked in a breath of cold air and began to discuss. Fang Chen had defeated Zhu Yunlong in one move. They hadn't even seen his attack clearly. He was becoming more and more mysterious. After defeating Zhu Yunlong, Fang Chen turned and left. As time passed, Fang Chen's cultivation had also reached the mid-fifth level of qi refining. His strength had increased by another step. On this day, Fang Chen went to the mission hall to accept a mission. The location of the mission was Flowing Wind City, where the Flowing Wind sect was located. Fang Chen left the Azure Edge Sword sect and went to Flowing Wind City. 3 days later, Fang Chen arrived at Flowing Wind City. According to the mission, there's a suspected metal vein on a mountain peak outside of Flowing Wind City. I need to investigate it, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen followed the map and quickly left Flowing Wind City, heading towards the mountain peak. At this moment, on the wasteland, the disciples of the Flowing Wind sect also received the news that there might be a metal lode here. Senior Brother Li, I didn't think that you would personally take part in this mission. A disciple laughed. Li Jin was the 13th disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. His strength had reached the peak of the 5th level of qi refining. He was very strong. This mission is more important. Let's go quickly, Li Jin said indifferently. The group of people quickly rushed towards the mountain peak. When Li Jin and the others arrived at the mountain peak, they discovered that there was already a figure on the mountain peak. Who are you? Li Jin asked. When Fang Chen heard this, he recognized that these people were disciples of the Flowing Wind sect. I'm a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect, Fang Chen said. Why would a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect appear in the territory of my Flowing Wind sect? Li Jin was a little unhappy. He didn't want the metal vein to be exposed. I'm here to do the mission. Fang Chen finished speaking and began to inspect the mountain peak. When Li Jin saw this, he also began to inspect the mountain peak. After a while, Fang Chen discovered that there were some metal ores under the ground where Fang Chen was standing. Could there really be a metal vein here? Fang Chen wondered. At the same time, Li Jin and the others also discovered the metal vein. Not good, there really is a metal vein here. We can't let the Azure Edge Sword sect's disciples spread this news. Li Jin instantly made his decision. Flowing Wind Fist. Li Jin took advantage of the fact that Fang Chen was not paying attention and executed a fist technique. He punched out and a fist glow appeared in the sky. Rumble, after sensing Li Jin's murderous intent, a cold glint flashed across Fang Chen's eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fang Chen roared furiously. The nimble sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly used a swift sword. Puchie's sword light flashed, and a figure instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Jin was infuriated. Bastard, I'll kill you. Li Jin roared furiously. The other disciples who had come with him also attacked. Puchi, however, Fang Chen's strength wasn't something that Li Jin could compare to. In just a moment, all of Li Jin's disciples had been killed by Fang Chen. Only Li Jin remained. You can go die too. Sword light flashed, and Fang Chen's nimble sword instantly stabbed into Li Jin's chest. At this point, all of the Flowing Wind sect's disciples had been killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen checked and found that Li Jin had a spatial ring, so he directly took it. I must spread the news before the Flowing Wind sect finds out. Fang Chen pondered. As long as the Azure Edge Sword sect occupied this place before the Flowing Wind sect, the Flowing Wind sect wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, this place belonged to the Azure Cloud County. Fang Chen took out a communication jade pendant and sent the news back. Then he entered the metal vein. In a remote area outside Flowing Wind City, there was a blood-red skeleton stealthily walking. It seems a little difficult to contact the other disciples of the Yellow Spring sect, the blood-red skeleton said in a hoarse voice. Ever since the blood-red skeleton killed Elder Liu, its pursuit of Fang Chen was fruitless, so it left the valley and wandered around before arriving at Flowing Wind City. It wanted to find the members of the Yellow Spring sect who were hiding in the dark. However, after searching for so long, it still couldn't find them. This made the blood-red skeleton a little speechless. Just as the blood-red skeleton was walking, it suddenly smelled a fishy smell ahead. Fishy smell? Could it be that someone is fighting? The blood-red skeleton's figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the mountain peak. Not long after, the blood-red skeleton appeared on the mountain peak and discovered Li Jin and the others. "These people just died not long ago," the blood-red skeleton said softly. Then, the blood-red skeleton noticed the metal vein under the mountain peak. There's actually a metal vein here. The blood-red skeleton was pleasantly surprised. Their Yellow Spring sect had a cultivation technique that could fuse metal veins into one's body to increase one's cultivation. At this moment, the blood-red skeleton discovered a metal vein, and the haze from before was swept away. Chapter 37. Only after entering did Fang Chen discover that there were a lot of metal ores here. If the Flowing Wind sect gets the news first, they'll definitely occupy the mine. Right now, I can only hope that the upper echelons of the Qingfeng sword sect will come quickly. Fang Chen whispered. Not long after, Fang Chen entered the depths of the mine. There were many pitch-black caves in the mine. Fang Chen picked up a piece of metal ore and felt that it was very heavy. Just what kind of metal is this? Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. He didn't know what this metal was. However, just as Fang Chen was holding the metal ore, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, the energy within the metal ore was absorbed by the golden heart bit by bit. In just a moment, the metal ore in Fang Chen's hand turned into powder. This scene shocked Fang Chen. How is this possible? The golden heart was actually able to absorb metal ores. Fang Chen was shocked. After recovering from his shock, Fang Chen discovered that after the golden heart absorbed the energy within the metal ore, Fang Chen's body had become stronger. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Fang Chen could feel that his heart had become much stronger. Metal ores can strengthen the heart. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He picked up a piece of metal ore next to him. A strange scene occurred once again. The metal ore was absorbed by the golden heart. As expected. After absorbing the energy within the metal ore, Fang Chen's heart became even more active. After that, Fang Chen began to wildly absorb the energy within the metal ore. After 2 hours, the golden heart had absorbed the energy of 100 metal ores. At this time, the golden heart actually emitted a trace of silver light. However, for now, Fang Chen still hadn't discovered what had happened to the golden heart. Just as the golden heart was no longer able to absorb the energy within the metal ores, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had silently broken through to the 6th level of qi refining. How is this possible? Fang Chen was shocked. There were many talented disciples in the inner sanctum of the Azure Edge sword sect, but they were all stuck at the 5th level of the qi cultivation realm, unable to break through. Who would have thought that he would be able to break through so easily? 6th tier of the qi refinement realm. My strength has increased a lot. Fang Chen was overjoyed. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, other than the mysterious Du Zhong, he was practically invincible among the top 10 inner disciples of the Green Edge sword sect. Fang Chen was very happy with his breakthrough. However, just as Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly sensed a strange movement. What is it? Fang Chen listened attentively and suddenly discovered that there was the sound of breathing coming from the depths of the metal vein. Could it be a demonic beast? Fang Chen felt a little puzzled. Just as he was about to enter the depths of the ore vein, however, a roar suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared and attacked Fang Chen. Bang! In his panic, Fang Chen exchanged a punch with the black shadow, and his body was instantly sent flying. So strong. Fang Chen felt his bones creaking and his body aching, but he quickly took out the nimble sword. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen saw that the one attacking him was a huge black ape. This black ape's body emitted a metallic aura. Could it be that this black ape feeds on metal ores? He waved the light spirit sword and instantly executed the swift sword. A tyrannical sword light instantly streaked across Fang Chen's head and pierced towards the black ape. Catcher. When the sword light hit the black ape, it instantly dissipated. What a strong defense. Fang Chen was a little speechless. This ape's strength was too tyrannical. There was no way he could block it. Fang Chen pretended to attack. Then, with a flash of his body, he entered a pitch-black cave at the side. It was also at this time that the scarlet skeleton entered the ore vein from the mountain peak. As soon as it entered, it heard the black ape's wild roar. When Fang Chen disappeared, the black ape was about to attack, but found that its target was no longer there. However, just as the black ape was searching for its target, it discovered the scarlet skeleton. Roar. The black ape let out a furious roar and began to fight the scarlet skeleton. Bastard, you're courting death. The scarlet skeleton was infuriated to be attacked for no reason. It used its ultimate skill, and a dense scarlet aura surged out of its body as it fought the black ape. After Fang Chen entered the pitch-black cave, he quickly fled. But after fleeing for a while, he discovered that the black ape didn't chase after him. Instead, he heard the sound of fighting. Could it be that the higher-ups of the Azure Edge Sword sect have arrived? Fang Chen stopped. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen prepared to go back and check. But Fang Chen wasn't in a rush to go back. He was waiting. About an hour later, the sound of fighting had disappeared. Fang Chen decided to go back and take a look. Fang Chen went back the way he came. When he came out of the pitch-black cave, he suddenly discovered the black ape lying on the ground in the distance, lifeless. The black ape is dead. Fang Chen cried out in alarm. But when Fang Chen saw the heavily injured scarlet skeleton on the ground, his expression changed. The scarlet skeleton also noticed Fang Chen and icily said, "Brat, I'm heavily injured right now. As long as you help me, I'll definitely repay you once I'm healed." Fang Chen sneered inside. How could he believe the words of a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Damn skeleton, you almost killed me twice. Today, I'll kill you first. Fang Chen walked step by step to the front of the blood-colored skeleton, preparing to kill it. "Brat, you dare touch me?" raged the scarlet skeleton. "Temph, you're heavily injured right now. You won't be able to block my attacks. Killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand," sneered Fang Chen. "Thief, I'm going to kill you." The bloody skeleton roared furiously. Fang Chen took out the light spirit sword and prepared to kill the skeleton. But at this time, a thought flashed in Fang Chen's mind. Is mind control effective on the scarlet skeleton? When he thought of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with excitement. If he could control the bloody skeleton with his mind control technique, he would obtain a Qi transformation stage battle power out of nowhere. If I can have a Qi transformation puppet, I'll be invincible under the Qi transformation realm. Fang Chen carefully thought to himself. Fang Chen put away the light spirit sword and closed his eyes. He instantly used mind control. Hiss. Within Fang Chen's mind, the blood-red flower trembled. A dense blood-red aura surged out of Fang Chen's body. "Mind control, brat, don't think you can control me." Seeing Fang Chen use mind control, the scarlet skeleton sneered and began to resist. The blood-red mist enveloped the scarlet skeleton, but it was unable to enter its body. "What's going on?" Fang Chen asked. Mind control was actually ineffective against the scarlet skeleton. Just as Fang Chen was puzzled, the golden heart began to rapidly beat. Strands of clear energy fused into the blood-red mist. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. The blood-colored skeleton let out a miserable cry, and in the next moment, the blood-red fog drilled into the blood-colored skeleton's mind. "What is that?" Following the scarlet skeleton's furious roar, Fang Chen finally completed mind control. The clear energy from the golden heart no longer flowed out. At this time, Fang Chen had successfully controlled the scarlet skeleton. If it weren't for the golden heart, I wouldn't have been able to control the scarlet skeleton. Fang Chen was incomparably excited. This was a Qi transformation puppet. "Master." The scarlet skeleton's eyes were wooden as it cupped its hands towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, "You can recuperate here for now. Find a place to hide before the Qingfeng Sword sect's higher-ups arrive." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the scarlet skeleton nodded and began to heal. Fang Chen turned to look at the black ape and put it into his spatial ring. The black ape's body was very large, and it was a Qi transformation demonic beast. If he sold it, It would definitely fetch a lot of spirit stones. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let it go. Just like that, 3 days later, the scarlet skeleton had fully recovered. Fang Chen had it hide for now. The higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect had also arrived. Fang Chen, are you all right? Among the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect was the 9th elders. He looked worriedly at Fang Chen. Master, I'm fine, whispered Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you've contributed greatly this time. Once we return to the sect, you'll be rewarded. A sage-like middle-aged man smiled. Fang Chen guessed that this middle-aged man should be the sect master of the Qingfeng sword sect. Fang Chen, you should return to the sect first. Once the Flowing Wind sect learns of the situation here, they'll definitely come. When that time comes, there might be a fierce battle. You might be caught in the crossfire. All right. Fang Chen nodded. After that, Fang Chen left. The higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect were all qi transformation experts. Fang Chen wouldn't be of much help here, so he might as well return. 3 days later, Fang Chen returned to Clearwind City and went straight to the Clearwind branch. Selling demonic beast corpses. Fang Chen found the managing elder with ease and explained the purpose of his visit. The deacon elder had a deep impression of Fang Chen. Hearing that Fang Chen wanted to sell demonic beast corpses, his face was full of smiles. Little brother Fang, what level of demonic beast corpse did you get this time? Asked the deacon elder. Crash. Fang Chen took out the black ape's corpse from his spatial ring. The deacon elder was immediately dumbfounded. This is a qi transformation demonic beast. The deacon elder was incomparably excited. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to take out a qi transformation demonic beast. Little brother Fang, did you kill it? Asked the deacon elder. Fang Chen didn't say anything. Only then did the deacon elder realize that he had said too much. Chapter 38. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the managing elder finally woke up from his shock, and his face was full of smiles. If this deal was successful, he would be able to earn a lot. Moreover, in a small place like Clearbreeze City, the corpses of qi transformation realm monsters were rarely seen. He did not expect to be able to obtain one today. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The managing elder cautiously quoted the price, afraid that Fang Chen would leave if he was unhappy. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded his head. The price that the deacon elder gave him could be considered fair. Soon after, he said, "Deal." The managing elder was overjoyed and prepared to give Fang Chen the spirit stones, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. "Do you have a space ring that can store a puppet?" Fang Chen asked. "A space ring that can store a puppet?" The managing elder asked. "Yes, I need one," Fang Chen said. The managing elder thought for a moment and said, "A space ring that can store a puppet is a very special space ring, and the price is very high." "How much?" Fang Chen asked. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, which is 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The managing elder said. The exchange rate between low-grade spirit stones and mid-grade spirit stones was 1 to 100. 300,000 low-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge sum. Fang Chen frowned slightly. He did not have that many spirit stones at the moment. "I don't have that many spirit stones at the moment. I'll come back when I earn enough spirit stones." After Fang Chen finished speaking, he finished the deal with the managing elder and left Clearbreeze City. Of course, after leaving Clearbreeze City, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to return to the Azure Edge Sword sect. His target was the Clearbreeze mountain range, which was not far from Clearbreeze City. Unlike the Blackwind mountain range, the monsters in the Clearbreeze mountain range were generally stronger. In the core area, there were even some powerful qi transformation realm monsters. And Fang Chen's target this time was those qi transformation realm monsters. When leaving Clearbreeze City, Fang Chen used the mind control technique to contact the bloody skeleton and asked it to go to the Clearbreeze mountain range. When Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Breezy Mountains, he bumped into 5 adventurers. "Boss, there's a young warrior over there." Among the 5 adventurers, a woman saw Fang Chen and whispered. "Since he dares to come to the Breezy mountain range alone, he might be a fat sheep," the boss said sinisterly. After that, The boss quickly walked in front of Fang Chen and said with a smile, "Little friend, are you preparing to enter the Breeze Mountain Range?" "Okay," Fang Chen said. "The Cool Breeze Mountain Range is extremely dangerous. If you're alone, you might run into danger. Why don't we team up?" Boss asked again. Fang Chen shook his head. With the bloody skeleton around, he didn't need to team up with anyone. When he saw Fang Chen shake his head, a trace of displeasure appeared between the boss' brows. Soon after, he no longer said anything and left with a cold snort. Watching Fang Chen enter the Cool Breeze Mountains, the boss sneered and said, "What a reckless brat. Let's go in and kill him." After saying that, the 5 of them quickly entered the Breezy Mountain Range. After Fang Chen entered the Breezy Mountain Range, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he waited for the bloody skeleton. Not long after he entered, he heard a rustling sound behind him. Fang Chen turned around and was surprised to see the 5 people from earlier. When the 5 of them saw Fang Chen, they quickly surrounded Fang Chen. "Brat, hand over your treasures and I'll leave your corpse intact," the boss sinisterly said. Fang Chen glanced at them. Of the 5 people, 4 were at the 5th stage of Qi refinement while the boss was at the 6th stage of Qi refinement. "Idiots," Fang Chen sneered. "Go, kill him." The boss roared and the 5 of them attacked together. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from the Breezy Mountain Range. "Quick sword." Fang Chen didn't want to waste any time. He directly took out the light spirit sword and used his quick sword. Su. Wherever the sword light passed, miserable cries could be heard. How is this possible? This brat is actually so powerful. Seeing this, the boss was shocked. However, his attacks became even fiercer. After Fang Chen killed a cultivator, he actually stopped attacking. "Kill this brat," the boss roared angrily. However, at this moment, the boss and the others were horrified to find that their bodies were uncontrollably trembling. How is this possible? The boss felt a pressure. He couldn't move his body. What's going on? The boss still didn't know that danger was approaching. He tried his best to break free from the pressure, but it was to no avail. Just as the boss roared, a bloody skeleton descended from the sky. Under Fang Chen's control, it continuously reaped the lives of the 4 people. Crack! When the Qi refinement realm bloody skeleton attacked, the boss and the others couldn't fight back at all. Even when they died, they didn't know who killed them. Crash! In an instant, the cultivators were all dead. The bloody skeleton returned to Fang Chen and said, "Master." Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction and then led the bloody skeleton into the depths of the Cool Breeze Mountain Range. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Fang Chen and the bloody skeleton had encountered a Qi refinement realm demon beast. However, at the most crucial moment, the demon beast had escaped. Normally, once a demon beast reached the Qi refinement realm, it would more or less gain some intelligence. It would be extremely difficult to kill it unless it was a one-hit kill. However, Fang Chen wasn't discouraged. He continued to search for Qi refinement realm demon beasts. Of course, what Fang Chen didn't know was that during these 5 days, the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect and the Qingfeng Sword sect had engaged in a heaven-shaking battle on a mountain peak outside Flowing Wind City. No one knew what happened during the battle. However, there was some news that the Qingfeng Sword sect and the Flowing Wind sect had reached an agreement. The Qingfeng Sword sect would take 60% of the metal mine, while the Flowing Wind sect would take 40%. Fang Chen didn't know any of this. On a certain day in the depths of the Flowing Wind mountain range, Fang Chen and the bloody skeleton were walking when they suddenly heard a cry. In the next instant, Fang Chen vigilantly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, a black shadow attacked him from behind. Catcher the bloody skeleton reacted quickly and blocked the attack. Fang Chen retreated from the battle. The bloody skeleton and the black shadow clashed. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen discovered that the black shadow was actually a shadow cat. "It's so small." Fang Chen was a bit shocked. This shadow cat was clearly a Qi refinement realm demon beast. How could it be so small? But no matter what, he had finally encountered a Qi refinement realm demon beast. Bang bang bang. The shadow cat's strength was clearly inferior to the bloody skeleton's. After a series of attacks, the bloody skeleton gradually gained the upper hand. A moment later, with a loud bang, the blood-red skeleton's hand stabbed into the shadow cat's neck, killing it instantly. The bloody skeleton threw the corpse to Fang Chen, who stored it in his spatial ring. "Continue looking for targets," Fang Chen said. Fang Chen stayed in the Flowing Wind mountain range for a total of 20 days before killing 3 Qi Refinement Realm demon beasts. On this day, Fang Chen returned to Flowing Wind City. Fang Chen sold the 3 Qi Refinement Realm demon beasts and received 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the spirit stones he already had, he had more than 450,000 low-grade spirit stones. After paying the 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, Fang Chen obtained the special spatial ring he wanted and left Flowing Wind City. On the way back to the Azure Edge Sword Sect, Fang Chen summoned the bloody skeleton and stored it in his spatial ring. After doing all this, Fang Chen returned to the Azure Edge Sword Sect. When the Ninth Elders heard the news, he summoned Fang Chen and told him about the metal mine. Then, he told Fang Chen another important piece of news. "Fang Chen, you must enter the top 10 of the inner sect as soon as possible. In a month, the Flowing Wind Secret Realm will open and the top 10 inner sect disciples will enter." "Don't worry, Master. I will definitely do it." With Fang Chen's current strength, he was almost invincible in the inner sect. Fang Chen left the Ninth Elder's residence. When he was about to return, he bumped into the second-ranked inner sect disciple, White Ape, and the third-ranked inner sect disciple, Chong Yu. "Isn't this Fang Chen?" White Ape looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "Brother White Ape, I heard that this kid is close to Bingling, Chong Yu said coldly. "Fang Chen, if you still want to stay in the inner sect, you better stay away from Bingling," White Ape said coldly. "Is that a threat?" Fang Chen asked. Hearing Fang Chen's words, White Ape and Chong Yu laughed. Their faces were full of disdain as they said, "You can take it as a threat. Anyway, stay away from Bingling in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you go." Fang Chen heard this and shook his head. He ignored the two and turned to leave. However, the next day, a shocking piece of news came from the inner sect. Fang Chen was going to challenge the second-ranked inner sect disciple, White Ape, and the third-ranked inner sect disciple, Chong Yu, at the same time. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar in the inner sect. Countless disciples were shocked. Fang Chen is going to challenge White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time. Is this true? How is that possible? Who does Fang Chen think he is? How can he defeat White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time? What a fantasy. White Ape reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm 3 days ago, and Chong Yu reached the peak of the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. Even Duzhong would be afraid of the two of them together. He's a madman. The news spread like wildfire. When White Ape and Chong Yu heard the news, they were furious. Fang Chen is courting death. Since he's courting death, then don't blame us for being ruthless. White Ape and Chong Yu said eerily. In the inner sect, on a hidden mountain peak, a man in green was sitting cross-legged. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly opened, and the aura around him was majestic. There was a strange smile on the green-robed man's face. Chapter 39. Inner Sect, in an independent courtyard. Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. After absorbing enough metal ores, the golden heart seemed to have evolved a little, and a trace of silver appeared. At first, Fang Chen didn't know what was different about the golden heart after it evolved, but now he knew. After the golden heart evolved, not only was it easier to cultivate swordsmanship, it was also easier to cultivate other cultivation techniques. In the end, Fang Chen came to a conclusion. The golden heart could still evolve, and after it evolved, the speed of cultivating other cultivation techniques would definitely increase. Fang Chen ran the second finger of the meteor finger in his mind, and the golden heart beat rapidly. After a while, he had mastered the second finger of the meteor finger. The meteor finger was obtained by Fang Chen from a disciple of the Flowing Wind sect. It was a substandard cultivation technique, and its power was slightly stronger than the golden lightsword technique. After reaching the 6th LV of the Qi refining realm, Fang Chen gradually felt that the golden light sword technique could no longer keep up with his level. Therefore, Fang Chen decided to focus on the swift sword technique and the meteor finger. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In 3 days, Fang Chen cultivated the second finger of the meteor finger to perfection, and then he completed the third finger of the meteor finger. At this time, Fang Chen had reached the middle stage of the 6th LV of the Qi refining realm. It's time to go. Fang Chen opened his eyes and said. Although the two fighters hadn't arrived yet, the inner sect martial arts practice field was already packed with people. Even the top 10 disciples had come to watch. In the crowd, many people were discussing. Do you think Fang Chen can defeat White Ape and Chongyu? I don't think it's possible. After all, White Ape and Chongyu are top disciples of the inner sect. How can Fang Chen defeat them? Yeah, if he fought Chongyu alone, he might have a chance. But he's so arrogant that he wants to challenge 2 experts at the same time. He must be dreaming. At this time, in the top 10 disciples area, Bai Liming and the others were also confused. Fang Chen doesn't seem like a reckless person. Why is he so reckless this time? Bai Liming didn't understand. Bing Ling, who was standing to one side, had a complicated expression on her pretty face. She was also a little worried about Fang Chen. Just as everyone was discussing, Fang Chen appeared. The moment Fang Chen appeared, White Ape and Chongyu also appeared. The two of them came aggressively, their faces full of anger. Fang Chen stepped onto the stage and looked at White Ape and Chongyu. Can we begin? Below the stage, White Ape didn't move. Instead, Chongyu stepped onto the stage and said coldly, Kid, I alone am enough to deal with you. You are no match for me. Come at me together, Fang Chen said calmly. Fang Chen's words caused an uproar in the entire martial practice field. Countless disciples thought that Fang Chen was too arrogant. Fang Chen, who do you think you are? A mere inner sect disciple dares to challenge me and Chongyu? You're really courting death. White Ape sneered disdainfully. But a mere disciple like me is challenging the two of you. Why don't you dare come up? Fang Chen retorted. White Ape was infuriated by Fang Chen's words. You don't have the qualifications for me to personally take action. Chongyu alone is enough to defeat you, sneered White Ape. Fang Chen, I'll make you beg for death. Chongyu sinisterly laughed. Fang Chen shook his head. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of his body, followed by a series of heaven-shaking roars. Roar. 6 roars instantly spread throughout the martial arts arena, causing countless disciples to be shocked. 6 roars represented the power of 6 oxen. How is this possible? The first to react was Bai Liming. His face was filled with shock. He did not expect Fang Chen to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm. What LV6 Qi cultivation realm? All the disciples in the martial practice field were shocked. They did not expect Fang Chen to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm. Chongyu was the most frightened among them. After hearing the 6 roars, Chongyu even wanted to die. Fang Chen was at the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, while he was at the LV5 Qi cultivation realm. How dare he say that he would make Fang Chen beg for death? What a joke. Fang Chen did not treat him as an opponent from the beginning. This was a disgrace. Damn it. Below the martial practice field, White Ape narrowed his eyes with a ferocious expression. With a swoosh, he stepped onto the martial practice field. Fang Chen, you really exceeded my expectations. I did not expect you to have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, said White Ape coldly. That's right. Even if you have reached the LV6 Qi cultivation realm, you are still no match for me. Furthermore, you are challenging me and Chongyu. Can we begin? Fang Chen felt that White Ape was talking too much and was a little speechless. Let's go together. White Ape let out an angry roar and instantly erupted with all his strength. An ordinary weapon suddenly appeared in his hand and he attacked Fang Chen. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Chongyu unleashed his strongest sword technique to attack Fang Chen. Quick sword. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed from Fang Chen's body. In the next moment, the sword light appeared in front of White Ape and Chongyu. Poochie White Ape barely dodged, but Chongyu was a little more miserable. Ah! Chong Yu did not dodge the sword light and was instantly hit. His right hand that was holding the sword instantly lost all feeling. Damn it! White Ape saw this and roared. He waved the long sword in his hand and a sky full of sword light continuously attacked Fang Chen. Quick sword. It was still the same quick sword, but this time, Fang Chen's speed was even faster. He could stab hundreds of times in one breath. Hundreds of sword light directly stabbed towards White Ape and Chong Yu. Bang bang bang. White Ape blocked the sword light awkwardly, but Chong Yu was directly hit by the sword light. His body instantly flew out and fell to the ground. The crowd was shocked. The two of them joined forces to fight Fang Chen, but they did not expect that Chong Yu would be defeated by Fang Chen at the beginning. He did not even have the chance to fight back. When did Fang Chen become so powerful? All the disciples were thinking in their hearts. What a mysterious guy. He is indeed a genius who can reach the top of the sword technique ladder, Bai Liming said with a smile. Bing Ling saw this scene and finally heaved a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen used his quick sword and fought fiercely with White Ape. Monkey swordsmanship. Suddenly, White Ape roared and used his strongest sword technique, White Ape swordsmanship. The monkey swordsmanship was also a substandard skill that White Ape accidentally found in a relic. The name of the skill was given by White Ape himself. When the ape-monkey swordsmanship was displayed, countless rays of sword light instantly merged together in the sky, forming a majestic sword light. Crack! The sword light of the quick sword was instantly shattered, and a strong aura swept across the entire martial arts stage. At this moment, Fang Chen put away his light sword and stretched out his finger. He closed his eyes and the image of the portrait appeared in his mind. The second meteor finger. The second meteor finger was used instantly. The power of the second finger was much stronger than the first. Moreover, the meteor finger contained a trace of artistic conception, which doubled the power. Boom! With a loud sound, the finger light and the sword light collided. The two collided, consumed each other, and dissipated instantly. Fang Chen and White Ape each took a few steps back. White Ape's face was gloomy. He did not expect Fang Chen to be so powerful. Not only is his sword technique good, but his finger technique is also outstanding. This was Bai Liming's evaluation of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm going to kill you. White Ape was overwhelmed by anger. He roared and used the monkey swordsmanship again. Rumble. In the sky, there was a loud sound. The monkey swordsmanship was fully used by White Ape. Let's end this. Fang Chen displayed the third finger of the meteor finger. Rumble. When Fang Chen executed the third finger of the meteor finger, a finger light with a boundless aura instantly appeared on his finger. As Fang Chen's finger pressed down, the finger light shattered the sword light in the sky and pressed down heavily on White Ape's body. Crack! White Ape's body flew out like a kite and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. The whole place was silent. All the inner disciples were completely shocked. Fang Chen actually did it. He challenged the second and third inner disciples at the same time. Is he still human? He's a monster. He fought against two top experts alone. He's too powerful. With Fang Chen's strength, I'm afraid he's already qualified to challenge Du Zhong. Discussions continued. After defeating White Ape and Chong Yu, Fang Chen turned and left, leaving behind a weathered back view. The news of Fang Chen defeating White Ape and Chong Yu instantly spread in the inner sect. The higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect were especially excited when they heard the news. Did you know that Fang Chen defeated White Ape and Chong Yu? Of course, everyone in the inner sect knows that Fang Chen is now a celebrity in the Qingfeng sword sect. Yeah, I'm afraid Fang Chen is now qualified to challenge Du Zhong. Wherever they went, they could hear the inner disciples talking about Fang Chen. However, the person involved, Fang Chen, stayed in his room and did not leave. The next day, Fang Chen was called by the ninth elders. Fang Chen, the talent you displayed has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. They are prepared to nurture you with all their might. Do you need any resources? The ninth elders asked. Master, do you know what kind of metal is in that metal vein? Fang Chen did not answer the ninth elder's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. After our inspection, the ore in the metal vein should be a very rare yuan meteor stone. Extracting the energy in the yuan meteor stone can strengthen a martial artist's body and even increase their cultivation, the ninth elders said. Master, can you give me some yuan meteor stones? Fang Chen asked. The ninth elders was a little confused, but he did not ask. I need to report this matter to the sect master. Wait for my news, the ninth elders said and left. While Fang Chen was waiting for news, Jiang He and Xiao Shan both reached the fourth layer of the Qi refinement realm and entered the inner sect. The two brothers had just entered the inner sect when they heard about Fang Chen's achievements and went to look for Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you are amazing. You just entered the inner sect and you are already so strong, Xiao Shan said with a grin. Chapter 40. With regards to the arrival of Jiang He and Xiao Shan, Fang Chen was very happy. After all, these two had entered the inner sect and their strength had improved a lot. After chatting for a while, Jiang He and Xiao Shan went to rest, while Fang Chen continued to cultivate. One day, the ninth elders found Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I have already told the sect leader about the matter you mentioned. The sect leader said that the reason why we were able to obtain 60% of the yuan meteor stone mine was because of your contribution. Therefore, when I made that request, the sect leader agreed without hesitation. The ninth elders said with a smile. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. With the yuan meteor stones, he could absorb an unlimited amount of yuan meteor stones, allowing his golden heart to evolve once again. These are the yuan meteor stones that the sect has bestowed upon you. If you want to obtain more in the future, you will have to rely on your own efforts. The ninth elders passed the yuan meteor stones that he brought with him to Fang Chen. Fang Chen counted and found that the ninth elders had brought a total of 100 yuan meteor stones. Many thanks, Master. Fang Chen was overjoyed as he thanked him. All right, you should cultivate well and prepare for the trip to the Clear Wind Secret Realm in a month's time. The ninth elders said as he turned around and left. After returning to his room, Fang Chen started to absorb the yuan meteor stones once again. He sat down cross-legged with a yuan meteor stone in his hand. The golden heart began to beat rapidly, and traces of energy flowed out from the yuan meteor stone and into the golden heart. After a while, the yuan meteor stone turned into powder. Continue. Fang Chen said softly. Time passed by slowly, and in the blink of an eye, the night had passed and the sky was bright. And at this moment, Fang Chen finally stopped absorbing the yuan meteor stones. In a single night, Fang Chen had absorbed a total of 50 yuan meteor stones. Finally, the golden heart reached a state of saturation and could no longer absorb. After stopping the absorption, Fang Chen looked at the golden heart and realized that the silver luster of the golden heart had become much stronger. It is indeed useful. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Within the inner sect of the Azure Edge Sword sect, in an independent courtyard. Brother White Ape, are we just going to let this matter go like this? Chong Yu's face was a bit angry as he spoke in a low voice. Forget it. Of course I won't let it go just like that. That scum Fang Chen dared to humiliate us in public. His courting death, White Ape said coldly. But Fang Chen's strength, Chong Yu said in a low voice, slightly afraid of Fang Chen's strength. Although we are no match for Fang Chen now, we will have a chance in the Qingfeng Mystery Land in a month's time, White Ape said in a low voice. Qingfeng Secret Realm, Chong Yu said, puzzled. Chong Yu, you haven't been to the Qingfeng Secret Realm, so you don't understand. I've been there once, so I know the Qingfeng Secret Realm like the back of my hand. 1 month from now, Fang Chen will die in the Qingfeng Secret Realm. White Ape laughed eerily. All right, I'll listen to Brother White Ape's arrangements, Chong Yu said. After reaching an agreement with White Ape, Chong Yu quickly went to challenge 2 of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As everyone expected, White Ape and Chong Yu once again entered the ranks of the top 10 inner sect disciples. As for the disciples who were originally ranked 9th and 8th, they were very regretfully eliminated. Time passed little by little, and Fang Chen had been cultivating his swift sword all this time. Right now, Fang Chen could swing his sword 500 times in a single breath. Of course, Fang Chen was still not satisfied. It would be great if he could swing his sword up to 1,000 times in a single breath. One day, Fang Chen was cultivating when a panting Xiao Shan suddenly ran in, interrupting Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen, bad news. Jiang He is fighting with someone, Xiao Shan exclaimed, panting. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and abruptly opened his eyes. There was a look of confusion on his face as he quickly asked, "What's going on?" Jiang He and I went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. Because of the fight for the cultivation rooms, an inner sect disciple attacked us. We just entered the inner sect and could not beat him, so we came to look for you, Xiao Shan said. Take me there, Fang Chen said coldly. At the moment, two figures were fighting inside the cultivation tower. However, the battle was one-sided. Bang! 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 Following a series of collisions, Jiang He's body was sent flying and he fell to the ground. Phut! Jiang He's face was pale and his aura was weak as he vomited blood. Humph! You're not even fully grown and you dare to occupy my cultivation room? You really have a death wish. Zhongyi sneered as he looked at Jiang He on the ground. Zhongyi was one of the top 20 inner sect disciples. Although his strength was average, he was arrogant. Since his father was the third elder of the 9 grand elders, Zhongyi was even more arrogant and did not give face to anyone in the inner sect. Even the white ape, Chongyu, and the others were not willing to offend a profligate like Zhongyi. The cultivation room belongs to everyone. I went in first, so I should be the one cultivating. What right do you have to say that the cultivation room is yours? Jiang He said unhappily as he lay on the ground. Ha ha ha. Are you joking? Who in the inner sect doesn't know that this cultivation room belongs to me, Zhongyi? You're really bold, Zhongyi sneered. Apologize or I'll cripple you, Zhongyi growled. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiang He was stubborn and refused to apologize. Brat, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll count to 3. If you don't apologize, you can crawl back today, Zhongyi said. Humph. My brother will avenge me, Jiang He said. 1, Zhongyi said with a cold laugh, ignoring Jiang He. 2. 3. Just as Zhongwan said 2, a voice suddenly said 3. Zhongyi was stunned. He immediately turned to look and was about to curse out loud. However, when he saw the person who came, a trace of fear appeared on his face, and he was actually speechless. I've already counted to 3. Why aren't you attacking? Fang Chen asked as he walked up to Jiang He and stared at Zhongyi. Fang Chen, this has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere, Zhongyi whispered. Clearly, Zhongyi had heard about Fang Chen's deeds and was very wary of Fang Chen. He did not want to offend Fang Chen. It has nothing to do with me. You injured my brother and threatened to make him crawl back. You're actually telling me that it has nothing to do with me? Fang Chen wanted to laugh. What? He's your brother. Hearing that, Zhongyi's heart was filled with fear. He hurriedly apologized. Fang Chen, I think this is a misunderstanding. Since he's your brother, let's just forget about this matter. You beat my brother up to this state, and you're just going to forget about it. To think that you can say that. Fang Chen was truly enraged. Jiang He and Xiao Shan were his best friends. He did not expect that they would be beaten up by a profligate son like Zhongyi right after entering the inner sect. He wanted to make an example out of them. Fang Chen, don't go overboard. My father is the third elder. Try touching me if you dare, Zhongyi growled with some displeasure when he heard Fang Chen's words. Bang! Zhongyi had only just finished speaking when he heard a loud boom. Immediately after, Zhongyi discovered that his body had been sent flying. Ah! Zhongyi cried out miserably. He did not expect Fang Chen to dare to hit him. Fang Chen, my father will not let you off. Zhongyi roared furiously. Fang Chen did not care about this. He walked over and gave Zhongyi a good beating. In the end, he left with Jiang He and Xiao Shan, leaving Zhongyi alive. All the disciples in the cultivation tower exchanged glances. They had already made up their minds to never offend Jiang He and Xiao Shan in the future. Fang Chen was too scary. He even dared to hit the third elder's son. Inner sect, third elder's residence. When the third elder saw Zhongyi covered in injuries, his expression changed slightly. He asked, "What happened?" "Father, you have to give me justice," Zhongyi said miserably. "Speak. What happened? Who dared to hit you?" the third elder demanded coldly. "Father, it was Fang Chen. That fellow Fang Chen relied on his strength to snatch the cultivation room from me. I could not defeat him and got beaten up to this state," Zhongyi said. The third elder, who was originally furious, shook his head helplessly when he heard the name Fang Chen. "Zhongyi, of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend Fang Chen. Father, although Fang Chen is strong, he is still a disciple of the Green Edge Sword sect. Could it be that you, as the third elder, cannot avenge me?" Zhongyi asked. "Don't offend Fang Chen in the future." The third elder turned and left after saying that, leaving Zhongyi looking at each other in dismay. On a mysterious mountain outside Flowing Wind City, there was a sect. This sect was the Flowing Wind sect. As one of the three great sects of Azure Cloud County, the Flowing Wind sect had always been very powerful. Their disciples were also stronger than the disciples of the Green Edge Sword sect. Today, the entire Flowing Wind sect was very happy and full of jubilation. In a large hall of the Flowing Wind sect, a purple-clothed woman stood quietly. On the throne of the hall was a middle-aged man with a strong aura. "Yi Zi, you are indeed a once-in-a-century genius of our Flowing Wind sect. Reaching the 7th tier of Qi refinement at the age of 15 is truly amazing." The Flowing Wind sect's patriarch smiled. Many elders stood around the hall. They were all the upper echelons of the Flowing Wind sect. The reason why the upper echelons were gathered here today was because the most outstanding disciple of the Flowing Wind sect, Yi Zi, had successfully reached the 7th tier of Qi refinement. Yi Zi's achievements today were only possible because of the sect's full support. Yi Zi said modestly, "Good. Yi Zi, you should consolidate your cultivation and strive to take first place in the three sects martial competition in 3 months. Show the might of our Flowing Wind sect." The patriarch laughed heartily. With Yi Zi's current talent, she might even reach the 8th tier of Qi refinement in 3 months. At that time, no one in the younger generation of the three sects will be her match. Yes, Yi Zi's potential is too strong. Who knows what will happen in 3 months? Chapter 41. Half a month later, Fang Chen's quick sword had improved by a lot. He could now wield 800 swords in one go. The power was incomparably tyrannical. However, just as Fang Chen was about to focus on cultivating, the blood skeleton in his spatial ring sent out a signal. "Master, I need some spirit pills to recover my strength." Upon hearing the bloody skeleton's words, Fang Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "What do you need? Tell me and I'll get it for you." Fang Chen had his own plans. After all, the blood skeleton was his trump card. If it was a bit stronger, it would be beneficial to him. The blood skeleton had been heavily injured when the ancient sword continent's powers had exterminated the Yellow Spring sect. It still hadn't fully recovered. In just a moment, Fang Chen received a list and carefully looked it over. "Speaking of which, are there any surviving members of the Yellow Spring sect?" asked Fang Chen. "Master, many of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect from back then have been hiding in the dark. Some have even gone into hibernation. However, in recent years, many of them have been secretly carrying out some things in an attempt to revive the Yellow Spring sect," the bloody skeleton said. From the blood skeleton, Long Chen learned that it was just one of the 108 captains of the Yellow Spring sect during its peak. The Yellow Spring sect's hierarchy was very strict. The sect master's strength was monstrous, and under the banner of the Yellow Spring sect, there were 108 captains. They were all at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, and they were invincible within the Qi transformation realm. Of course, above the captains were the 72 hall masters. Each hall master was at the Qi Sea realm. It was said that above the 72 hall masters were the 36 protectors. The protectors' strength had already surpassed the Qi Sea realm. They had reached an inconceivable level. After learning this, Fang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the Yellow Spring sect to be so powerful in its peak. Other than that, there were also many corrupt experts within the Yellow Spring sect. In any case, the Yellow Spring sect had almost taken control of the ancient sword continent. "Master, don't worry. All the experts above the captains were heavily injured in that battle. Most of them are still sleeping and haven't woken up yet. The only ones that have woken up are the captains. They're actively trying to summon the Hall Masters and Protectors in hopes of reviving the Yellow Spring sect, said the blood skeleton. Fang Chen nodded. If all the members of the Yellow Springs sect who were in hibernation woke up, the ancient Sword Continent would suffer another catastrophe. Fortunately, only the captains were awake. Are there any other captains within Qingfeng City's territory? Asked Fang Chen. No, but there are still 2 captains in Cyan Cloud County. We've contacted them before, but we haven't met them yet, the bloody skeleton said. Qingfeng City, Qingfeng Branch. Every time the Deacon Elder saw Fang Chen, he was extremely excited. This time, Fang Chen had come to buy medicinal pills. Fang Chen handed a list of medicinal pills to the Administrator Elder. The Administrator Elder looked it over and said, "There are a total of 18 kinds of medicinal pills here. Our Qingfeng branch has 17 kinds. As for the fantasy spirit pill, we don't have it." "We don't have it?" asked Fang Chen. The fantasy spirit pill is a high-tier mortal pill. Only a true alchemist, and someone infinitely close to becoming a Grandmaster alchemist, can refine it. A small branch like the Qingfeng branch doesn't have such a pill, said the Administrator Elder. All right, then go look for these medicinal pills, said Fang Chen. It didn't take long for the Administrator Elder to return with all the medicinal pills. In total, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen handed over 50,000 low-grade spirit stones and took away all the medicinal pills. Before he left, the Elder suddenly thought of something and said, "Young Master Fang, I've suddenly thought of something. Perhaps it can help you obtain the fantasy spirit pill." "Speak." Fang Chen stopped and asked. Although the Qingfeng branch doesn't have the fantasy spirit pill, there is a great alchemist living in Qingfeng City, Grandmaster Qing He. He is the only alchemist in Qingfeng City who can refine the fantasy spirit pill. If the Deacon Elder said. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately asked, "Where is Grandmaster Qing He?" "Grandmaster Qing He is on the mountain peak in the deepest part of Clearwind City," the managing elder said. Fang Chen thanked him and quickly left the Qingfeng branch to find Grandmaster Qing He. Not long after, Fang Chen arrived at the peak of the mountain. He saw that there were many warriors on the mountain peak. It looked like a sea of people. They're all here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help. Fang Chen was a little confused. "Brother, you're also here to ask Grandmaster Qing He for help, right?" At this moment, a cultivator whispered. "That's right," Fang Chen said. "Do you see the sea of people here? These cultivators all want to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine pills for them. But Grandmaster Qing He's requirements are very strict. Ordinary people can't satisfy them," the cultivator continued. "Oh, have any of these people succeeded?" Fang Chen asked. 3 days ago, a cultivator succeeded. But in the past 3 days, no one has been able to move Grandmaster Qing He, the cultivator said. "What are the conditions for Grandmaster Qing He to help?" Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Qing He said that if he meets a fated person, he will definitely help. Of course, he will also give other cultivators a chance. As long as someone can successfully pass his test, he can make a move, the cultivator said. Fang Chen nodded. It seemed that Grandmaster Qing He's reputation wasn't small. So many people wanted to ask him to refine pills for them. "What is Grandmaster Qing He's test?" Fang Chen asked. Grandmaster Qing He's test is one's control over flames. Fang Chen had the urge to give it a try. Then, Fang Chen walked to the straw hut on the mountain peak. "Halt!" Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was one of Grandmaster Qing He's guards. "I would like to ask Grandmaster Qing He to refine a pill for me," Fang Chen said respectfully. "Grandmaster Qing He is very busy. He has no time." Just at that moment, a faint voice rang out. "Let him come over, Grandmaster Qing He said. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He walked in front of Grandmaster Qing He. Grandmaster Qing He was an old man. He had a white beard and his face was full of wrinkles. He wore luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary aura. "You know my rules, right?" asked Grandmaster Ching He. I know. I'm willing to participate in Grandmaster Ching He's test. Fang Chen said. All right, let's line up then, Grandmaster Ching He said. Fang Chen looked over. There were already 9 people lined up at Grandmaster Ching He's place. Including him, there were exactly 10 people. All right, next, the 10 of you will control the flames. Grandmaster Ching He said. The first warrior stepped forward. Following Grandmaster Ching He's instructions, he began to control the flames. His palm gently touched the flames. However, in the next moment, he let out a miserable cry. He was unable to control the flames. He failed. The second warrior also failed. Time passed by slowly. The first 9 warriors all failed. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen walked in front of a brazier. Looking at the raging flames, he gently pressed his palm against the flames. Suddenly, a burning aura came. Fang Chen couldn't help but want to scream. However, at that moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. In the next moment, Fang Chen couldn't feel the burning pain. On the contrary, Fang Chen could control the flames. The flame shuttled back and forth freely in Fang Chen's palm. Upon seeing this scene, Grandmaster Ching He's face was filled with astonishment. All right, you pass. Grandmaster Ching He said, what pill do you need me to refine? Grandmaster Ching He, I want an illusory spirit pill. Fang Chen smiled. All right, it will take 3 days to refine the illusory spirit pill. You can wait here. Grandmaster Ching He said. Many warriors were envious of Fang Chen. However, they couldn't do anything about it. During these 3 days, Fang Chen had been watching Grandmaster Ching He refine the pill. Grandmaster Ching He's refining technique shocked Fang Chen. For the first time, Fang Chen felt shocked. Grandmaster Ching He's control of the flames was too strong. After 3 days, Grandmaster Ching He had already finished refining the illusory spirit pill. This is the illusory spirit pill you want. Although I can help you refine the pill, you will have to pay a certain price. Grandmaster Ching He stopped refining the pill and said to Fang Chen. What price? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Grandmaster Ching He said, however, if you can promise me one thing, the low-grade spirit stones will be waived. You can come find me to refine pills at any time. All right. Seeing Fang Chen's puzzled expression, Grandmaster Ching He said once more, take me as your master. Hearing Grandmaster Ching He's words, the entire mountain was in an uproar. Countless warriors were shocked. Grandmaster Ching He actually wanted to take Fang Chen as his disciple. This was definitely an explosive piece of news. Grandmaster Ching He was the best alchemist in Clearwind City. He had never taken in a disciple before. Who would have thought that he would take in a disciple this time? Grandmaster Ching He, why did you choose me? Asked Fang Chen. It's because I can see your talent in alchemy, especially your control of flames. There aren't many cultivators who can reach this level for the first time in alchemy, Grandmaster Ching He said. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment. In the end, he refused Grandmaster Ching He's request. I'm sorry, Grandmaster Ching He. I still have to focus on my cultivation for now. I can't accept your request. Fang Chen's words caused a commotion. No one had thought that there would be someone who would refuse Grandmaster Ching He's request to take in a disciple. Fang Chen took out 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and took the illusory spirit pill. Then he left the mountain. Seeing Fang Chen leave, a strange light flashed in Grandmaster Ching He's eyes. Chapter 42. After returning to the Green Edge Sword Sect, Fang Chen gave all the medicinal pellets he had bought to the bloody skeleton so that it could recover from its injuries. As for himself, he was also working hard on his cultivation. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Qingfeng Secret Realm's opening arrived. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating and left his courtyard. Fang Chen, you're really good at cultivating. Xiao Shan and Jiang He happened to be walking over. When they saw Fang Chen, they smiled. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. Xiao Shan asked, Fang Chen, tomorrow is the day of the Qingfeng Secret Realm's opening. Are you ready? I'm ready. Fang Chen said. After that, Fang Chen, Xiao Shan, and the others arrived at the inner sect square. There were many disciples on the square. When they saw Fang Chen, they all greeted him, their eyes filled with respect. Senior brother Fang. Many disciples greeted him. Strength was the most important thing. As long as you had enough strength, you would be able to gain everyone's respect. Before this, many disciples had secretly called Fang Chen trash. But now, Fang Chen's strength was before them. They listened to Fang Chen's words. This was strength. I must reach the Qi transformation realm as soon as possible. Fang Chen thought to himself. Early the next morning, Fang Chen arrived at the square. Aside from Fang Chen, all the top 10 inner sect disciples were present. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, an unfamiliar man came forward to greet him. "You're Fang Chen?" The unfamiliar man smiled. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately realized that this unfamiliar man should be the number 1 inner sect disciple, Du Zhong. "Senior brother Du Zhong?" Fang Chen asked. "I've long heard of your achievements. You were able to reach the peak of the Heavenly Sword stairway. Not bad." Du Zhong smiled. Seeing Du Zhong talking and laughing with Fang Chen, White Ape and Chong Yu's expressions turned ugly. They were furious. "Fang Chen, I'll let you be cocky for now. Once we enter the clear wind pocket dimension, you will die for sure," White Ape said to himself. After chatting with Du Zhong for a while, Fang Chen greeted Bing Ling and waited for the arrival of the elders. Not long after, the elders arrived. This time, the opening of the Qingfeng secret realm was presided over by the first elder. "I believe all of you know that the clear wind pocket dimension is the most important pocket dimension of our Azure Edge Sword sect. I hope that all of you will be able to gain something from the pocket dimension," the great elder said. "Of course, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. You must be careful when you enter. If you are not careful, you will die. However, as a disciple of my Azure Edge Sword sect, how could you not experience a bit of hardship?" laughed the second elder. The other elders nodded in agreement. In the end, the 9 elders worked together to open the mystic realm. As the 9 elders continued to form seals with their hands, traces of wild energy instantly spread out from their bodies. In the next moment, these energies gathered together. In the sky, there was a rumbling sound. Following that, the 9 elders waved their hands and the energy that had gathered together exploded. When the explosion was over, a void stone gate appeared in the sky. This void stone gate exuded an ancient aura. This is the clear wind pocket dimension. Fang Chen could feel that the clear wind pocket dimension had existed for a very long time. The clear wind pocket dimension has opened. All of you should prepare to enter. You have 1 month. After 1 month, the clear wind pocket dimension will automatically close and all of you will be sent out. As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the 10 inner sect disciples all entered the clear wind pocket dimension. "Fang Chen, I hope that you and I will have a good battle in the future." Du Zhong grinned. His body flashed and he directly entered the stone door. Following that, the other disciples also entered one after another. Fang Chen was the last to enter. After Fang Chen entered the stone door in the sky immediately closed. "I wonder if there will be a disciple who will be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone this time." The great elder looked at the rapidly closing stone door and said in a low voice, "It is extremely difficult to be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. After Xie Tiannan, not a single disciple has been recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. Yes, if Xie Tiannan had not suddenly disappeared, our Qingfeng Sword sect might have become the strongest sect in Xi'an Cloud County. Among this batch of inner sect disciples, there are a few good seedlings. Du Zhong and Fang Chen have great potential and strength. If there is anyone who can be recognized by the dragon spiritual stone, it will definitely be these 2. Many elders were discussing among themselves. In a spacious land filled with wind and sand, there was no green at all. It was as if one had entered a desert. On the spacious land, there was an area where 10 figures suddenly appeared. These 10 figures were the 10 inner sect disciples of the Qingfeng Sword sect. "Phew, is this the Qingfeng secret realm?" Fang Chen looked around and said softly. He was a little shocked. Secret realms were legendary and could only be created by an earth-shattering almighty. Could it be that there was an earth-shattering almighty in the history of the Qingfeng sword sect? As soon as the 10 figures landed, a few of them quickly dispersed. Among the 10 inner sect disciples, many of them were entering the Qingfeng secret realm for the second time. Therefore, they were very familiar with everything in the Qingfeng secret realm. Fang Chen, I will leave first. Du Zhong said to Fang Chen in a low voice. Then, his body flashed and disappeared from the spacious land. After a while, Fang Chen was the only one left on the spacious land. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The spacious land was scorching hot. Beads of sweat appeared on Fang Chen's forehead. It is said that there are many hidden inheritances in the Qingfeng secret realm. There are even some treasures and cultivation techniques. I am not familiar with this place, so I can only walk around randomly. Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen identified a direction and quickly flew away. After Fang Chen left, 2 figures appeared in a corner of the room. Brother White Ape, how are you going to kill Fang Chen? Chong Yu asked. Obviously, the 2 of them were unable to kill Fang Chen with their strength alone. Therefore, they could only rely on external forces. The direction. I have a plan. This is Fang Chen's first time entering the Qingfeng secret realm. If we can lure him into a dangerous place, he will definitely die. White Ape said eerily. Hearing White Ape's words, Chong Yu's eyes shone with surprise. He immediately said, "Good plan, what a good plan. However, the key is how to lure Fang Chen. Follow me." White Ape said. Within the Qingfeng secret realm, Fang Chen quickly flew in a certain direction. Not long after, Fang Chen came to a stop. The blood-colored skeleton in the special spatial ring had sent Fang Chen an important message. "Master, I sense a trace of the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple in this space," whispered the skeleton. Fang Chen was startled. He hastily asked, "Are you sure it's the aura of a Yellow Spring sect disciple?" "That's right. Furthermore, I can sense a sliver of life force. I believe that there are some disciples of the Yellow Spring sect lurking in this world," said the bloody skeleton. "Why would the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect enter the Qingfeng secret realm?" Fang Chen was puzzled. The war back then affected every corner of the ancient Sword continent. The disciples of the Netherworld sect were everywhere, invading countless mystic realms of various sizes. This Qingfeng mystic realm might be one of the battlefields, guessed the bloody skeleton. Hearing that, Fang Chen decided to go investigate. Perhaps he would have a fortuitous encounter. "Follow your instincts," whispered Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen followed the blood-colored skeleton's guidance and rushed in a certain direction. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. According to the skeleton, he was already infinitely close to that hidden place. At this time, White Ape and Chong Yu were watching Fang Chen disappear from a mountain peak. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. "The heavens are really helping me. Ha ha." White Ape was in a good mood and laughed heartily. "Brother White Ape, what's going on?" asked Chong Yu. "Do you know where Fang Chen went?" asked White Ape. "Could it be a danger zone?" asked Chong Yu when he saw White Ape's expression. "That's right. Originally, I was thinking about how to lure Fang Chen into a danger zone. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would accidentally enter it himself," said White Ape. "So that's how it is. Then Fang Chen will definitely die in that danger zone." Chong Yu smiled. "Mph, so what if he's talented and strong? In the end, he still died in the Qingfeng secret realm." White Ape sneered. Fang Chen walked quickly. After a long time, Fang Chen entered a valley. After Fang Chen entered the valley, he stopped moving forward. "Master, if you go any further, you'll be discovered by the Yellow Spring sect's disciples," whispered the skeleton. Crash. With a thought, Fang Chen released the skeleton and said, "I'll hide outside the valley. Go in and investigate. Be careful." "Yes, Master." After the bloody skeleton finished speaking, its figure flashed and disappeared into the valley. Fang Chen gave the skeleton a large number of pills. He even gave it a high-tier mortal pill, the fantasy spirit pill, which allowed it to recover a lot of its strength. Now, the skeleton's combat power was comparable to a fourth realm chi transformation realm martial artist. In a hidden cave in the valley. It was a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the cave could not be seen from the outside. The inside of the cave was very sinister. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the silent cave. Someone's approaching. After the hoarse voice came out, a few other voices sounded. Could it be a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect? If it's a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect, just kill him. Just as everyone was talking, a familiar aura came. Then, the owner of the hoarse voice said happily, "It's not a disciple of the Azure Edge Sword sect. It's a comrade of the Yellow Spring sect." Chapter 43. The few Akron sect disciples walked out of the cave and saw the bloody skeleton walking toward them. They asked immediately, "Who are you?" "I'm Captain Bloody, one of the 108 captains of Akron sect," the bloody skeleton said coldly. The Akron sect disciples' expressions changed slightly when they heard the name Captain Bloody. They then invited the bloody skeleton into the cave respectfully. "Oh, it's Captain Bloody. Please come in," they said. The bloody skeleton followed them into the cave and realized that it was pitch black. There was a dense evil aura inside. "Bloody, I can't believe you're still alive." Just as the bloody skeleton entered the cave, a hoarse voice entered its ears. "You're right," the bloody skeleton said immediately. "Captain Shojiao, why are you here?" It turned out that the owner of the hoarse voice in the cave was Captain Shojiao, one of the 108 captains of Akron sect. When Akron sect was at its peak, Captain Scarlet and Captain Shojiao had a good relationship. Both of their abilities were on par. Seeing Captain Scarlet again, Captain Shojiao was obviously happy. "Bloody, I was severely injured after the battle and almost died here. Fortunately, I survived with our Akron sect's secret skill. However, I've been recuperating all these years," Captain Shojiao said. "How's your recovery now?" the bloody skeleton asked calmly. "My ability has only recovered to Chi transformation stage 3. I haven't fully recovered yet." "Oh yeah, Bloody, how did you get in here?" Captain Shojiao asked. The bloody skeleton glanced at Captain Shojiao and said immediately, "I was sleeping in a tomb, but I was discovered. Therefore, I controlled the human martial artists and entered the Clear Wind secret realm through them. I sensed your aura as soon as I came in." Captain Shojiao had no idea that the bloody skeleton before him had been controlled by Fang Chen. "Shojiao, it doesn't seem safe here," the bloody skeleton said softly after looking around. "Bloody, I'll look for the other captains after I've recovered. We'll work together to summon the Hall Master and bring Akron sect back to glory," Captain Shojiao said. At this moment, Captain Shojiao was lying quietly on a rock deep inside the dark cave. His face was pale and his body was weak. 4 Yellow Spring sect disciples in the Chi refinement realm stood guard beside him. "Shojiao, since I've met you, I'll stay here to protect you," said the bloody skeleton. "All right," Captain Shojiao said. At this time, in a hidden place outside the valley, Fang Chen was communicating with the bloody skeleton with his mind. "Master, there are 5 people in the cave. One of them is Captain Shojiao, and the other 4 are disciples in the Chi refining realm," the bloody skeleton said. "How strong is Captain Shojiao? Are you sure you can defeat him with your full power?" asked Fang Chen. "Shojiao has recovered to the 4th tier of the Chi transformation realm. If I go all out, I have a 60% chance of winning," the bloody skeleton said. "Wait for the right time." Fang Chen gave the bloody skeleton an order before leaving the valley. It would be difficult for the bloody skeleton to find the right time, and it would take some time. Fang Chen did not want to stay here for too long. Therefore, he decided to let the bloody skeleton stay and wait for the right time while he searched for other opportunities. The Clear Wind secret realm would only be open for a month. Fang Chen hoped to break through to the 7th tier of the Chi refinement realm within this month. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. Soon, he was out of the valley. At this time, on a mountain peak, White Ape and Chong Yu were chatting happily. They were sure that Fang Chen would die without a doubt after entering Death Valley. Fang Chen, that idiot, thinks he can look down on everyone just because he's strong. What a joke. Chong Yu sneered. "Yeah, this is the consequence of offending me, White Ape." White Ape also sneered. There was a reason why he, White Ape, was always ranked second in the inner sect. Sometimes, not only did he have to rely on his strength, but he also had to rely on his brain. In the inner sect, the only disciple White Ape was wary of was Du Zhong, who was ranked first. Du Zhong was elusive. No one knew his true cultivation level, but every time White Ape faced Du Zhong, he was very wary. Du Zhong gave off a very strong pressure that made White Ape feel powerless. Just wait. One day, I will surpass Du Zhong and become the strongest person in the Azure Edge Sword sect. White Ape said in his heart. Just as Chong Yu was about to speak, he suddenly saw a figure coming from afar. Oh, that is. When Chong Yu looked carefully, he was shocked to see that it was Fang Chen. Brother White Ape, look. Chong Yu shouted. White Ape followed Chong Yu's finger and saw Fang Chen. The smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced with anger. How is this possible? This kid clearly entered Death Valley. How could he come out safely? White Ape was furious. Even this was not enough to kill Fang Chen. Brother White Ape, what happened? Chong Yu hastily asked. Damn it, this kid's luck is too good. White Ape was a bit speechless. None of the disciples who entered Death Valley had ever come out alive. Gradually, no disciple dared to enter Death Valley. When they finally saw Fang Chen enter, they thought he would die. Who would have thought that he would come out safely? What do we do now? Chong Yu asked. White Ape thought for a moment and said, lure him to another danger zone. At that moment, Fang Chen was hurriedly walking. Suddenly, he heard some movement in front of him. He looked over and discovered that there were two battered and exhausted figures in front of him. White Ape and Chong Yu. Fang Chen said in a low voice. White Ape and Chong Yu also saw Fang Chen and quickly rushed over to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I didn't expect to meet you here. This is great. White Ape's face was filled with misery as he whispered. What happened? Fang Chen frowned. The two of them were in a sorry state. They seemed to be injured. Fang Chen, we are all disciples of the same sect. Please forgive us for our earlier disrespect. Chong Yu apologized sincerely. Fang Chen shook his head. He didn't think much of White Ape and Chong Yu. Fang Chen, we found some ruins in a forest not too far away. However, there were a couple of ferocious demonic beasts within. We were no match for them. After a battle, we managed to escape. White Ape said slowly. Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he heard this. He immediately asked, what remains? White Ape was secretly pleased when he saw Fang Chen's expression. He said, I don't know either. However, I vaguely feel that there must be many treasures in that ruin. Where is it? Asked Fang Chen. It's in the forest 100 miles up ahead, said White Ape. Fang Chen bid farewell to White Ape and Chong Yu and quickly rushed into the forest 100 miles away. When Chong Yu and White Ape saw Fang Chen's disappearing figure, wild smiles appeared on their faces. Chimph, idiot, said Chong Yu. Let's see how you escape this time, sneered White Ape. When Fang Chen was 100 miles away from the forest, he stopped. He could feel a primitive aura coming from the forest. The entire forest was overgrown with weeds and towering ancient trees. There was an ancient aura coming from within, and from time to time, he could hear the roars of demon beasts. Let's go in and take a look. Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If he could obtain some treasures, he might be able to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. Fang Chen could be considered a daring expert. He was fearless and directly entered the forest. The moment Fang Chen entered the forest, he heard a roar. Immediately after, several large demon beasts appeared in front of Fang Chen. 6th level demon beasts, 3. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the light sword and prepared for battle. Fast sword. Fang Chen displayed his fast sword. In one breath, he sent out 800 rays of sword light, piercing the bodies of the 3 demon beasts. The 3 demon beasts seemed to have realized the threat of this human warrior. They joined forces to attack, roaring at the sky. Bang bang bang. After a round of battle, the 3 demon beasts were finally suppressed by Fang Chen. With 3 flashes of sword light, the 3 demon beasts fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. 6th level demon beasts, the pressure is still not enough. whispered Fang Chen. After storing the demon beast's corpses in his interspatial ring, Fang Chen continued to venture deeper. I wonder where the ruins that White Ape and the others were talking about are, said Fang Chen doubtfully. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Chen had been searching for the ruins. During this time, he encountered several 6th-level demon beasts, but they were all killed by Fang Chen's light sword. Only with pressure comes motivation. After a fierce battle, Fang Chen's fast sword had a breakthrough. Now, he could send out 900 rays of sword light in one breath. He was one step closer to 1,000 rays of sword light. Now, Fang Chen was confident that he could defeat 7th-level demon beasts. On this day, Fang Chen had already entered the depths of the forest. He was on a hill overgrown with weeds. There. As soon as Fang Chen arrived, he noticed a bewitching flower on top of the hill. It's actually a breeze flower. Fang Chen was a little excited. The breeze flower was a very precious spirit herb. After swallowing it, it could increase a warrior's speed. Of course, Fang Chen was excited not because the breeze flower could increase a warrior's speed, but because it could increase the speed of his sword. I didn't expect to find a breeze flower here, said Fang Chen in a low voice. In the outside world, the price of a breeze flower was at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, it was priceless. Hua Lane Fang Chen tiptoed, grabbed the breeze flower, and stored it in his interspatial ring. Chapter 44. Roar. An intimidating roar entered Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen felt his qi and blood surge as the air around him solidified. When the roar dissipated, a monster the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is a qi transformation realm monster. Fang Chen had seen a qi transformation realm monster before. Now that he saw one again, his face was filled with shock and fear. The reason he was able to kill a qi transformation realm monster was because of the blood skeleton. Now that the blood skeleton was in Death Valley, Fang Chen couldn't kill a qi transformation realm monster with his current strength. Damn it, why is there a qi transformation realm monster in this forest? Fang Chen was infuriated. White Ape, it must be White Ape and the others. At this moment, Fang Chen instantly understood. White Ape and the others must have known that there was a qi transformation realm monster in this forest, so they lured him in. Bang! The qi transformation realm monster clenched its big claws into a fist and punched towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen tried his best to block with his sword. The sword light collided with the fist and instantly dissipated. Fang Chen's body also rapidly retreated. Even so, Fang Chen's body was still grazed by the demonic beast's fist, and he was sent flying. There's no way to block it. Demonic beasts in the qi transformation realm were too powerful. Fang Chen wanted to retreat. Quick sword. Fang Chen roared angrily and immediately displayed his quick sword. 900 rays of sword light danced in the sky. In the end, they gathered together and pierced towards the demonic beast. Bang! The monster's defense was too strong. The quick sword couldn't break through the monster's body defense. Whoosh! After using this attack, Fang Chen quickly retreated. Fang Chen gambled again, betting that this demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain was very slow. As expected, when Fang Chen escaped, the demonic beast that was the size of a small mountain roared at the sky and chased after him. His speed is very slow. After Fang Chen noticed this, a smile appeared on his face. However, after a moment, Fang Chen's smile completely froze. The qi transformation realm monster was chasing after him. Although it couldn't catch up to Fang Chen, as Fang Chen escaped, more and more qi transformation realm monsters appeared, trying to stop Fang Chen from escaping. Poochie. The sword light flashed and a qi transformation realm monster fell to the ground. Fang Chen didn't even have time to collect the monster's corpse and continued to rush forward. There are more and more demonic beasts blocking my path. Once I'm stopped, I'll be caught by qi transformation demonic beasts. Fang Chen thought. The light spirit sword in his hand continuously danced. Wherever the sword light passed, the qi refining stage demonic beasts would die one after another. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen was about to escape after killing a qi transformation realm monster, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen felt cold sweat on his back. Bang! A loud sound rang out as the Qi transformation realm demonic beast threw a punch through the air. The fist aura landed on Fang Chen's body and sent him flying in an instant. Catcher! Fang Chen felt all the bones in his body shatter. His body was in pain and his life was in danger. Run! Although all the bones in his body were shattered, Fang Chen was still running. If he stopped and the monster caught up to him, he would die without a doubt. White Ape, Chongyu, Fang Chen, will avenge today. Fang Chen gnashed his teeth at White Ape and Chongyu. Time slowly passed. More and more monsters began to attack Fang Chen. Fang Chen never stopped swinging his light transformation sword. Fortunately, Fang Chen's sword had reached the speed of 900 sword lights in a single breath. Those monsters below the 6th layer of Qi transformation realm were all killed by Fang Chen in one strike. After an hour, Fang Chen finally saw a glimmer of hope. The exit was right in front of him. At this time, the Qi transformation realm monster was clearly enraged. It raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. In the next moment, the Qi transformation realm demonic beast appeared behind Fang Chen and threw a punch at him. Catcher Fang Chen's body was once again sent flying and landed heavily on the ground. I can't just sit here and wait for death. When Fang Chen saw the beast charging at him, he took out the breeze grass and swallowed it. Voila! As soon as the breeze grass entered Fang Chen's body, it melted and spread throughout his body. Immediately, Fang Chen felt his body become much lighter. At this moment, Fang Chen quickly stood up and fled again. My speed is much faster. After swallowing the breeze grass, Fang Chen's speed was much faster. Just as he was about to be hit by the monster, Fang Chen used his speed to dodge the attack. Bang! However, under the relentless pursuit of the gigantic demonic beast, Fang Chen finally received a fatal blow. His body flew out directly. When Fang Chen's body landed on the ground, he happened to land at the edge of the forest. When the monster saw Fang Chen's body, it raised its head to the sky and let out a long howl. It stopped at the edge of the forest, its face full of anger. It seems like it can't leave the forest. Fang Chen endured the pain and slowly stood up. He limped out of the forest and found a safe place. Plop! He fell to the ground and fell unconscious. One day later, Fang Chen woke up. During this time, the breeze grass's medicinal effect had completely spread throughout his body. Fang Chen's injuries were also slowly recovering under the effects of the breeze grass. I really escaped death. Fang Chen was a little scared. He had almost died at the hands of a Qi transformation realm monster. But the breeze grass's medicinal effect is still pretty good, Fang Chen said after checking his body. Fang Chen's injuries were more or less healed. He slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself at the waist of a mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that the quick sword chant in his mind was automatically activated. Quick sword. Fang Chen subconsciously used the quick sword. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't have realized it. Once he used it, he was shocked. 1,000, it actually reached 1,000. Fang Chen looked at the sky full of sword lights and became excited. This time, it could be considered a blessing in disguise. After swallowing the breeze grass, his quick sword had reached 1,000. Whoosh! 1,000 sword lights in one breath. When these sword lights overlapped, their power was incomparably tyrannical. White Ape, Chongyu, you're dead. Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. If White Ape and Chongyu wanted him dead, then he would kill them first. After reaching 1,000 sword lights, Fang Chen was confident that no one in the inner sect could be his match. Even Du Zhong wasn't afraid. Just as Fang Chen was about to find White Ape and Chongyu, the bloody skeleton sent him a message. Master, Captain Shoujiao has entered a state of deep healing. Can I take this opportunity to kill the other disciples? Asked the bloody skeleton. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before he nodded and said, Be careful. After a while, the bloody skeleton sent him another message. All the disciples of the Yellow Spring sect had been killed. Only Captain Shoujiao was left. At this time, Captain Shoujiao also noticed the bloody skeleton's strange movement. I'll be there soon. Fang Chen threw out a sentence and rushed toward Death Valley. In a dark cave in Death Valley, Captain Shaojiao was healing when he suddenly felt a trace of movement. When he opened his eyes, he found that his subordinates were dead. Bloody, why did you do this? Captain Shaojiao was a little puzzled. Why did Bloody attack his fellow disciples? Bloody and Shaojiao were very close in the past. In the Yellow Spring sect, their relationship was the best. Master's order. The bloody skeleton said in a low voice. Suddenly, Shaojiao found that the bloody skeleton was controlled by a human warrior. I didn't expect that the great Captain Bloody would be controlled by a human warrior. This is the shame of the Yellow Spring sect. Captain Shaojiao said coldly. Although you used to be my brother, you're now on the opposite side of the Yellow Spring sect. I want to clean up the sect. As soon as Shaojiao finished his words, a flow of evil aura swept over. The bloody skeleton and Captain Shaojiao immediately clashed. Both of them were injured and had yet to fully recover. Both of them had recovered to the 4th tier of the Qi transformation realm, so they were evenly matched. Bang! Bang! For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Bloody, you traitor! Captain Shaojiao shouted angrily as they fought. Rumble! The two of them created a huge commotion, causing the entire cave to tremble incessantly. Stone fragments constantly fell down from the cave. Bang! After a loud bang, the bloody skeleton and Captain Shaojiao both took a few steps back. Captain Shaojiao stared at the bloody skeleton with a ferocious expression, his face filled with anger. Bloody, you idiot! I'm going to kill you! Captain Shaojiao roared. Then, the two of them fought fiercely again. Time passed little by little. When Fang Chen arrived in a hurry, he found that there was no movement in the dark cave. Fang Chen was a little confused and carefully entered the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Fang Chen found a few corpses. He quickly looked around the dark cave and found Captain Shaojiao and the bloody skeleton lying on the ground, glaring at each other. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled. Master, we're evenly matched. Both of us are injured. After hearing the bloody skeleton's words, Fang Chen understood that both of them were injured. However, this was good. Bloody, you're really stupid. You're controlled by a Qi cultivation realm ant. I feel embarrassed for you, Shaojiao said coldly when he saw Fang Chen. The bloody skeleton did not say anything and just looked at Captain Shaojiao coldly. Captain Shaojiao, your time has come, Fang Chen said coldly as he walked to Captain Shaojiao step by step. Chapter 45. Hearing Captain Shaojiao's words, Fang Chen sneered. Fang Chen did not have a good impression of the members of Acron sect. Captain Shaojiao, you only have two options now. The first is death, and the second is to submit to me, Fang Chen said. Mph, I will not betray Acron sect like bloody, Captain Shaojiao roared. Hearing this, Fang Chen did not say anything else. In the next moment, the blood-red flower in Fang Chen's mind trembled. A thick blood-red aura suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's mind. Mind control! Seeing the blood-red aura around Fang Chen, Captain Shaojiao exclaimed. He wanted to block it, but he was severely injured and could not do so. Hiss! Hiss! The thick blood-red aura entered Captain Shaojiao's mind. However, Captain Shaojiao continued to struggle and resist. Control! Fang Chen growled. The golden heart beat rapidly. Suddenly, the blood-red aura broke through Captain Shaojiao's defense and filled his mind. Crash! When the blood-red aura dissipated, Captain Shaojiao was already under Fang Chen's control. Luckily, you are only at the 4th realm of Qi transformation. If you were any stronger, I would not have been able to control you, Fang Chen whispered. Captain Shaojiao looked at Fang Chen blankly. He cupped his hands and said, Master. Fang Chen was very happy to be able to control Captain Shaojiao. He then gave Captain Shaojiao some spiritual herbs to heal his injuries. You two can stay in the special space ring, Fang Chen said. Finally, Fang Chen put the two into the space ring and left Death Valley. White Ape, Chong Yu. Walking out of Death Valley, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought to himself. On a spacious piece of land, White Ape and Chong Yu were staring at a stalk of purple grass. Both of their faces were filled with excited smiles. Brother White Ape, I didn't expect to encounter a purple gold flower here. We've really hit the jackpot, Chongyu said with a smile. That's right. The purplish gold flower is very potent. If I can absorb the power of the purplish gold flower, I might be able to break through to the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm, White Ape said with a sinister smile. As he spoke, White Ape reached out and plucked the purple gold flower. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to swallow it. 2 hours later, a dense aura emerged from the White Ape's body. In the next moment, the White Ape opened his eyes and his aura skyrocketed. Congratulations, Brother White Ape. You've successfully advanced to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage. I'm afraid that no one in the inner sanctum is a match for you now, Chongyu said excitedly. Now, even if I meet Du Zhong, I won't be afraid. The White Ape said with a sinister smile. After reaching the 7th LV Qi refining realm, White Ape's heart was filled with ambition. He wanted to challenge Du Zhong and win the title of the top inner disciple. However, what White Ape did not know was that in a secluded area of the Qingfeng secret realm, a powerful aura was soaring into the sky. Du Zhong, dressed in white, was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were filled with a dense aura. I've finally reached the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Du Zhong said softly. In the inner sanctum, no one had seen Du Zhong fight before. They did not even know his strength. Outsiders thought that Du Zhong was at the 6th LV Qi refining realm. However, they did not know that Du Zhong had broken through to the 7th LV Qi refining realm 3 months ago. Now, after entering the Qingfeng secret realm, Du Zhong had obtained countless treasures of heaven and earth. With his accumulation, he directly broke through to the 8th LV Qi refining realm. After reaching the 8th LV Qi refining realm, Du Zhong's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Find the dragon spiritual stone, Du Zhong said. In the next moment, Du Zhong disappeared. Fang Chen was walking quickly. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of energy in the distance. He was a little puzzled. Fluctuation of energy. It seems that someone is breaking through, Fang Chen said softly. Then, Fang Chen quickly rushed to the center of the energy. He wanted to see who was breaking through. After an hour, Fang Chen arrived at the place where the energy had just been released. He saw White Ape and Chongyu. White Ape, Chongyu. When Fang Chen saw the two of them, his face was full of coldness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. At this moment, White Ape and Chongyu were chatting. They did not sense the approaching danger at all. Brother White Ape, congratulations, Chongyu said with a smile. Chongyu, wait until I have completely stabilized my realm. I will help you find some treasures of heaven and earth, White Ape said. Thank you, Brother White Ape. When Brother White Ape goes out, your name will definitely shake the entire Qingfeng Sword sect and even the entire Cyan Cloud County, Chongyu said with a smile. Ha ha. Just as White Ape was laughing loudly, a cold light suddenly flashed. White Ape and Chongyu sensed danger. Their bodies instinctively reacted and wanted to dodge. Bang! The sword light hit White Ape, but it was blocked by White Ape. Who is it? White Ape roared angrily after stabilizing his body. White Ape, Chongyu, today is the day you die, Fang Chen said coldly. When White Ape and Chongyu saw Fang Chen, shock flashed across their faces. How is this possible? How did you come out alive? Chongyu cried out involuntarily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. White Ape cried out in shock. Fang Chen walked step by step towards White Ape and Chongyu. His heart was filled with murderous intent. These two had tried to kill him time and time again. So, they could not blame him for being ruthless. After a moment of shock, White Ape regained his composure. When he saw Fang Chen walking over, his face turned cold. Chimph, Fang Chen, you are really lucky. I didn't expect you to walk out of the forest alive. But even so, you still have to die, White Ape said. That's right. We lost to you on the martial arts stage. Now that Brother White Ape has broken through to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, you are no match for us, Chongyu said. If you die in the Qingfeng secret realm, no one will suspect me. Ha ha ha, White Ape laughed sinisterly. Are you done talking? Fang Chen looked at White Ape and Chong Yu and asked calmly. Pretending to be calm, White Ape said coldly when he saw Fang Chen's lack of fear. Since you are done talking, your lives will end soon, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, you'll die a horrible death, White Ape said coldly and disapprovingly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He did not want to fight White Ape and Chong Yu. It would dirty his hands. Crash. The bloody skeleton and Captain Shuo Jiao instantly appeared from the special space ring. The next moment, two shocking auras swept across the land. This is, White Ape and Chong Yu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of danger. In the next moment, they realized how terrifying the bloody skeleton and Captain Shuo Jiao were. Qi refining realm experts. How is this possible? White Ape cried out. Crack. White Ape and Chong Yu screamed in agony as the bloody skull and Captain Shuo Jiao took action swiftly and decisively. Fang Chen, you bastard of the Yellow Spring sect. You actually dared to collude with them. You will die miserably. White Ape roared furiously. Poochie. By the time the bloody skeleton and Captain Shuo Jiao stopped, White Ape and Chong Yu had already lost their lives. Let's go. Fang Chen took the interspatial rings of White Ape and Chong Yu. Then, he led the bloody skeleton and Captain Shuo Jiao forward quickly. With the bloody skeleton and Captain Shuo Jiao, Fang Chen was invincible in the Qi refining realm. However, under normal circumstances, Fang Chen would not reveal these two trump cards. After all, they were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If others thought they were colluding with them, they would definitely be surrounded by many factions. After killing White Ape and Chong Yu, Fang Chen deliberately returned to the forest and killed the Qi refining realm demonic beast that had almost killed him. After doing all this, Fang Chen left the forest. On a mountain peak in the Qingfeng mystery realm, a great battle was taking place. Bing Ling was fighting with a LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. The battle was very intense. Bang! Bang! Although Bing Ling was only at the LV5 Qi refining realm, she had some tricks up her sleeve and could temporarily contend with a LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast. However, after a while, Bing Ling could not hold on any longer. Bang! Finally, after a collision, Bing Ling's body was sent flying and fell on the mountain peak. Roar! The demonic beast let out an angry roar and walked towards Bing Ling step by step. It wanted to kill her. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light flashed and blocked the demonic beast's attack. Fang Chen, it's you. Bing Ling did not expect that Fang Chen would save her at this critical moment. Bing Ling's heart was filled with emotions. Bastard, you're courting death. Fang Chen used his swift sword and 1,000 sword lights appeared in an instant. They filled the sky and pierced the demonic beast. The demonic beast let out an unwilling roar. Soon after, it fell heavily onto the ground and lost its life. Crash. Fang Chen put away the demonic beast's corpse and looked at Bing Ling. Why are you here? Before Fang Chen could say anything, Icicle asked. I happened to pass by and saw you, Fang Chen said. Bing Ling was not surprised that Fang Chen could kill a LV7 Qi refining realm demonic beast so easily. After all, Fang Chen was a monster who had defeated both White Ape and Chong Yu at the same time. There was nothing he could not do. What about you? Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I found a clue about the dragon spiritual stone and wanted to find it, Bing Ling said. Hearing the words dragon spiritual stone, Fang Chen was stunned. His eyes flashed with excitement. The dragon spiritual stone was the most precious ore in the Qingfeng secret realm. It was called that because it had been tainted with the aura of a dragon. Among the disciples of the Qingfeng sword sect, those who were recognized by the dragon spiritual stone had great achievements in the future. However, after Xie Tiannan, no other disciple was recognized by the dragon spiritual stone. Chapter 46. The dragon spiritual stone contained an unimaginable amount of energy. Every disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect dreamed of obtaining the dragon spiritual stone. However, those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone were all 1 in a million geniuses. For so many years, even the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, Du Zhong, had not obtained the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. It was said that those who could obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone would be able to obtain a large amount of energy from the dragon's spiritual stone, allowing their strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Of course, there were many versions of the legend of the dragon's spiritual stone. The dragon's spiritual stone was a magical stone passed down from ancient times. Even the higher-ups of the Qingfeng sword sect did not truly understand the dragon's spiritual stone. The dragon's spiritual stone had always existed in the Qingfeng secret realm. As time passed, the dragon's spiritual stone became a symbol of power. As long as one could obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, their future achievements would be shocking. At this moment, when he heard Bing Ling mention the dragon's spiritual stone, Fang Chen's face lit up. "Do you know where the dragon's spiritual stone is?" Fang Chen asked. "I have a clue," Bing Ling said sweetly. "Then let's go look for it together," Fang Chen said. Bing Ling nodded, then led Fang Chen to the center of the Qingfeng secret realm. In the blink of an eye, it had been half a month since the group entered the Qingfeng secret realm. In this half a month, many disciples had gained a lot. Especially Fang Chen. Not only had his strength increased by leaps and bounds, but he had also obtained a powerful puppet. This was a wonderful thing. In the center of the Qingfeng secret realm, there was a spacious square. On this square, there were 3 stone pillars. On top of the stone pillars, there were 3 stone platforms. This was the dragon's spiritual platform. In order to obtain the recognition of the dragon's spiritual stone, the first step was to stand on the dragon's spiritual platform. At this moment, there were 2 disciples standing on the dragon's spiritual platform. One was Du Zhong, and the other was Bai Liming. Ever since Bai Liming reached the 8th level of the sword stairs, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. After entering the Qingfeng secret realm, he had obtained many miraculous encounters, and his strength had become even more powerful. Currently, Bai Liming had already reached the 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. Among the inner disciples, he was one of the strongest martial artists. Du Zhong and Bai Liming have each taken 1 dragon spirit platform. I wonder who will take the remaining one. That goes without saying. As long as Fang Chen arrives, the dragon spirit tower will definitely be occupied by Fang Chen. Not necessarily. Maybe White Ape and Chong Yu will come as well. Once they enter the Qingfeng secret realm, their strength will increase tremendously. Just wait and see. There will definitely be a good show. Below the dragon spirit platform, many disciples were discussing among themselves. They didn't think they had the strength to fight for the 3rd dragon spirit platform. However, a voice suddenly rang out and a figure instantly appeared on the 3rd dragon spirit platform. "I, Yu Wei, want the 3rd dragon spirit platform." Yu Wei stood on the platform and declared loudly. Yu Wei, ranked 6th in the inner sect, was extremely powerful. When the crowd saw that it was Yu Wei who had taken the dragon spirit platform, they all nodded. Yu Wei's strength qualified him to take it. However, the moment Yu Wei stepped onto the dragon spirit platform, Fang Chen and Bing Ling arrived. "Fang Chen, it's Fang Chen. He actually came. Fang Chen and Bing Ling are both here. Looks like Yu Wei won't be able to take the 3rd dragon spirit platform." The moment Fang Chen and Bing Ling appeared, countless martial artists were discussing. On his way here, Fang Chen already knew that in order to gain the recognition of the Dragon Spirit Stone, one had to occupy a Dragon Spirit platform. Fang Chen glanced at Du Zhong and Bai Liming before looking at the 3rd Dragon Spirit platform. "Give up the Dragon Spirit platform. You can't keep it." Fang Chen looked at Yu Wei and said indifferently, "HMPH, impossible. I won't give up the Dragon Spirit platform." Yu Wei said coldly, "Then let's see who's the real deal." Fang Chen's figure flashed as he took a step forward and instantly reached the Dragon Spirit platform. He then used the swift sword. "You're courting death." Yu Wei had a fortuitous encounter in the Qingfeng secret realm and his strength had increased a lot. He didn't think that he was afraid of Fang Chen. Seeing Fang Chen's attack coming, Yu Wei was furious. He immediately used his strongest sword skill and a sky full of sword light bombarded Fang Chen. Swift sword. Fang Chen bellowed and brandished 1,000 sword lights in one breath. Suddenly, All the sword lights gathered together to form a majestic sword light that pierced towards Yu Wei. Bang! Yu Wei's sword light was instantly destroyed by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Yu Wei's face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Yu Wei exclaimed as his body was hit by the majestic sword light and fell heavily to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen defeated Yu Wei. This scene left many disciples speechless. Fang Chen is too strong. I'm afraid only Du Zhong can compete with him. Yeah, he defeated Yu Wei in one move. Even Bai Liming can't do that. Right now, Bai Liming is the weakest in the Dragon Spirit platform. I wonder if there will be any disciples who will challenge him. Fang Chen successfully occupied the third Dragon Spirit platform, and no disciple dared to challenge Fang Chen. At this moment, Bing Ling spoke. Bai Liming, I challenge you. Okay. Bai Liming only said one word and immediately attacked. Bai Liming's attack was very sharp. In the inner sect, it was rare to see Bai Liming fight. Last time, it was Bai Liming's swordsmanship stairway that shocked many disciples. He had directly stepped onto the 8th step. This time, Bai Liming let all the warriors know that his strength was also very tyrannical. Boom! Bai Liming's swordsmanship was very strange. He attacked Bing Ling again and again. Bing Ling used the ice snow sword technique, which was extremely cold. However, he still couldn't resist Bai Liming's swordsmanship. In a short while, Bing Ling lost to Bai Liming. I admit defeat. There was a bitter smile on Bing Ling's face. He stopped attacking and admitted defeat. Next, many disciples were looking forward to White Ape and Chong Yu's arrival. However, they didn't come, which surprised many disciples. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Bai Liming was challenged by several of the top 10 inner sect disciples. However, in the end, Bai Liming defeated his opponents and successfully occupied the second Dragon Spirit platform. After 2 hours, no one else challenged Bai Liming. At this point, the three of them had completely occupied the Dragon Spirit platform. It was also at this moment that the 3 Dragon Spirit towers began to tremble. Roar! It was as if a dragon's roar could be heard. The moment the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms trembled, 3 rays of golden light shot into the sky. Is the Dragon Spiritual Stone about to appear? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he whispered. At this moment, the 3 rays of golden light engulfed the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms. All the disciples on the square retreated. They couldn't even see what was happening on the Dragon Spirit platforms. Boom! A shocking aura shot into the sky. When the golden light gradually dissipated, the ground in the center of the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms bulged. In the next moment, a fist-sized stone appeared in front of Fang Chen. This is the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Fang Chen was shocked. The Dragon Spiritual Stone in front of him was only the size of a palm. On the stone, there was a lifelike image of a dragon. The stone emitted a strong aura that wrapped around the 3 of them. Dragon Spiritual Stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming's faces were also filled with excitement. After the Dragon Spiritual Stone appeared, the 3 of them were very excited. The next step was to find a way to get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Let me try first, Bai Liming said. Then, Bai Liming took the lead. A strong force was emitted from his body and wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Bai Liming wanted to communicate with the Dragon Spiritual Stone. At this moment, the Dragon Spiritual Stone was constantly trembling, and traces of energy were leaking out. After half an hour, the Dragon Spiritual Stone let out a dragon roar. In the next moment, the aura that wrapped around the Dragon Spiritual Stone dissipated. Bai Liming's face was pale. He was helpless. He couldn't get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone. Can't get its recognition? Fang Chen was a little confused. How can I get the recognition of the Dragon Spiritual Stone? Let me. After Bai Liming failed, Du Zhong started to communicate with the Dragon Spiritual Stone, hoping to get its recognition. During this process, Fang Chen was watching. The disciples on the square were also watching intently. Although they couldn't see the situation in the center of the 3 Dragon Spirit platforms, they were still watching nervously. Du Zhong's attack was naturally stronger than Bai Liming's. When Du Zhong's strong energy wrapped around the dragon spiritual stone, the dragon spiritual stone trembled violently. It's a little effective. When Du Zhong saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately increased his strength. Hiss hiss hiss. After half an hour, the dragon spiritual stone stopped trembling. Du Zhong's face was also pale. He also couldn't get the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. Damn it. Du Zhong was a little depressed. His strength was the strongest among everyone, but he couldn't get the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. Next, it's my turn. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Fang Chen followed the previous two's method and wrapped the dragon spiritual stone with all his strength. At first, the dragon spiritual stone didn't move. It didn't even tremble. Seeing this, Bai Liming and Du Zhong shook their heads. It seemed that no one would get the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone this time. It's too difficult to get the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. Du Zhong said in a low voice. Yes, except for Xie Tiannan, no one in the Qingfeng sword sect has ever gotten the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone. Bai Liming said. At this time, Fang Chen was seriously looking at the dragon spiritual stone. Inadvertently, his golden heart was beating rapidly. Chapter 47. In the beginning, the dragon spiritual stone was dead silent. But when everyone thought that Fang Chen would fail, the dragon spiritual stone began to tremble. Buzz. A strange sound came from the dragon spiritual stone as it trembled. At this moment, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body was beating rapidly, and a clear stream appeared. Roar. The dragon spiritual stone trembled very quickly, and a dragon roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, all the disciples stared at the sky, dumbfounded. In the sky above the three dragon spiritual platforms, a golden dragon shadow suddenly appeared. This golden dragon shadow swam continuously and roared towards the sky. How is this possible? The dragon spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chen. The first to exclaim was Du Zhong. He did not expect that the dragon spiritual stone would acknowledge Fang Chen. Crash. The entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked. Ever since Xie Tiannan, a disciple of the Qingfeng sword sect, had finally been acknowledged by the dragon spiritual stone. At this moment, the dragon spiritual stone emitted a wild aura that directly enveloped Fang Chen, isolating Fang Chen from the outside world. Fang Chen only felt a boom in his head, and in the next moment, he lost his senses. Oh my God, Fang Chen has actually been acknowledged by the dragon spiritual stone. This Fang Chen is too heaven-defying. His talent is almost on par with Xie Tiannan. The dragon spiritual stone has acknowledged Fang Chen. This is too shocking. Many disciples were discussing Fang Chen and the dragon spiritual stone. Du Zhong and Bai Liming, who were on the dragon spiritual platform, were directly kicked out of the dragon spiritual platform after Fang Chen was acknowledged by the dragon spiritual stone. What a monster! Bai Liming stared at the light pillar above the third dragon spiritual platform and could not help but say. Fang Chen had reached the top of the sword technique stairway to heaven. In the Qingfeng secret realm, Fang Chen had once again been acknowledged by the dragon spiritual stone. This could no longer be described as monstrous. To be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon spiritual stone, one's future achievements will definitely be very high. At this moment, a trace of helplessness appeared on Du Zhong's face. It seemed like his position as the number one person in the Azure Edge sword sect would soon be shaken. On the dragon spiritual platform, Fang Chen was receiving the baptism of the dragon spiritual stone, while the outside world was also in a state of shock. Within the inner sect of the Green Edge sword sect, the 9 elders, including the Grandmaster, and all the other upper echelons looked up at the dragon shadow that had appeared in the skies with a look of agitation. Someone has gained the recognition of the dragon spirit stone, ha ha ha. The great elder laughed loudly. That's right. It's been a long time. Finally, a disciple has gained the recognition of the dragon spirit stone. Originally, I was still worried about this 3 sects martial competition. Now, I don't have to worry anymore. The one who will obtain the dragon spirit stone will definitely be Du Zhong. His strength will become the strongest among the younger generation of the 3 sects. That's right, it must be Du Zhong. Only Du Zhong has such strength. Many elders believed that Du Zhong had obtained the approval of the Dragon Spirit Stone. Maybe it's someone else. Suddenly, the ninth elder said. Hearing the ninth elder's words, the great elder laughed and said, "Old Nine, I know you're talking about your disciple Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen is very strong and I have high hopes for him, the one who will obtain the Dragon Spirit Stone should be Du Zhong." That's right, Old Nine. Du Zhong's chances are much higher than Fang Chen's. Everyone had different opinions. Within the Clear Wind secret realm, Fang Chen finally woke up from the baptism of the Dragon Spirit Stone after an unknown amount of time. The first thing Fang Chen did when he woke up was to check his body. If he didn't check, he wouldn't have known. But when he did, he was shocked. 7th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the Dragon Spirit Stone that was about to disappear into the ground. The energy contained within the Dragon Spirit Stone is too vast. I only needed to be baptized by the energy of the Dragon Spirit Stone to reach the 7th level Qi cultivation realm. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Rumble. After the baptism, the Dragon Spirit Stone sank into the ground again. When Fang Chen landed from the Dragon Spirit Tower, Du Zhong and the others went up to greet him. Fang Chen, congratulations on gaining the recognition of the Dragon Spirit Stone. Du Zhong and the others said. Fang Chen also chatted with the others for a while before leaving the square. There were still more than 10 days before the Clear Wind secret realm closed. Fang Chen had to hurry up and cultivate. The other disciples also knew that time was tight and they all found a place to cultivate. Fang Chen found a secluded mountain peak and sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a sword technique appeared in his mind. Quicksilver sword technique. That's right, it was the Quicksilver sword technique. Fang Chen obtained this sword technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. Other than Fang Chen, no one else knew about it. The Dragon Spirit Stone is really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This Quicksilver sword technique had surpassed the substandard and reached the level of a first-grade cultivation technique. In a small sect like the Green Edge Sword sect, a substandard cultivation technique was already considered a great cultivation technique. They didn't even have a first-grade cultivation technique. Fang Chen, on the other hand, obtained a first-grade cultivation technique from the Dragon Spirit Stone. This made Fang Chen very excited. If I can finish cultivating this Quicksilver sword technique, I won't be afraid even if I meet a LV8 Qi cultivation realm disciple. Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the next moment, Fang Chen began to cultivate the Quicksilver sword technique. In his mind, the chant of the Quicksilver sword technique was constantly circulating. In a short while, Fang Chen had finished cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. The reason why he could cultivate so quickly was because of the golden heart. Fang Chen was already used to this. After cultivating the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique, it was extremely powerful. Fang Chen began to consolidate the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. The Quicksilver sword technique had a total of 5 swords. It was said that if a disciple could cultivate all 5 swords of the Quicksilver sword technique, they would be able to fight above their cultivation level. In 3 days, Fang Chen had completely consolidated the first sword of the Quicksilver sword technique. Next, Fang Chen found a forest to test the power of the Quicksilver sword technique. In the forest, Fang Chen encountered a LV7 Qi cultivation realm monster. Quicksilver sword technique, first sword. Fang Chen said in a low voice. The nimble sword in his hand flashed and a sword light flashed. Immediately, a wound appeared on the monster's body. Fang Chen was overjoyed to see a 7th level Qi refinement stage demonic beast die in an instant. To be able to kill a LV7 Qi cultivation realm monster so easily, I wonder what will happen if I meet an LV8 Qi cultivation realm monster, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the following days, Fang Chen began to fight like crazy. In the beginning, Fang Chen had to engage in a fierce battle with a LV8 Qi refinement stage beast before he could kill it. But as time went by, Fang Chen's strength became stronger and stronger. When he met a LV8 Qi cultivation realm monster, he only needed to use the Quicksilver sword technique to quickly kill the monster. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Qingfeng mystery realm to close. Fang Chen met up with the other disciples and finally came out of the Qingfeng mystery realm. Boom! In the sky, thunder rumbled. The 9 elders worked together to close the Qingfeng mystery realm. The first elder's eyes lit up. He looked at Du Zhong and asked hurriedly, Du Zhong, did you get the approval of the dragon spiritual stone? Yes, Du Zhong, you must have gotten the approval of the dragon spiritual stone, the other elders said. At this moment, all the elders' eyes were focused on Du Zhong. Du Zhong smiled bitterly and said, I didn't get the approval of the dragon spiritual stone. Many elders were startled when they heard Du Zhong's words. They immediately looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and said, that's right, I got the approval of the dragon spiritual stone. Crash! The entire square was in an uproar. Even the sect master of the Qingfeng sword sect had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Ph, what did I say? Hearing that, the 9th elder became even more emotional. Fang Chen, you got the approval of the dragon spiritual stone, the first elder asked hurriedly. After receiving Fang Chen's nod of confirmation, the 9 elders' faces were filled with excitement. I didn't expect Fang Chen to be so talented. Our Qingfeng sword sect is really lucky. Haha, Fang Chen, you have to practice hard. In a month, the 3-sect competition will be held in Cyan Cloud County. At that time, you will shine. After chatting with the elders, Fang Chen left the square and returned to his residence. Du Zhong and the others also went into seclusion to practice. The matter of the Qingfeng secret realm had come to an end. In general, many disciples had benefited greatly. The only thing that puzzled the 9 elders was that White Ape and Chong Yu did not come out of the Qingfeng secret realm. In the end, the 9 elders came to a conclusion. White Ape and Chong Yu must have died in the hands of demonic beasts. Other than that, they could not think of any other reason. Fang Chen killed them. They thought that Fang Chen would not do such a thing. In an independent courtyard in the inner sect, there was a man in grey. This man did not have a high ranking in the inner sect, but he had a good relationship with White Ape. However, no one knew that White Ape was actually his elder brother. Elder brother, you died in the Qingfeng secret realm. It must be Fang Chen's doing. I will avenge you. The man in grey's face was full of anger as he said coldly. Fang Chen, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The man in grey was called Bai Feng. He was a disciple at LV5 Qi cultivation realm. On the second day after Fang Chen returned to the sect, Bai Feng found an opportunity to accept a task and left the Qingfeng sword sect. When Bai Feng reappeared, he had already arrived in Cyan Cloud City, the county capital of Cyan Cloud County. Cyan Cloud City was the most prosperous city in Cyan Cloud County. There were many experts in this city. Bai Feng asked around carefully and found an assassin organization, NVIDIA. NVIDIA was a large assassin organization in Cyan Cloud County. They had helped their employers kill their targets many times. As long as they could pay the spiritual stones, NVIDIA dared to take on even Qi transformation realm experts. When he arrived at the second floor of NVIDIA, Bai Feng stated his request. Qingfeng sword sect's inner disciple, Fang Chen, Bai Feng said.